Chapter 1040. To Hell with a Native Martial Warrior from a Backward Planet? 2. Oh my God, the inheritor of the Situ family came personally. This is incredible. Why is he here? Does he have high hopes for the new Baron? Silence. The 8 dukes were grand figures. There were 5 ranks of nobility in total: dukes, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. The Situ family had the highest rank and was a powerful faction. Duke Situ didn't glance at the people around him, climbing the stairs immediately. Flying cars weren't allowed in the Great Qian Palace. Not even dukes were the exceptions to the rule. He had to climb the stairs just like everybody else. He appeared to be moving slowly. He climbed the stairs one by one but disappeared in the mist quickly. Gasp! Duke Situ is powerful. I heard that there are restriction runes carved into the stairs. The higher you climb, the bigger the pressure. It's difficult to move forward, someone who knew the situation explained. Of course. This is the current inheritor of the Situ family. He's at least at the universe stage. This is too scary. Hey, someone else is here. A spectator noticed another rune flying car. Their attention was attracted by it. This time, it wasn't just one flying car. A few flying cars landed, and numerous nobles dressed in purple gowns alighted. They started climbing the white jade stairs one after another. It's the Viscount Chen family, the Earl Wang family, the Duke Stewart family. The people below started reciting the surnames of the nobles as if counting treasures. It was easy to spot them. Every family had its own emblem. With their numerous years of legacy, everyone recognized them at a glance. Within a short 10 minutes, many nobles arrived. All of them climbed the white jade stairs. That's one of the 8 dukes, the Parkers, someone exclaimed. There was a moment of silence. Everyone's gaze landed on the extravagant flying car in the air until it parked. No one spoke even after someone alighted and climbed the stairs. They were dumbstruck. Gasps were suddenly heard. As expected of the 8 dukes. His presence was too overpowering. Duke Situ can't be compared to him. That's right, look at the symbol of the Parkers. That's the legendary universe behemoth, the blazing giant dragon. Look at how frightening and savage it is. It's so dark and forbidding. The Parkers family is domineering. No one dares to provoke them. Well, I heard that the new Baron has some grudges with them. Really? He's dead. What happened? The new Baron just arrived in the Empire, right? Why would he have any conflict with the Parkers? Who knows? There'll be a good show to watch. F***K, I was wondering if I should follow this new Baron, but I think I can give up the idea. I can't afford to offend the Parkers. Silence. Voices were heard continuously as the discussions never stopped. The crowd happily talked about the nobles' affairs. After some time, more flying cars came. It seemed as if the crowd would be given quite a few surprises today. The Cavendish family is here. This is another one of the 8 dukes. Haha, the Cavendish family isn't a pushover either. They're no weaker than the Parkers. These 2 families have always been at each other's throat. Their younger generations have been trying to best the other. There's no stopping it. One more. That's the G family. The G family is a duke too, but they have always kept a low profile. I didn't expect them to come today. As time passed, more and more nobles arrived. The plaza was packed with luxury car fleet. The crowd had to keep retreating, but no one dared to complain. Everyone was stunned that Wang Ting hadn't arrived even when all the nobles were here. Wasn't this new Baron impatient on this important day? Clang. Suddenly, a far-away and sad chime of a clock was heard. The sound rang in everyone's ears, silencing them. All noises disappeared. Only the chime echoed in the sky, resounding even after a long time. Everyone looked up. The mist around the white jade stairs had disappeared. Gold light sprinkled down from the sky. A resplendent and magnificent tall palace appeared in front of everyone. The onlookers were in awe. They lost their senses for some time and stared at the palace absent-mindedly. For some reason, the urge to kneel bloomed in their hearts, and the martial warriors started bending their knees one by one. The majority of the time, the palace was shrouded in mist. Only some corners of it could be seen, but it was enough for people to guess its grandeur and splendor. It rarely revealed its full appearance to the public. Tap! A clear footstep was heard. With the pin-drop silence as the backdrop, the footsteps couldn't be any louder. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a young figure walking over from afar. He was wearing a purple long robe. His back was straight and he had thick black hair. His young face was flawless and handsome. There was a divine Kunwu beast sewn on his chest. It moved along with the flow of the robe and appeared lifelike. His noble aura was striking. His presence was extraordinary. He was a genius, a talent. Is that the new Baron? Everyone was astounded. They didn't know how to express their current emotions. Was this a native martial warrior from a remote planet? Who said that? Come out right now. Let me beat you to death. Would a martial warrior from a backward planet have this aura and noble presence? The crowd started questioning their lives. They wondered if they recognized the wrong person. This might not be the new Baron. It might be an inheritor of some noble family or a talent groomed by a powerful faction. He went into the world recently, so no one recognized him. Yes, that was right. That must be the case. There were many female martial warriors in the crowd. Their eyes shone like bulbs when they saw the young man. He was so handsome and charismatic. A young talent like him was the perfect candidate for a boyfriend. Many strange thoughts went through everyone's mind. The figure strode over, passed through the crowd, and arrived below the white jade stairs. Wang Ting. A voice soared down from above and resounded in the plaza. Yes. Wang Ting raised his head and looked past the tall staircase. His expression was calm. Climb the stairs and stand before me. Then you can inherit the Baron's title. The voice was heard again. The instant he finished speaking, purple restriction runes lit up on the white jade stairs. It made them seem even more mysterious. Yes. Wang Ting replied in a low tone. It's really him. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They stared at the young figure whose back was facing them. He was the new Baron. At this moment, everyone had to accept the truth, no matter how unbelievable it was. Oh my God, this young Baron looks completely different from what I thought. He looks like a real noble instead of a native from a backward planet. I dare to say that this new Baron is a rare talent. That's why he can win the Baron's title. Stop speaking. I heard that the restriction runes on the white jade stairs are special. Once activated, the higher the talent of the martial warrior, the more runes will light up and the greater the pressure. We will know if he's a talent based on the number of runes lighting up. That's right, let's wait and see. I'm so curious. I wonder how many runes this Baron will light up. Look at his aura. He must be an exceptional talent. If not, I'll do a handstand and eat S***T. Oh my God, that's brutal. Brother, let me record what you just said. Everyone can be a witness. Wang Ting lifted his foot and stepped on the white jade stairs under everyone's gaze. He started his climb towards the Great Qian Palace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1041. The instant Wang Ting stepped on the stairs, the purple runes brightened. It was dazzling. Invisible pressure bore down from the sky, landing on his head and shoulders in an attempt to push him down. Even the onlookers below felt it. Their expressions changed. Some weaker ones almost kneeled on the ground. The pressure released by the white jade stairs after the activation of the runes is vastly different from before. When the nobles climbed it, we didn't feel anything. However, we can feel the terrifying pressure now. Wang Ting has to bear so much pressure after just stepping on the stairs. His talent must be high. Wang Ting didn't care about the discussion. He focused his attention on climbing the stairs. The atmosphere suddenly turned a little special and dangerous. There were various spiritual disturbances affecting one's willpower. When the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber sent the message, they reminded him that the white jade stairs were extremely difficult to ascend. They said that this was a test of the person's talent and mentality. However, he didn't expect it to be this challenging. There were a few thousand steps in the staircase. It led all the way up right to the foot of the palace. Purple runes lit up on the white jade stairs. Every step he climbed, the purple runes would double and the pressure on him would increase correspondingly. One could imagine how difficult it was. At this moment, the people below raised their heads to look at him while the people in the palace looked down. Everyone was paying close attention to the person climbing the stairs. Within a few seconds, Wang Ting had covered a few hundred steps. The pressure on him was 10 times stronger than before and the spiritual disturbance worsened. Anyone with a weaker mentality would have broken down at this point. However, Wang Ting proceeded at a stable pace, as if he were taking a stroll. He didn't rest. His expression was calm. He didn't frown at all. The spiritual disturbance didn't seem to affect him. This was the truth. There were all kinds of murmurs and babbles in his mind. However, the spiritual constellations in his consciousness glowed brightly and filled his mind with scorching spiritual energy. The strange noises disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting's state astounded the powerful nobles above the stairs. They looked at him and started a discussion. "This is interesting." Duke Sidu sat up straight in his seat and muttered to himself with a look of interest. No change in his expression and no effects on his actions. His consciousness is powerful. The Earl of the Wang family said, "The representative from my family in the noble family consultation chamber told me about this young man a few days ago. At first, I didn't believe him, but now, it looks like he was speaking the truth. It was worth the trip here." "Humph, it's still too early to say." Voltaire from the Parkers family scoffed. "He only climbed a few hundred steps. This is just the beginning." Voltaire was only at the heaven stage, but he belonged to the Parkers. Even the dukes were afraid of him. Thus, when he spoke, everyone's expression turned strange. They had heard that Wang Ting and the Parkers were on bad terms. It seemed to be the truth. The nobles started to sympathize with Wang Ting. After offending the Parkers, he would probably have a hard time even if he inherited the baron's title. He might die without knowing anything. Baron Nangong was an example. "Humph, why is the mighty Parkers family targeting a small lad? Don't you find it embarrassing?" A middle-aged man from the Cavendish family joined the conversation. This was a silver-haired man who was exceptionally handsome. If Wang Ting were here, he would definitely recognize him. He looked similar to Di Qi. Everyone was shocked that the Cavendish family spoke up for Wang Ting. Their gazes flickered. They turned and stared at the ground, waiting to watch a good show. Every time they gathered, these two Grand Dukes would argue with each other. This was an ad-lib performance. "Borla, why are you interfering in my affairs?" Voltaire glanced at him and frowned. "I just don't like how you bully others with your power," Borla snorted and said. Everyone felt speechless. The Cavendish family was a dominating presence too. They were as famous as the Parkers for bullying others. Just when everyone thought that Voltaire would continue the argument, he ceased fire and kept quiet. Borla smiled. He stopped provoking the other party. The other 6 Grand Dukes looked at them strangely. For some reason, they felt that these two families' reactions were strange. Wang Ting didn't know that his performance had ignited the nobles' interest. He proceeded slowly and calmly, showing no impatience. He climbed more and more steps. The runes on the white jade stairs increased, and the pressure got stronger. The people below were starting to retreat. They felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their shoulders. This mountain was extremely heavy. It was about to crush them. The closer they were to the white jade stairs, the stronger the pressure. Only some powerful martial warriors managed to withstand the stress. The majority of them had retreated a few hundred meters away. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1042. There were only a few people scattered within the 30-meter radius of the White Jade Stairs. They were all Heaven Stage martial warriors. Further back at the 60-meter radius were Cosmos Stage martial warriors, about dozens of them. Some of them couldn't imagine how Wang Ting was hanging on. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior, yet he could withstand the overwhelming pressure and make it seem like he was doing it with ease. He was still walking up the stairs step by step. The most important thing was that they were feeling the disturbance in their spirit. If they didn't step back, their spirit would be affected by the murmurs and descend into chaos. This was absolutely fatal to most martial warriors. If one's spirit collapsed, no matter how strong the martial warrior's body was, it would be just an empty shell. Most of these martial warriors' spirits were ordinary. They wouldn't be able to withstand the spiritual disturbance from the stairs. In such a situation, Wang Ting reached the middle of the Jade Stairs after about 10 minutes. More and more runes lit up. If you counted them, you would realize that there were about 900 of them branded on the surface of the White Jade Stairs. It was a dazzling scene. Many nobles in front of the palace were shocked and had solemn expressions. 900 runes, and he's only halfway through. This Wang Ting is not simple, really not simple. Duke Situ spoke again with a trace of shock in his voice. I remember the Cavendish family's record is 2,380 runes. I don't know what number Wang Ting will reach, Borla said with a strange color on his face. Initially, he was entrusted by Di Qi to take care of Wang Ting a little. He felt that Di Qi had great insight. Wang Ting's talents were worthy of the Cavendish family's investment. The Parkers family's record is 2,503 runes. I'll see if he can break it, Voltaire said with a gloomy expression. You Parkers have nothing but a stronger body. It's just a small advantage. Borla snickered. Legitimacy belongs to the victor. The Cavendish family is inferior to us. Voltaire didn't back down. The record for the Great Qian Empire is around 2,800. It was left by a prince, another Grand Duke spoke. This was the Jiang family, which ranked 5th amongst the 8 dukes and had great influence. That's right. This record was left by that amazing and brilliant prince. No one has been able to break it after so many years. Even the descendants of the War Demon Hall, who visited us, could only reach 2,750 runes. A member of the Ji family spoke up too. The talent of that prince was really amazing. He's already at the pinnacle of the universe's younger generation. Only the heirs of the great powers could compare to him. This Wang Ting is nothing, Voltaire exclaimed. Ha! That's true. No one could compare to the prince, a member of the Jiang family said. Guarded by the 8 dukes was a person dressed in a purple and golden robe who sat in the center. His aura was restrained and there were no fluctuations. He seemed like a normal person. However, his presence stood out too much. It was noble yet terrifying. This person was a member of the Empire's imperial family. His status was respected, and his strength was unfathomable. From the beginning till the end, he had his eyes closed as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. The discussions of the crowd entered his ears, but he didn't move. He continued resting. Why is he stopping? Someone suddenly asked in surprise. It turned out Wang Ting suddenly stopped and stood still after he was halfway through. He probably can't stand it. Voltaire sneered. Looks like this is his limit. He has to stop and rest. The Jiang family member shook his head and sighed. They were just thinking that Wang Ting had potential. They didn't know that he would fail just like that. It looked like all that glittered was not gold. It can't be. He doesn't look like he has reached his limit. Borla was doubtful. There are actually attribute bubbles? Wang Ting looked at the stairs in front of him with great curiosity. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He stopped. It wasn't because he had reached his limit. It was solely because the attribute bubbles were blocking his path. He was walking happily without feeling any challenge, and attribute bubbles appeared on the stairs suddenly just like that. Wang Ting had never seen attribute bubbles appearing like this. Let's see what we have here. Wang Ting was filled with curiosity and collected the 3 attribute bubbles in front of him. Godslayer Sword Scripture *10 Godslayer Sword Scripture *10 Godslayer Sword Scripture *10 inch this. In the next moment, waves of astonishment surged in his heart. The 3 attribute bubbles merged with his mind like a trace of cold air and turned into an extremely powerful battle technique. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a battle technique, but it wasn't a scripture either. This was a God scripture that consisted of battle techniques and scriptures. The reason why Wang Ting was shocked was that the God scripture was of the space element. A space element God scripture. Wang Ting suddenly felt the joy of having a treasure falling into his lap. It was too unexpected, too delightful. The God scripture turned into rays of light and shadows as they danced around in Wang Ting's mind. The light and shadows finally merged into one and turned into a human figure. With a point of its finger, the power of space condensed around it. Countless sword glows rose behind it and swept through the sky, rupturing the space into nothingness. The sword glows swept around as if they were annihilating constellations. The void shook and a galaxy collapsed. What kind of power was that? Wang Ting returned to his senses and was gasping for air uncontrollably. Even his back was drenched in sweat. That sword was too horrifying. Even he was terrified. It was as if he was experiencing it himself, like he was about to be annihilated. But it then turned into joy. Such a powerful God scripture belonged to him now. What was a God scripture? Wang Ting didn't understand it initially. However, as the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, he understood why they were called God scriptures. God scripture, as the name implied, was a battle technique and scripture that could allow anyone to reach the realm of the gods. It was the greatest legacy in the universe. Moreover, this God scripture belonged to the space element. It was even rarer. The origin of the Godslayer sword scripture was incredible as well. It was left behind by the ancestor who founded the Great Qian Empire and was engraved on the white jade stairs. The ancestor of the Great Qian Empire was a space element martial warrior. The role of the white jade stairs seemed to be testing one's talent. However, in reality, it was used to pass down this space god scripture. It was a pity that after so many years, no one managed to retrieve it. There was no one with space talent even amongst the descendants of the founder. But now, it made things easier for Wang Ting. How timely! I was worried about having no space element battle techniques to use, and they gave me a god scripture. This system is so understanding. Wang Ting smiled and praised the system deeply in his heart. He obtained a god scripture just by climbing stairs. Was there anything better than this? If the Empire's nobles knew about this, they would be livid. He had obtained the Great Qian Empire's greatest legacy. He would probably be sliced into pieces. No one knew if the founder of the Great Qian Empire was still alive. Countless years had passed since then. Logically, he would have been dead long ago. However, eternal stage martial warriors were immortal and eternal. It was said that the founder was a terrifying existence that was above the eternal stage. He would probably be hiding in some corner secretly watching his descendants. After all, old men love to peep. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043. Charismatic, dazzling, unprecedented. Wang Ting shuddered when he thought about an ancient monster observing him from behind. The system was above everything and everyone, but the other party might sense it. After all, you mustn't judge such presences with common sense. How intimidating! Wang Ting shivered slightly and glanced around him, as if there was someone peeking at him from the dark. The higher his stage, the harder it was for him to pick up attribute. While Wang Ting was lamenting, the member of the imperial family sitting among the nobles suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils trembled as he realized something unbelievable. The nobles looked over in astonishment when they saw this scene. But soon, the member of the imperial family closed his eyes again. He seemed to be hiding something. No one could see through his expression. Everyone swallowed the questions they had. There was no chance to ask him anymore. Wang Ting moved again and proceeded at the same speed as before. He continued with a steady rhythm. The white jade stairs didn't affect him at all. 555 steps, 600 steps, 630 steps. At the same time, the number of purple runes increased. 930 runes, 980 runes, 1,100 runes. As Wang Ting climbed higher, more runes lit up. The pressure increased and the demonic noises penetrated his mind. The bystanders standing 20 to 30 meters from the white jade stairs started retreating with a change of expressions. They were heaven-stage martial warriors, but they were worse than a planetary-stage martial warrior. They felt frustrated. But that was the truth. No one could deny it. The person climbing the stairs was composed and unhurried. He did have the potential to be a noble. The nobles widened their eyes in disbelief. This didn't seem right. Wasn't he resting because he had reached his limit? Why were the runes skyrocketing in numbers again? Everyone stared at Wang Ting intently, wanting to see glean from him. Time passed slowly. At this moment, Wang Ting had passed the 900th step and 2050 runes had lit up. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to progress. The number of runes bewildered everyone. This was proof that his talent and potential were extremely high. In every family, only a small number of descendants had the same level of talent as him. Yet, this talent appeared on a native from a faraway planet. This was absurd. Voltaire's expression had turned ugly. The better Wang Ting's talent, the more unhappy he felt. He wished he could kill him immediately. At the same time, some distance from the crowd, Chao Hongtu had come to the plaza too. At first, he didn't want to see him be bestowed with the title. He lost badly and he couldn't accept it, but he still came in the end. He wore a black gown and stood below, looking up at Wang Ting's back with an angry gaze and tightly clenched hands. Chao Wu, Chao Guan, and Chao Ling were beside him. They were all appalled. They didn't think that Wang Ting had such talent. Wang Ting finally frowned. Although the pressure was increasing, he was benefiting too. For instance, more Godslayer sword scripture attribute bubbles appeared. However, he did feel some weight on his shoulders. Hence, he decided to activate the ancient god's body. Boom! Blood churned in his body as if he were in a burning furnace. They swarmed through his body, strengthening his physical body and exuding a frightening aura. An occult golden pattern appeared on his forehead. What a strong physical strength! Many people exclaimed in shock. Even the nobles above were flabbergasted. They couldn't believe their eyes. How did this planetary stage martial warrior manage to achieve such strength in his physical body? Tap, tap, tap. Wang Ting continued climbing the stairs. He was at the last 100 step. He moved leisurely, but he passed close to 30 steps in a blink of an eye. Boom! The runes on the stairs exploded in numbers too, increasing by more than 200 at once. There were approximately 2,300 runes lit up now. Voltaire shot up from his seat with a black face. Wang Ting's talent is really high. He's almost on par with the strongest noble in our families, a member of the Jiang family said. Impressive. We have seen many unprecedented talents from faraway planets in our history. Will Wang Ting be one of them? A member of another noble family was staggered. Good riddance, I need to pull Wang Ting to my side. Borla's eyes lit up as he made the decision in his heart. Grandmaster Wang Ting's martial arts talent is outstanding too, the member of the Ji family muttered to himself. If Wang Ting was here, he would recognize this person as Ji Yuanqing, the martial warrior who bought the 9-essence soul congealing pill from him. Wang Ting didn't stop. He continued climbing at an increasing speed. 940 steps, 950 steps, 960 steps. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the runes exploded in response. 2400, 2500, 2600. He was slowly inching towards the highest record of the legendary prince. Boom. Finally, when he stepped on the 980th step, the number of runes reached 2,800. All the nobles had lost their voices. Only disbelief was left in their eyes. No one spoke. All of them were holding their breaths. They could tell that Wang Ting hadn't hit his limit. The runes were still increasing. Boom. 985 steps. 2,850 runes. Boom. 990 steps. 2,900 runes. Boom. 995 steps. 2,950 runes. Boom. 999 steps. 2,999 runes. Silence. Dead silence. Not even a pin dropping could be heard. All the nobles stood up and stared in front. A figure was slowly appearing before everyone. Even the member of the imperial family opened his eyes to look at the young man. Tap. A clear footstep broke the silence. Wang Ting climbed the last step and stood right in front of the great Qian palace. A ray of golden light shining down from the towering palace fell on him. Boom. 3,000 runes. The runes erupted in power. 3,000 runes intertwined the white jade stairs, forming a rune chain circling Wang Ting. This was the limit of the white jade stairs. No one had ever done it in history. Wang Ting reached a height no one had ever touched. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. A gentle breeze blew as the purple long gown and the thick black hair danced in the air. The young man looked exceptionally holy and divine under the light. Charismatic, dazzling, unprecedented. Chapter 1044. Imperial Order. Wang Ting is conferred as a baron of the Great Qian Empire. A figure stood below the Great Qian Palace. 3,000 runes. This was an unmatched limit. All eyes were fixed on him. Wang Ting was in the limelight. There should be applause here, however, there wasn't. Everyone regained their senses and looked at the person with a complicated expression. This native from a remote planet managed to break the record left by a prince. It was all a bit surreal. The difference between 2,800 and 3,000 was 200 runes, but these 200 runes were a chasm. The higher you went, the harder it was to light up more runes. The nobles present had to admit that it was almost impossible for anyone to break Wang Ting's record in the future. A huge uproar erupted amid the crowd below. The commotion soared right into the clouds. Oh my God, he's so powerful! Wow, this is impressive! Unbelievable! He broke the record left by the prince. Who can fight with such a talent? I'm Baron Wang Ting's diehard fan. Even if he has offended the Parkers, I'll still follow him. That's right. Let's go together. I'll be Baron Wang Ting's #1 sidekick. Bullshit, I'll be his #1 sidekick. It can only be me. The atmosphere below was electric. Everyone was awestruck by what happened, and it left a deep impression on their hearts. They couldn't control themselves. Why did talents have so many followers? This was probably the reason. Oh my God, Baron Wang Ting is so handsome. I'm getting wet. He's so handsome. I can't shift my eyes away. B****ch. Baron Wang Ting won't like B***** cheese like y'all. I want to be Baron Wang Ting's servant. I want to serve him and have close contact with him. Go away, I'm a pretty celestial stage martial warrior. Incompatible with Baron Wang Ting. Many female martial warriors had other thoughts. Some wanted to be his servants while others started to go astray. No one could pull them back. How would Wang Ting react if he knew what was going on below? It was hard to find a planetary stage martial warrior on Earth. Every planetary stage martial warrior was a well-respected figure there. However, in the Great Qian Empire, even celestial stage martial warriors were fighting to follow him. The world changed quickly. Chao Hongtu was staggered. His face turned green and red. It was interesting to watch his expression. Chao Guan, Chao Wu, and Chao Ling were shaken. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't accept the truth. Moreover, they even felt a sense of fear. It was absurd but real. If Wang Ting's talent surpassed the prince, it would be a devastating blow to their Chao family. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance were astounded too. I didn't think that Grandmaster Wang Ting's martial arts talent would be so high. Grandmaster Alfred exclaimed. The other Grandmasters felt the same way. They didn't know what to say. Below the Great Qian Palace, Wang Ting stood in front of all the nobles and scanned them calmly. He took in everyone's expression and felt satisfied by their response. Good, I didn't waste my acting skills. Especially when he saw Voltaire's "I am so angry, but I can't do anything" expression. He felt refreshed. The man from the imperial family stood up and looked at Wang Ting. There was astonishment in the depth of his eyes as he said, "You're good." Wang Ting looked at the person too. When he saw his attire, he was stunned. This person was from the imperial family. He didn't think that the imperial family would attend his baron's ceremony. The other nobles were flabbergasted. No one expected this man to compliment Wang Ting. But it was understandable. After all, he had broken the record of the prince. Wang Ting had caught the attention of the imperial family. Voltaire's face turned black. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Wang Ting. Things were going out of hand. Bring out the baron's seal. The man opened his mouth again. Wang Ting blinked and took out the seal Nangong you had left behind. The seal floated in the air. The man from the imperial family waved his hand. A beam of golden light flew out. The baron's seal started giving off a dazzling golden light too. Drop your blood here, the man from the imperial family said. Wang Ting followed his instructions and pricked his finger. A drop of blood floated out and fell on the seal. Boom! The baron's seal immediately flew above Wang Ting's head and blossomed, giving off a brilliant light like a small sun. It blinded everyone. Wang Ting stood below the light like a god. Imperial order. Wang Ting is conferred as a baron of the Great Qian Empire. He will be part of our noble chamber. Born a Great Qian civilian, die a Great Qian spirit. The voice of the man from the imperial family spread out and echoed in the air, resounding through the entire city majestically. Everyone heard it. This was a privilege of a noble. Even if Wang Ting was just the lowest baron, he enjoyed this privilege too. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to the nobles. This was like a public announcement on all servers in a game. How envious! Wang Ting accepts the order. Wang Ting bent his back and stretched his arms straight. The baron's seal gradually landed in his hands. The man from the imperial family nodded in satisfaction. From today onward, you will be able to travel the universe as a citizen of the Great Qian planet. I hope you will make a name for yourself. Long live martial arts. Thank you. Wang Ting wanted to thank the man, but he suddenly realized he didn't know how to address him. Grand Duke Chongshan. The man from the imperial family smiled. Thank you, Grand Duke Chongshan, Wang Ting replied. Grand Duke Chongshan nodded with his hands behind his back. He felt more and more satisfied as he looked at Wang Ting. When Wang Ting raised his head, the Grand Duke was gone. It was as if he had never appeared. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. This Grand Duke Chongshan was a powerful martial warrior. He must be above the universe stage. After Grand Duke Chongshan left, the other nobles came forward to congratulate him. At the start, some of them were afraid of the Parkers, but after seeing his talent, they threw their reservations out of their mind. This man's talent had surpassed the talent of the prince. They felt that Wang Ting couldn't be compared to the prince since their foundation was different. But even so, they wouldn't be too far off. His potential was enough for them to ignore all threats and pull him to their side. Also, Grand Duke Chongshan had complimented Wang Ting. It proved that he had great talent and would become a formidable and renowned martial warrior in the universe. Among the nobles, only Voltaire from the Parkers family stood far away. He didn't come forward to congratulate Wang Ting. Instead, he snorted with a black face and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer. Chapter 1045 Wang Ting's Baron ceremony ended amid a huge commotion. The ceremony seemed simple, but it was dignified and stately. This was the power of the great Qian Empire. Even a simple Baron ceremony was interesting to watch. The ceremony today undoubtedly left a deep expression on everyone's heart. Wang Ting's potential was etched in their minds, not just the female martial warriors. In an instant, Wang Ting's Baron ceremony became a hot topic in the city. Countless people discussed it happily. The news continued spreading, reaching numerous life planets through various channels. Information traveled quickly in the universe. There was also the virtual universe. The news was no longer constrained to one planet. Of course, Wang Ting didn't know all these. He left the great Qian Palace with the nobles. Baron Wang Ting, your ceremony has ended. Well, wait to drink your congratulatory wine. An old baron laughed and said, That's right. This is a happy affair. Well, definitely come and mooch a drink off you. The barons didn't act arrogant because of their status. All of them were talking with smiles on their faces. The Grand Dukes didn't join them. As Grand Dukes, all of them had their pride and ego. They wouldn't bootlick him just because he had high talent. Even if they wanted to pull Wang Ting over, they would use other methods such as tying their interests together. This was a status problem. Their status was too high. After handling all these enthusiastic nobles, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Baron Wang Ting. A voice was heard. Guardian Ming Cheng. Wang Ting was surprised when he saw the person. Your fief has been decided. The head of the chamber asked me to inform you. I'll accompany you to claim back the Nangong residence too, Guardian Ming Cheng said. The fief is decided? Wang Ting was stunned. Yes. The higher authorities made the decision together. It's not bad. Ming Cheng smiled. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that the Parkers would meddle in this affair and give him a fief hard to manage. Now, it looked like they didn't have the right to interfere. Shall we head to the Nangong residence now? Guardian Ming Cheng asked. All right. Sorry to trouble you, Guardian. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't have a residence even though he had been living in Great Qian City for some time. Naturally, he wished to get a place to call home quickly. Chao Hongtu had stayed there for too long. It was time to take it back. With Ming Cheng's help, he wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. This is great. Round Ball was even more excited than him. It started shouting in his mind. Wang Ting smiled. Ignoring it, he headed to the Nangong residence with Ming Cheng. He called Lan and brought him along too. This was Wang Ting's second time here. The previous time, he came as a guest, but now, he was the owner, the real owner. Wang Ting stood in front of the door with a Heaven Stage martial warrior standing on either side of him. The expressions of the guards beside the door changed slightly. They didn't dare to make any noises. When Wang Ting walked in, the guards didn't try to stop him. Are we letting him in just like this? A guard whispered. This is the new Baron. His identity is different now. Do you dare to stop him? The other guard replied helplessly. Sigh, looks like it's time for us to leave the residence. Some guards sighed and shook their heads with complicated expressions. They followed Chao Hongtu partly because of his ability, but the main reason was the Baron's title. Since he had lost the title, their status dropped. Chao Hongtu was still a heaven stage martial warrior, but this status wasn't as powerful as a baron. Wang Ting walked to the lobby before the Chao family appeared unwillingly. None of them was willing to leave the residence, especially Chao Hongtu's descendants. The Nangong residence was a facade. They wouldn't be able to enjoy a high-end lifestyle after leaving this place. They stared at Wang Ting bitterly, but no one dared to say anything. They were afraid of him. "Senior brother Chao, have you packed up? I'm moving in today." Wang Ting smiled when he saw Chao Hongtu. "Wang Ting, do you have to be so heartless?" Chao Hongtu asked expressionlessly. He had put in a lot of effort and time to get the baron's title, but in the end, he lost to Wang Ting, who came out of nowhere. Wang Ting threw a wrench in the works by snatching the baron's title from him. He couldn't take it lying down. "I gave you 2 days to prepare. If I were heartless, I would have chased you out," Wang Ting replied calmly. "Senior brother Chao, are y'all unwilling to leave?" "Wang Ting, this is too much." Chao Guan roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. His father was a baron-to-be, so he had been living a good life all this while. Many people were willing to curry favor with him, but everything was gone now. When Wang Ting first came, Chao Guan was all high and mighty. He showed contempt towards him, and now, he was getting chased out of his house like a dog. The difference was too big. He couldn't accept it. All this was because of Wang Ting. You could imagine how much he hated Wang Ting. "Senior brother Chao, if your useless son dares to shout at me again, I won't show any mercy," Wang Ting replied calmly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chao Guan's face turned pale. Beside anger, he felt fear creeping up his heart too. He took a few steps back involuntarily. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1046. Wang Ting disregarded him though. His words were directed at Chao Hongtu. His reaction caused Chao Guan to feel humiliated. However, he didn't dare to refute him. He knew that if he spoke again, Wang Ting would act on his words. Chao Hongtu ignored Chao Guan. He was entirely disappointed in his son. He stared intently at Wang Ting and forced his words out of his teeth. "You're good." One could tell that he was trying his best to control his anger, but he failed. "I am indeed good." Wang Ting nodded. "Humph." Chao Hongtu snorted. He stopped wasting time talking to Wang Ting and walked out of the Nangong residence with a hideous expression. Chao Wu, Chao Ling, and the others followed him. Although the rest of the Chao family was unwilling, they knew they couldn't stay any longer. Talk was useless. They could only leave. "Wait," Wang Ting suddenly said. "What else do you want?" Chao Hongtu turned and scoffed. "I want to make sure that you didn't bring anything that belongs to the Nangong family," Wang Ting said. "This is outrageous." Chao Hongtu felt humiliated. His face turned red, and his heaven stage aura surged out. "Humph!" Anlan snorted and stepped out, blocking in front of Wang Ting. He also released his aura. The 2 waves of auras collided in midair, their impact sweeping through the residence. Chao Hongtu's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. His expression was distorted. He stared at Anlan with fear in his eyes. In Flaming River World, he had worked with Synclamen to resist this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. However, their abilities were suppressed to the Cosmos stage, so he couldn't see his real power. When both sides fought using their Heaven Stage ability, Chao Hongtu finally understood how powerful Anlan was. Even Guardian Ming Qing glanced at Anlan in surprise. He was astounded. Guardian Ming Qing realized why Wang Ting had called this mecha over. His ability was top tier even among Heaven Stage martial warriors. With him as his bodyguard, Chao Hongtu would admit defeat even if he wasn't around. Chao Guan and Chao Ling didn't know Anlan's exact power. They only learned that he was a heaven stage martial warrior after seeing Chao Hongtu retreating. Besides, he was more powerful than their father. Their expressions changed, and disbelief filled up their faces. They didn't expect Wang Ting to have such a powerful person beside him. Was he honestly a native from a remote planet? Why would this heaven stage martial warrior listen to him? The Chao family was puzzled. At the same time, they grew more fearful of him. Senior brother Chao, don't be reckless. The residence is mine. If you damage anything, you'll need to compensate me, Wang Ting said. Chao Hongtu almost vomited blood from anger. Ming Cheng was speechless. He felt that Wang Ting was an evil young man. He could anger someone to death. Although Enlan was close to Wang Ting, he also felt that this guy was shameless. Senior brother Chao, don't be angry. This is just a formality. If y'all didn't take anything, I won't hold you back, Wang Ting said indifferently. Sir Chao, you should cooperate, Guardian Mingqing said. All right, I'll wait here. Chao Hongtu took a deep breath. He felt exasperated. Wang Ting walked in and pretended to inspect the room. In reality, the person doing the job was Roundball. As an intelligent life form, it kept a record of everything although many years had passed. Indeed, many things were missing. Many of them were from the Nangong family's collection. Senior brother Chao, let's calculate the loss properly. Wang Ting turned and smiled. Chao Hongtu felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Wang Ting's expression. He had a bad feeling. There used to be a priceless mermaid pearl in the lobby. It's the treasure of the mermaids, but it's gone now, Wang Ting said. Chao Hongtu had a deep impression of the pearl. He had gifted it to someone. What he didn't understand was how Wang Ting knew about it since he had never been to the Nangong residence before. Bullshit, why would we take anything from the Nangong residence? Chao Guan shrunk behind Chao Hongtu and shouted with guilt. Do you need me to show you the evidence? Wang Ting said. Chao Hongtu's expression changed slightly. He wasn't stupid. Through Wang Ting's composed expression, he knew that the other party was confident. If he refused to admit it and he took out the evidence, they would be embarrassed in the end. His reputation might be affected if news spread that he took the private possessions of the Nangong family. Originally, as Nangong Yu's disciple, no one cared if he took them. However, things were different now. Wang Ting was the Baron, so everything here belonged to him. People would label him shameless if they knew a heaven stage martial warrior did such a thing. It's alright. I'll compensate for the things I took. Chao Hongtu gritted his teeth. That's good. I know that my senior brother is not a thief, Wang Ting replied with a smile. This was a direct stab to the heart. He didn't leave any path of retreat for Chao Hongtu. I'll return all of them. Chao Hongtu turned and left. He didn't want to stay any longer. He wished he could bury himself. I'll make a list for you. Remember to look through it, Wang Ting shouted behind him. Chao Hongtu paused for a second. Then, he hastened his pace. Oh right, I'm throwing a banquet for the other nobles tomorrow. Remember to come. Wang Ting added. Chao Hongtu stumbled. He finally reached the entrance and hurriedly staggered out of everyone's sight. Guardian Ming Cheng and Enlan were caught between laughter and tears. They felt that Wang Ting was brutal. How could he provoke Chao Hongtu to this state? The Chao family left the Nangong residence dejectedly. Many families sent their men to watch over the Nangong residence. Some sighed while others gloated when they saw this scene. They felt pity for the Chao family. No one expected them to land in this state. In the Nangong residence. Everything is settled, so I'll take my leave now, Guardian Mingqing said. Thank you, Wang Ting replied. You don't have to thank me. You could solve this issue without me. Guardian Ming Qing glanced at Enlan and waved his hand. I have sent the information of your fief to your virtual network. Please check. The relevant documents have been processed, so this galaxy is now under your name. Then, he disappeared on the spot. This Guardian Ming Qing is powerful, Enlan said with a glow in his eyes. Just a little less than me, and Lan replied proudly. Tisk! Wang Ting rolled his eyes. And Lan didn't mind. He chuckled. Wang Ting glanced around him and felt emotional. I have a place to stay. I don't have to stay in other people's homes anymore. You jumped from a civilian to a noble. And Lan exclaimed as he sized up his surroundings. This is a little empty. There's no one serving you. Besides that, everything is perfect. Makes sense. Wang Ting touched his chin. You can visit the slave market and take a look there. There are slaves from all races there. With your current wealth, you can buy as many as you want. You can even buy planetary stage slaves or hire. Round Ball's voice was heard in his mind. Slaves. Wang Ting frowned. Slaves felt a little far away to him. Well, it sounds exciting to have beauties from all races, right? Cough, am not that kind of person, Wang Ting replied in his mind. What are you thinking? Round Ball asked. Nothing, Wang Ting said firmly. You should take note of this. You're inviting the nobles tomorrow. You need slaves to serve everyone. Others might look down on you if you don't have any slaves, Round Ball said. All right, I understand. I'll visit the slave market later. Wang Ting nodded hurriedly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047. Wang Ting didn't hurry to the slave market. He toured the Nangong residence casually and familiarized himself with it first. Although he had asked Round Ball to check the items, he didn't take a proper look personally. He only had the chance to observe his future home after everything ended. The Nangong residence was a baron's residence, but it had a long history and a strong foundation. Thus, in terms of extravagance and landmass, it fit the standard requirements of a baron's residence. The entire residence consisted of a lobby, a garden, a courtyard, a study, a residence area, etc. All facilities could be found here. This residence was many times better than Fan Taining's place. I'm starting to envy you, and Lan came beside him and commented after a simple tour. You can stay here for the time being, Wang Ting replied with a smile. You're trying to squeeze every last bit of me. And Lan complained unhappily. I can't help it. You're the only heaven stage martial warrior I know. I need your help for many things, Wang Ting shrugged and explained. Add money. More money. And Lan shouted. All right, Wang Ting agreed generously. That's more like it. And Lan nodded in satisfaction. I'm heading to the slave market to buy some slaves. We definitely need some people to clean up this huge residence. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. I'll follow you. And Lan's eyes lit up. He seemed extremely interested. Why is a mecha martial warrior like you interested in such things? Wang Ting didn't know what to feel. You don't understand, and Lan replied in a meaningful tone. What do you mean by that? I didn't know you were a pervert. The two of them went around the Nangong residence to get used to this place. Then they went out. Along the way, Round Ball remained quiet. It was dead silent. Wang Ting and Lan took a Rune Energy flying car and arrived at the slave market. It was easy to find. After all, it was a popular place in Great Qian City. No, any prosperous planet or city in the universe would have a slave market. It was the most profitable business in the universe. Many powerful martial warriors owned numerous life planets. How would they increase their earnings? Besides some planets that had abundant natural resources or developed industries, many planets became the manufacturing ground of slaves. The native on the life planets were forced to reproduce. Then, the majority of the population was sold to other parts of the universe. The profit of one slave wasn't much, but imagine how many people there were on a few hundred or thousands of planets. The profit was insane. Some races were more popular in the universe. They were well liked by noble families and powerful factions. Some powerful slaves required a large number of resources to groom. These slaves were expensive and rare. For instance, Cosmos stage slaves were a rarity in the slave market. They were hard to manage and required a lot of resources. It would also hurt the pride of other Cosmos stage martial warriors, so they couldn't be mass-produced. The slave market was situated in the suburbs of Great Chien City. It wasn't in the city center because it took up a large area, approximately 200 kilometers in radius. This was the size of a city on Earth. Yet, here, it was just a small part of Great Chien City. The slave market was like a large shopping mall on Earth. The scale of things in Great Chien City was amazing. The journey from the city center took 1 hour. The instant they stepped into the slave market, a manager came forward to welcome them. The manager had good eyesight. He could tell that Enlon was powerful, but Wang Ting was the one making the decisions. Hence, he spoke to him directly with much enthusiasm. "Hello, how can I help you?" "Let's look at female slaves." Wang Ting followed Round Ball's guidance and spoke confidently without any fear. The manager thought that Wang Ting was a member of some noble family because of his aura and presence. He treated him with even more respect. "Please follow me." He bowed and led the way in front. The manager was an alien with green skin. He had 2 tentacles on his head, looking a little like the Namekian in Wang Ting's memory. However, this alien was rounder and seemed a bit more perverted. The manager brought Wang Ting and Enlon to a plaza. This plaza was split into different zones. There were beautiful young ladies lined up in an orderly manner in each zone. Oh wait, there were women and older ladies too. After all, every customer had a different taste. The slave market was user-friendly. Whatever needs the customer had, they could be satisfied here. Of course, besides different age groups, there were different races and different styles. For instance, there was the fox race, the rabbit race, the shellmen. It was said that the shellmen and shellwomen were amazing. Some of these ladies were elegant, some were sweet, cool, seductive, pure, cute. You could find all kinds of ladies here. Wang Ting was dazzled. His eyes were wide open and his lips felt a little wet. He looked right and left. The manager was staring at the ground. He probably didn't see him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1048. Enlon was even more shameless. His eyes were almost glued to the female demons, and he couldn't pull himself out. Wang Ting felt that his willpower was really firm. Even a heaven stage martial warrior was inferior to him. Cough! Wang Ting cleared his throat. Enlon returned to his senses and smiled sheepishly. "Introduce them," Wang Ting said to the manager. "Yes." The manager presented himself appropriately and revealed a professional smile. He then began the introduction. "This is a shellwoman. They are naturally beautiful and not one of them is ugly. Please look at their skin. Isn't it white and tender? And it's not just that." The manager then revealed an ambiguous smile. He leaned in and whispered, "You will know when you try it. They are really great and smooth." Enlan's eyes lit up immediately and drool seemed to drip down from the corner of his mouth. "Am I that kind of person?" Wang Ting asked calmly. "No, of course not. I'm just explaining their good points objectively," the manager replied. You introduced them well." Wang Ting nodded. "This guy has no good intentions," Round Ball said in Wang Ting's mind. "The Shellman race is one of the most expensive races." "Oh? Is it so expensive?" Wang Ting asked. "It won't count as anything to you," Round Ball answered. "How much for the Shellman race?" Wang Ting was curious and asked the manager. The manager's eyes lit up. He could already tell that the young man in front of him wasn't lacking in money. As expected, he didn't even look at any other races and asked for the price directly. This kind of customer was his favorite. He immediately raised 2 fingers. Wang Ting frowned. Could it be that these Shellman slaves were selling for 20,000 UC or GQC? That would be a bit expensive. A 13-rank Shellman Race Planetary Disciple costs 20 UC. If you are buying more, you can get a discount. It'll give you the best benefits, the manager said quickly. How much? Wang Ting's eyes almost popped out. Was he for real? This was a living being. She was even a 13-rank planetary disciple, not just any ordinary warrior. A 13-rank planetary disciple was equivalent to a 13-star general stage martial warrior on Earth. In other words, Dan Taixian and Yi Jisun were not even worth 20 universe coins. Wang Ting suddenly wanted to take a moment of silence for them. He initially thought that one would set him back 20,000 UC. Who knew it was only 20 UC? 20 UC and you can have your pick, 20 UC and you can get what you deserve. Wang Ting's mind was filled with an infinite loop of slogans that he had heard before. This is already a very low price. Our rates are absolutely fair. The manager thought that Wang Ting felt that it was too expensive. He was flustered and quickly explained. All right. Is the whole Shellman race here? Wang Ting asked. He knew that the manager had misunderstood him, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. We still have a lot of them in our inventory. The manager didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking and could only answer honestly. I want the most beautiful ones, Wang Ting said. They would be more expensive. Each will cost at least 1,000 UC. No problem, I'll have someone bring them over. The manager's eyes lit up. After a while, an employee brought a group of members from the Shellman race. In terms of appearances, they were among the best and were much better than the ones outside. Although there was no such thing as ugliness in the Shellman race, there was still a clear difference. The ones that were just brought out were the cream of the crop. It was pricey for a reason. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction and started picking them. This one, that one, the manager smiled brightly. This customer just picked 24 of them in a short while. It looked like he had great luck today and would be fetching a nice commission. Wang Ting picked 25 shellwomen and said, "Pack them for me and show me the other races. I only want the expensive ones, not the cheap ones." Now that he had wealth, he spoke louder than others. He was told that a shellwoman cost 1,000 UC and was considered very expensive. The other races wouldn't be like that. It was an excellent time to buy them now. Okay. The manager was overjoyed. Just as he was about to bring Wang Ting to another section, he remembered something and said flatteringly, "Sir, our slave market just received a batch of slaves from the floral fairy race. There are only 10 of them, and they have not yet been sold. I wonder if you are interested?" Floral fairy race? Wang Ting raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what they were and asked Round Ball in his mind. The floral fairy race. Round Ball was surprised. It's an extremely rare race. Their ability to reproduce is poor, so their population is naturally low. They can only be bred on some planets that are full of life. The slave market actually managed to get them. Are they just rare? Wang Ting was a bit disappointed. He wasn't a superficial person. He wasn't just focused on their appearance but also on their usefulness. Of course not. The floral fairy race has a special ability. They are naturally compatible with various spiritual objects and are very adept at growing spiritual herbs. They can even use their abilities to speed up the growth of the spiritual herbs, Round Ball said. Not only that, but their members are also beautiful. They have such an ability. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and he said to the manager, "Bring me to them. As long as I'm satisfied, money is not an issue." "Okay, please follow me." The manager nodded again and again, expressing his fancy for a wealthy customer like him. He immediately brought Wang Ting to a place that looked like a garden. Just by this, he could tell that the floral fairy race was not comparable to those slaves outside. Their treatment was entirely different. The floral fairy race is a bit special. They are very delicate and must live in places full of life. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger, the manager explained. Wang Ting nodded in enlightenment. Look, they are over there. The manager pointed at a small wooden house ahead. After walking into the garden, Wang Ting saw a small wooden house. He then walked toward it under the manager's guidance. The manager took out a bunch of keys and opened the door. As soon as he entered, a few girls who looked like quails curled up in the corner and looked at them with a terrified gaze. These girls were dressed in revealing clothes. Their dresses seemed like they were woven with leaves. There were petal-like marks between their eyebrows, and they looked unreal. Wang Ting suddenly felt like he was a devil king and that these 10 floral fairies were little princesses who had landed in his evil clutches. The legendary Devil King and 10 little princesses. Did you catch these floral fairies from somewhere? Wang Ting questioned. Sir, slave traders like us do not catch slaves. We only buy and sell. The manager snickered. How much? Wang Ting got straight to the point. 1 floral fairy for 10,000 UC. 10,000 UC. Wang Ting frowned. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it. The difference was too huge. The most expensive shellwoman started from 1,000 UC, yet these floral fairies cost 10,000 UC each. Sir, the floral fairies are a bit more expensive, but they are quite handy. If you could get them to the planetary or celestial stage, they could fetch at least hundreds of millions of UC. The manager pointed out. If I hadn't seen how generous you are, I wouldn't recommend them to you. Wang Ting, you can buy them. 10,000 UC isn't considered expensive. You can nurture these floral fairies and their value will rise in the future, Round Ball said. Wang Ting nodded. I'll have all 10 of them. Okay. The manager was ecstatic. He initially thought that Wang Ting was going to think about it for a long time. He didn't expect him to make a decision so quickly. He met a really distinguished customer today. The fairies seemed frightened after learning that this human young man had bought them. They shrunk together in fear. It was enough to make one feel guilty. However, Wang Ting didn't say anything to them. There was more than enough time for him to nurture them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049. Cosmos Stage Slaves. Wang Ting had his reason for buying 10 floral fairies. He wasn't just interested in their beauty. The main reason was their usefulness. He needed these floral fairies to grow spiritual herbs for him. After coming out from Flaming River World, he decided to develop his space fragment. He was still a distance away from the universe stage, so he couldn't use the power of origin to transform his space fragment. However, he could use some other methods to reconstruct it. It was a pity that this huge space was only used to store items. He must make proper use of it. At first, he didn't know how he should transform his space fragment, but after seeing these floral fairies, he had a clearer plan. Some ideas popped into his mind. Wang Ting was excited. He would put his idea to action the moment he went back. Wang Ting spent 1,000,000 UC on these floral fairies. The manager of the slave market got even more enthusiastic. This person has money and is willing to spend it. He's my master. After that, Wang Ting bought more slaves, especially those with special abilities. For instance, there were butler-style slaves, servant-style slaves, slaves good with finances, slaves who knew how to pilot a universe spacecraft. All of them had undergone professional training and weren't just ordinary slaves. Of course, their prices were higher. Wang Ting didn't mind. It didn't cost him much anyway. He spent less than 2,000,000 UC to buy these slaves. This was a humiliation to his spending power. Let's look at guards now. I don't want planetary stage ones. Please take me to the celestial stage slaves, Wang Ting said. Then, he thought of something and added, It'll be better if they come from powerful clans or races. No problem. The manager didn't doubt Wang Ting's pockets. When he heard that Wang Ting wanted to buy guards, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly led him to another zone. It's good to have money, Anlan said enviously. With your status, you shouldn't have any problems buying slaves, right? Wang Ting asked. I don't dare to spend like you. Many of my men rely on me for survival. Anlan shook his head. Wang Ting nodded. He pondered for a moment and kept quiet. At this moment, the manager stopped. Wang Ting raised his head. He saw many figures with powerful auras standing in the plaza in front of him. All of them gave off a strong presence, displaying their strength to the public. Wang Ting scanned the slaves and knew all the abilities of these martial warriors. Most of them were at the 3rd and 4th levels of the celestial stage. There were around 30 people at the 6th and 7th levels. As for the 8th and the 9th levels, there were about 17 of them. But it was astonishing. On Earth, planetary stage martial warriors were a powerful presence, much less celestial stage martial warriors. Yet here, celestial stage martial warriors were slaves. Wang Ting shook his head. Mister, these slaves are from planet Takko. Their abilities are above average when compared with martial warriors of the same rank, the manager introduced. I want slaves with good talent, Wang Ting stated his requirements. He knew that this was the trick used by the managers in the slave market. If he didn't say anything, the people in the slave market wouldn't bring out their best goods. The ones outside were all the normal ones. No problem. The manager nodded after a moment of hesitation. He was confident in Wang Ting's purchasing ability. The price of celestial stage slaves was many times more than planetary disciples, much less slaves with good talent. However, he felt that Wang Ting could afford them. Wang Ting gave him this confidence. After a few minutes, someone brought another bunch of planet Takko native. It was easy to tell that these people had greater talent. They had different attitudes. The aura of a normal person and a talent was different. Wang Ting knew that the manager wasn't tricking him. These planet Takko natives have emperor level or above talents, the manager said. Good. The price of a planet Takko martial warrior at the 3rd level celestial stage is 120,000 UC. For the 4th level celestial stage, it will be 150,000 UC, and for the 9th level celestial stage, it will be 300,000 UC. The manager listed the price. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior was worth 300,000 UC. Honestly, Wang Ting felt that the price wasn't high. This was a 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. How could he be sold for only 300,000 UC? This was unbelievable. Give me 50 slaves from planet Takko, 30 at the 4th level celestial stage, 10 at the 7th level, and 10 at the 9th level. Wang Ting nodded. These would only cost 10 million. Yes, only. Wang Ting felt that they were extremely cheap. He bought 50 celestial stage slaves with 10 million. It was a worthy deal. Of course, only Wang Ting dared to throw money like this. Normal martial warriors wouldn't have the wealth. They spent all their money buying resources for themselves. It was better to raise their abilities than to buy slaves. A Cosmos stage martial warrior could wipe out these 50 celestial stage martial warriors. Buying slaves was a waste of money. To Cosmos stage martial warriors, celestial stage martial warriors were useless. Only a wealthy fellow like Wang Ting would be willing to spend so much money to buy slaves. Of course, some large and powerful families required slaves too. After all, one couldn't appear too poor. Slaves were needed to protect the younger generations in the family too. Let's look at others, Wang Ting said. All right, please follow me, the manager replied quickly in a fawning tone. This customer was decisive, so much so that he wanted to kneel down and bootlick him. Such customers were rare. He must attend to him properly. Wang Ting bought 250 more celestial stage martial warriors and had a total of 300 celestial stage slaves now. He spent less than 40 million UC. Do you have Cosmos stage martial warriors? Wang Ting toured the area after buying all the celestial stage martial warriors. After some hesitation, he asked the manager this question. Cosmos stage martial warrior. The manager felt his heart pounding. This customer was daring. Was he planning to buy Cosmos Stage martial warriors too? Being wealthy wasn't enough to describe him. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior cost at least a few $100 million, the manager reminded him softly. Do you think I can't afford it? Wang Ting stared at him intently. Of course not. You can definitely afford it. Let me bring you over. The manager shuddered when he saw Wang Ting's gaze. His instincts told him that he must believe this customer. If not, he would regret it. Cosmos Stage slaves were the highest level of slaves here. They weren't placed outside and were locked in special areas instead. The manager brought Wang Ting to a building that looked like a wrestling ring. Wang Ting saw the Cosmos Stage slaves here. Boom! 2 Cosmos Stage slaves were fighting in the arena. Explosions rang in the air. What is this? Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1050. Wang Ting was shocked because the scene was out of his expectations. These 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors were battling in the arena. The force explosions resounded in the air, the impact waves sweeping through the building. One was a martial warrior with 3 eyes from the 3 Eyes race. The other had green hair and was a beautiful female martial warrior. She was a divine spirit master to boot. She was controlling a spiritual weapon and used it to fight with the 3-eyed Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Ting could tell that these 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors were both powerful. Also, he guessed that they were slaves. There were people observing this battle at the top. They had other managers attending to them, who seemed to be explaining to the various customers. The manager smiled when he saw Wang Ting's surprised expression. They are the Cosmos Stage slaves. They're fighting so that the buyers can gauge their strength properly. Isn't this a little too much? Wang Ting asked. Honestly, he was surprised. The slave market treated Cosmos Stage martial warriors as goods. This battle was just a way of displaying their strength. He wasn't speaking up for these slaves. He just felt that it was inappropriate. After all, they were Cosmos Stage martial warriors. They're just slaves. The manager smiled indifferently. Wang Ting shook his head. He was thinking too much. Just like what the other party said, they were just slaves. No matter how powerful they were, their status couldn't be changed. He asked, where did these slaves come from? The Celestial Stage slaves couldn't be compared to the Cosmos Stage slave. The Celestial Stage martial warriors could be mass-produced, but Cosmos Stage martial warriors weren't so easy to groom. Besides needing a large number of resources, one also required a certain level of talent and opportunities. All 3 were equally important. Don't worry. There's no issue with their backgrounds, the manager said. Wang Ting believed him. The slave market had been around for a long time and maintained a good reputation. They were doing the most brutal business, but their reputation was not bad. Are they here to buy slaves too? Wang Ting turned to one side and asked. Yes, the other party must have laid his eyes on these 2 slaves and is testing their ability now, the manager replied with a smile. Your service is thorough, Wang Ting said. Our main principle is to satisfy our customers. After all, our customers are our gods, the manager said. It was a common phrase used in the universe. How much is the price of the Divine Spirit Master? Wang Ting asked with interest. He was getting more and more curious about the slave market. He didn't expect there to be a Divine Spirit Master for sale. Also, she was at the Cosmos Stage. That one is more expensive. She's 25 billion. The manager replied. 25 billion. Wang Ting was stunned. Truthfully, this price was unexpected. The manager did tell him that Cosmos Stage martial warriors cost a few billion, but he didn't expect this Divine Spirit Master to be priced this high. This wasn't just a few billion. It was much more than that. Divine Spirit Masters are rare. Look at her beauty. It's rare to find anyone with her looks and strength in the universe. The manager gave an ambiguous smile as he explained in a soft voice. Wang Ting understood instantly. This was a divine spirit master and a beauty. Who wouldn't like her? Even he was a little moved. The battle below came to an end. The three-eyed martial warrior wasn't weak, but he wasn't the divine spirit master's match. Soon, he was put at a disadvantage and got thrown back after making a mistake. He slammed onto the ground heavily. But the injury wasn't life-threatening. Both parties were just displaying their strength. The divine spirit master wouldn't kill her opponent. The divine spirit master is not bad, Unlan commented. His gaze turned sharp. Of course, this divine spirit master is a top-tier slave in this batch, the manager said. It's a pity that someone is buying her. Wang Ting shook his head. The manager raised his eyebrows. This customer didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard the price of this slave. He even seemed interested in her. Mister, do you want to buy her? Yes. However, someone else seems to have bought her already. Maybe not. The manager gave a mysterious smile and said, Wait for me. Oh. Wang Ting blinked in surprise. He nodded. The manager walked to the side and operated on his wristwatch. He seemed to be contacting someone. After some time, he turned and spoke to Wang Ting. Mister, let me bring you over to take a look. Wang Ting glanced at him in astonishment. He nodded and followed the manager. They arrived at a staircase which led all the way underground. It felt a little eerie and sinister. Follow me. The manager walked down the stairs. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1051. After some time, they climbed down the stairs and arrived at a large underground space. There were many rooms here, all of them sealed. No one could see what was inside. However, what astounded Wang Ting was, these rooms were made of special materials, which were used to make a Cosmos-level spacecraft at least. They were extremely sturdy. Even Cosmos-stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to destroy them. The manager brought Wang Ting and Unlan outside a room. After opening the door, Wang Ting saw the female divine spirit master inside. She was in the arena earlier. What's going on? Wang Ting asked curiously. The customer does have the intention of buying her, but he doesn't have enough money. After hesitating for some time, he decided against buying her, the manager explained. Ah, he has no money. Wang Ting understood. The manager smiled gently. He felt a hint of contempt in Wang Ting's voice. This was a wealthy person looking down on a poor fellow. That was good. It meant that this Mr. did have a lot of money. He might really be able to buy this Cosmos stage divine spirit master. At that time, he would be able to get a huge commission. However, I have to remind you of one thing. The other customer likes this divine spirit master, so he might come back and buy her later. If you want her, you might have a conflict with that customer. The slave market will not be responsible for any conflicts after the purchase. Of course, we will not reveal any of your personal information either, the manager said. Wang Ting squinted. The slave market was good at conducting business. They introduced the slave to him and reminded him that he might have a conflict with the other customer. That way they could pull themselves out of the picture entirely. They sold him the slave and a favor. They got all the benefits. Of course, this couldn't be helped. He could choose not to buy, and he wouldn't need to face the trouble. The slave market didn't force him to buy this slave either. Both sides traded willingly. Where's the other party from? Wang Ting asked. We're not sure. However, he's a heaven-stage martial warrior, the manager replied with a smile. If you're not satisfied, we can look at other slaves. There are some Cosmos-stage slaves as powerful as this divine spirit master, the manager said. I'll buy her, Wang Ting replied. Alright, let's look at other. Wait, you're going to buy her? The manager was stunned. He took some time to react. That's right, I'll buy this divine spirit master, Wang Ting repeated. At this moment, the female divine spirit master, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and looked at Wang Ting with a frown. To her, Wang Ting was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Hence, he must be from some powerful family and was most likely a frivolous young man. He probably took notice of her because of her looks. She sighed uncontrollably. She had already lost her freedom after she fell into the hands of the slave merchant. It was useless thinking of all these. Her future couldn't be changed. Wang Ting saw the lattice eyes. She had a pair of green pupils. They were crystal clear and shimmered brightly like emeralds. However, her gaze was a little numb and dim. At the same time, Wang Ting noticed a trait of this divine spirit master that proved that she wasn't a human. She was a fairy. He could faintly see a pair of sharp and pointy ears hidden beneath her green hair. No wonder her beauty was exceptional. The members of fairy race were handsome and beautiful. All their appearances were outstanding. Wang Ting was a fan of looks. This kind of slave suited his taste. The manager took a deep breath and asked again, "Do you really want to buy her? Let's take a look at other Cosmos stage slaves. I want the best ones." Wang Ting changed the topic instead of replying to him. But the manager understood his intentions. Chapter 1052, Shadow Assassin Clan. 3. The Shadow Assassin Clan. Anlan exclaimed. "What? The Shadow Assassin Clan?" Round Ball shouted abruptly in Wang Ting's mind too. "Is the Shadow Assassin Clan that special?" Wang Ting asked in his mind when he saw Anlan and Round Ball's reaction. He frowned slightly. Of course. The Shadow Assassin Clan is among the top 20 most powerful races in the universe. They possess space talent since birth and can travel through space. They're natural assassins. If they mature properly, they will be their enemy's nightmare, Round Ball said. That's powerful. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. A glint flashed in his eyes as he gave a look of astonishment. Wait, did you say they possess space talent? That's right, they have space talent. The people in this race are born with space talent. That's amazing. Didn't you say that space talent is rare? Why does their entire race have space talent? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. This didn't make sense. Was this race a bug? Well, they're a favored race of God. However, there's only a few of them. Round Ball sounded a little excited. There are a few other similar races. They're special, and it's hard to meet them. That means that we must buy him. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Definitely. You'll get struck by lightning if you don't buy him, Round Ball replied quickly. But the Shadow Assassin Clan is powerful. Will it be alright to buy a slave from this race? Wang Ting hesitated. You can't avoid the baggage that comes with it, Round Ball replied. That's a little troublesome. Wang Ting touched his chin. There's no other way. The slave market doesn't care about this. Round Ball felt a little helpless. Actually, if you don't tell anyone that you have a shadow assassin as a slave and treat him as your follower instead, it won't be a huge problem. You're right. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. It was changing the concept, but this was a good method too. After all, followers sounded better than slaves. Some powerful talents had followers from various races. This was normal in the universe. If the shadow assassin slave was loyal to him, he didn't mind turning him into a follower. Wang Ting, the Shadow Assassin Clan, is a special entity. They possess space talent. Anlan was afraid that Wang Ting didn't know, so he explained through voice transmission. I know, Wang Ting replied. Do you want to buy him? If the other members of the Shadow Assassin Clan knew that you bought one of their kind as your slave, they won't let you go, Anlan said. I still want to buy him, Wang Ting said with a sharp gaze. Alright, you can make the decision. I know that you aren't afraid of trouble, Anlan said with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, let's just take whatever that comes. Wang Ting laughed. The manager knew what Wang Ting was thinking from his expression. They couldn't help in this matter. The customer had to resolve it themselves. If the customer had the confidence to deal with the trouble, it wouldn't be a problem. Soon, they arrived at the last door. The manager opened it. This was the first time Wang Ting saw a shadow assassin. The person inside was wearing a black gown and sitting cross-legged in a dark corner. It was as if he didn't exist. However, there were runes carved in this room to prevent the shadow assassin from escaping through space. His face was also hidden behind the hood. Wang Ting couldn't see his appearance. He was like a ball of shadow. Fortunately, Wang Ting's shadow talent was stronger than his, so he could see through his state at once. This was a way of using space. Wang Ting could replicate what this shadow assassin was doing if he wanted to. "I'll buy him." "How much?" Wang Ting made his decision and turned to ask the manager. "Well, if you want to buy him." The manager hesitated for a second. The members of the Shadow Assassin clan are hard to find. We spent a lot of effort to capture one, so the price— Spill it already, Wang Ting interrupted him in a calm tone. He had money. He could be confident. The manager was shocked by Wang Ting's generosity again. He hurriedly said, 100 billion. 100 billion. Wang Ting was staggered. This slave was a little expensive. Chapter 1053. Organizing the slaves, prepare for banquet. 1. The shadow assassin's price was a little high. It was 100 billion. Wang Ting was caught off guard. He knew that the shadow assassin might be more expensive than other Cosmos stage martial warriors, but he didn't think it would be this high. Although he was surprised, he didn't express it on his face. 100 billion was not little, but he could afford it. Before he received the inheritance from the Flaming River martial warrior, he might have had second thoughts, but now, he didn't need to think too much. Mind you, he had a huge amount of wealth. 100 billion was just a small portion of it. It wasn't much. Actually, he didn't need to touch that money. The money he won from Andres through rock gambling was enough to pay it off. It wasn't a waste to spend it on a shadow assassin. He didn't feel any mental pressure. "Bring me to the counter," Wang Ting said. The manager was overjoyed. He thought that the customer would hesitate for some time or beat a retreat after hearing the price of the shadow assassin. After all, not everyone could take out 100 billion. However, Wang Ting only considered it for a minute before he decided to buy the slave. Who was this young man? If he was so wealthy, he must be a descendant of some noble family, right? Many thoughts went through the manager's mind as he guessed Wang Ting's identity. This guy was his god of fortune. Before paying, Wang Ting asked the manager if there were other special or highly talented Cosmos stage marital warriors. There weren't any, so he didn't continue shopping. It was a waste to buy slaves with limited talent. They would be useless after they matured. He wanted slaves that could grow together with him. Wang Ting arrived at the administrative building with the manager and cleared his bill there. A transaction of more than 120 billion was definitely a huge sum. The entire market was alerted. Many people stared at the manager enviously. There were many managers in the slave market. All of them made money through commissions. Wang Ting's manager definitely earned a huge sum from his purchase. How could they not be jealous? Wang Ting was treated like a VIP in the administrative building. A bunch of people attended to him, making sure that he was taken care of in all areas. The manager personally attended to all the procedures and processed all the payments, transferring the slaves under Wang Ting's name one by one. Then, he walked over with a document. "Mister, you can transfer the money to our slave market account," the manager said. Wang Ting glanced at the document and asked Round Ball to scan it. After confirming that everything was fine, he transferred the money without any hesitation. The manager's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. It was a success. The transaction was finally completed. Suppressing his happiness, his attitude became even more respectful. He passed something that resembled a Rubik's cube to Wang Ting and explained it to him. We have implanted a biochip in the brains of all the slaves. This is the central control device for the biochip. You can control them with this. Please keep it safe. Wang Ting sized up the control device and weighed it in his hand. At the same time, he listened to Round Ball's introduction in his mind. There are many other uses for the biochip. You can use it to control martial warriors at the Cosmos stage and below. However, you won't be able to control those at the Heaven stage and above. Thus, Heaven stage slaves were almost non-existent. Almost. Wang Ting noticed this word. As long as you're powerful enough, there will be methods you can use to control Heaven stage martial warriors. Wang Ting nodded and kept quiet. Mister, the slaves are ready. Do you need me to send them somewhere? The manager asked warmly. This address. Wang Ting didn't mind letting the manager settle more matters for him. He told him the address of the Nangong residence and asked him to send the slaves there. There were a few hundred people, so it would be troublesome to deal with them himself. It looks like I need to buy a few Rune Energy flying cars. Wang Ting thought to himself. Okay. The manager nodded. He checked the address and realized that this was a baron's residence. He was surprised. Was this guest a descendant of a baron? But it was astonishing that a baron's descendant could fork out so much money. After all, he didn't belong to a noble family. Was he wasting his family's fortune? The manager wondered uncontrollably. He sent Wang Ting to the door and said, If there are other special slaves in the future, I'll contact you immediately. Okay. Wang Ting gave a nod. This manager was a good salesman. He knew that he was interested in special slaves, so he took notice for him. Although he was doing it to earn more money, it coincided with his needs too. After Wang Ting left, the manager returned to the administrative building. He raised his chin proudly. Did that customer buy the female divine spirit master? A manager leaned over and asked. If Wang Ting was here, he would recognize that this was the manager in the arena who was introducing the divine spirit master to another guest. Yes. The manager who attended to Wang Ting gave a reserved smile. He was pleased with himself. Chapter 1054. Organizing the slaves, prepare for banquet. 2. You're so lucky. The customer bought many slaves, the manager said enviously. Of course. The guest is a descendant of a baron, the manager who attended to Wang Ting said. A baron's descendant. The others were shocked and started discussing among themselves. I didn't know that a baron's descendant was so wealthy. This is the first one I have seen after so many years. Yes, most of the nobles who came to buy slaves were poor. They weren't as generous as this young man. I wonder whose descendant is he? Look at this address. It's Baron Nangong. He has no descendants. He's the new baron. It's him. Wang Ting didn't know that the people in the slave market were talking about him and had guessed his identity. Well, even if he knew, he wouldn't mind. Since he was a baron of the Great Qian Empire, he couldn't prevent such things from happening. There weren't many people in Great Qian City who didn't know him. By the time he reached the Nangong residence, the slaves had already arrived. He had to admit that the slave market was very efficient. He couldn't find any fault in their service. Mister, your slaves are here. Please verify them. The person in charge of transporting the slaves walked over. A martial warrior had a powerful memory. Wang Ting only needed to take one look to tally all the slaves. The person in charge of transporting the slaves completed the handover and left. The slaves sized up their future home. The majority of them seemed surprised and curious. They weren't nervous. Only the 10 floral fairies appeared a little agitated, as if they hadn't gotten used to their slave identity. They were probably captured illegally. However, Wang Ting didn't care. Since he had bought them, they were his slaves. There was no problem with the procedure. No one could find any loopholes in it. Would the floral fairy race come to find him? Wang Ting wasn't worried. The floral fairy race might be special, but they weren't powerful. It wouldn't be a threat to him. In the garden, Wang Ting took a chair and sat in front of the slaves. He glanced at them, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Wang Ting observed his slaves. Some had powerful auras while others were young and beautiful. It was worth the price. The slaves were split into two groups. One group consisted of all the celestial stage martial warriors and above. Wang Ting intended to use them as guards. The other was the female slaves. All of them were beautiful and charming, and they came from different races. The scene was a feast for the eye. Wang Ting's gaze landed on one of them. This was a pretty woman around 30 years old with a good figure and a refined and gentle aura. She was the butler Wang Ting chose. Master. The woman stepped out and smiled as she bowed. What's your name? Master, my name is Annie. Okay, I just moved into this residence. You'll be the butler from now on. I'll transfer a sum of money to you. See what we lack and buy them. Arrange what you feel needs to be done. You will be in charge of these female servants, Wang Ting said casually. Annie was stunned. She felt that her master was throwing all the work at her so that he wouldn't need to do anything. Yes. However, she maintained her professionalism and bowed as she accepted the order. Her attitude was respectful. I'll get a wristwatch and a new bank card for you to use, Wang Ting said. Yes, master. I'm hosting a banquet for all the nobles in Great Qian City. You're in charge of it. A banquet for the nobles. Annie was shocked. What status did her master have? Why did he need to hold a banquet for the nobles in the city? I need it organized to the highest standard. Don't ruin our reputation. Wang Ting looked at her intently and continued. Yes, master. Annie replied hurriedly, feeling a little nervous. Wang Ting looked at the other side and asked the female divine spirit master, What's your name? Bertha, the divine spirit master replied coldly. What about you? Wang Ting turned to look at the shadow assassin. Hardy. A hoarse voice appeared behind the black cape after a few seconds. Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that it wouldn't be easy to order these two slaves around. His expression turned stern as he said, I don't care what your identity was in the past. You're my slave now. I hope you can accept this fact. I'm too lazy to care about your thoughts. Follow my orders. If anyone dares to overtly agree but covertly oppose, I won't show any mercy. I can treat you like a dog. I don't care if a dog dies. I have enough money to buy a few more Cosmo Stage martial warriors. Bertha's face turned pale. Humiliation flashed in her eyes. Hardy's face was covered by the black cape, so the others could only see a cape floating in the air. They couldn't see his expression, but the faint fluctuation of his force betrayed his uneasy state of mind. Annie and the other servants thought that Wang Ting was an easygoing master. Seeing his fierce side, they started shivering in fear and quickly lowered their heads and back, afraid that they would offend him. Of course, if I'm satisfied by your performance after I reach the heaven stage, I don't mind removing your biochip and making y'all my followers, Wang Ting added. Really? Bertha raised her head and asked with an intense gaze. Hardy stared at Wang Ting too. It was easy to see his excitement through his gaze. Bertha, I'll leave these people to you. I want a well-trained team. Wang Ting didn't reply to their questions. He turned and left directly after giving his order. Bertha and Hardy stood with complex expressions. They didn't know if Wang Ting was speaking the truth. Also, they would only have a chance to become a follower after their master reached the heaven stage. The heaven stage wasn't that easy. As Cosmo Stage martial warriors, they naturally understood how difficult it was to break through to the heaven stage. Their master was only at the planetary stage, a huge distance away from the heaven stage. Who knew how long it would take him to get to the heaven stage? Whether he could reach that level was a problem too. But they had no choice. They knew that this was their destiny, so it was good to have some hope. Bertha sighed softly and turned around. She started organizing the celestial stage slaves according to Wang Ting's instructions. With this bunch of slaves, the barren residence started operating like a huge machine. Annie was indeed a butler-style slave. She had undergone professional training, so she managed to put all stuff in order and organized everything properly. After settling in Lan's lodging, Wang Ting went to the study room. Round Ball appeared and observed the surroundings with a complicated expression. "I'm finally back here after so many years." Wang Ting watched it quietly. He didn't disturb it. After some time, Round Ball floated in front of a bookcase and started rearranging the order of the books in a certain manner. Boom! A crack appeared in the ground, revealing a path leading down. Wang Ting was amazed. "Let's go." Round Ball led the way. After some time, they arrived at the end of the stone staircase. Wang Ting realized that there was an underground space the size of a normal room below. A huge metal door stood in their way. "Ignite your legacy mark and open the Nangong family's vault," Round Ball said. "This is the Nangong family's treasure vault?" "Yes, this is what Chao Hongtu wanted. I'm curious to see what good things there are inside." Wang Ting smiled. He activated the legacy mark Nangong left behind. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1055. Demon, take this stick from me. 1. The complicated and mysterious legacy mark between Wang Ting's eyebrows started to glow brightly. Previously, when the legacy mark appeared, there wasn't any light at all, but it was particularly glaring now. The legacy mark seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. It separated from Wang Ting's forehead and started floating in the air. On the other side, a strange mark that looked like a rune array appeared on the huge metal door. It rotated slowly. The array was missing an important core piece in its middle. The legacy mark started moving toward the core, and the round array was illuminated brightly. The legacy mark and the entire array fit perfectly. In just a short while, the two completely merged together. Boom! Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound above the door. The metal door jolted and parted in front of Wang Ting's eyes. A dusty gust of wind blew from behind the door. The treasure vault had not been opened for millions of years. In the universe, 1,000,000 years might not mean much, but to an ordinary person, it was an unimaginable period of history. Fortunately, the treasure vault had a special array for cleaning that ensured no dust would stay inside. Wang Ting waited till the doors were opened completely before stepping in. Round Ball floated beside him and entered the treasure vault together. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He was dazzled by the number of items inside. There were all kinds of treasures displayed on the shelves or stored in transparent cabinets in plain view. The treasures were well preserved, and it was impossible to sense their aura. However, from their appearances, he could tell that they were extraordinary. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs, ores, star cores, and star bones. There were even weapons and battle armor. Although these things couldn't be compared to a universe-stage martial warrior's inheritance, it was still a great fortune. After all, the Nangong family was of noble origins and had a deep influence. These items were enough to groom several heaven-stage martial warriors. No wonder Chao Hongtu wanted to enter the treasure vault so badly. After all, not everyone was a bug like Wang Ting, who could obtain a universe-stage martial warrior's legacy when he was just a celestial-stage martial warrior. He was spending money without any worries or restraint. Wang Ting toured the room and realized that all these treasures were impressive. However, he had a calm expression. When Round Ball saw him like this, it rolled its eyes and wanted to criticize him for being a despicable man who was intoxicated by success. But what was with that insuppressible feeling of envy? Ah! Wang Ting's eyes lit up suddenly, and he walked towards a corner. Round Ball was surprised and followed him, wondering what he was trying to do. This is a flora crystal. Wang Ting picked up a pile of jade crystals in the corner and smiled. He initially planned to buy some crystals or treasures with a strong vitality and transform his space fragment. He didn't expect to encounter them in the treasure vault. Sure enough, a cute and handsome boy would be lucky. "What are you doing with the flora crystals?" Round Ball asked. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "I know, they are for the floral fairies." "That's right." Wang Ting nodded and didn't explain much. Sooner or later, Round Ball would learn about the space fragment. Wang Ting had nothing to hide. He was just too lazy to explain it. "You just fancy them for their looks," Round Ball said with contempt. "That's not it. I want them to help me grow spiritual herbs. I'm not using them for some shameful purpose." Wang Ting snapped back. "I don't believe you." Round Ball's face was full of disdain. "It's up to you to believe me or not." He then stored the flora crystals in his space fragment. The flora crystal was a treasure with strong vitality. It could only be found in places with a strong life force. Wang Ting buried them in the ground. It was enough to change the soil quality and the vitality of the space fragment. However, he wouldn't use the flora crystals for something as simple as this. That was such a waste. Matching the flora crystals with the right rune array would maximize its effectiveness. This was something that Wang Ting excelled at. He then picked out a lot of items in the treasure vault, including sprouts and seeds of spiritual flowers and herbs. Of course, there were also various energy stones and crystals that promoted the growth of spiritual items. Since he planned to transform his space fragment, he could only do it with the use of rune arrays and various energy stones and crystals with special properties. He didn't have the power of origin to support the space fragment. In addition, there were many items in the Flaming River Martial Warrior's legacy that could come in handy. He didn't have to spend money to buy them. Not long after, Wang Ting came out of the treasure vault. Without the legacy mark, the doors closed, barring entry to other people. When Wang Ting left the vault, the sky was already dark. He was surprised to find that the entire residence was operating orderly, as if there was a hint of a noble's demeanor. "Master!" Annie appeared in front of Wang Ting at the right time. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1056. Demon, take this stick from me. 2. Although everything had to be started from scratch in this barren residence, Annie accomplished her task with ease. She wasn't in any flurry. She knew how to use people and was a good leader. She didn't need to handle everything personally. She would delegate tasks to appropriate people. "You did well," Wang Ting praised her. "Thank you for your compliment." Annie's smile was beautiful. She looked like a flower blossoming in the high mountains, dazzling and enchanting. Wang Ting couldn't help but take another look. Then, he shifted his gaze away quickly. He mustn't succumb to the temptation. "Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to have it now?" Annie smiled silently in her heart. "Cough, all right." Wang Ting nodded without any change to his expression. "I'm extremely calm." Wang Ting had asked Annie to hire some force chef masters and grandmasters for the barren residence. He could satisfy his cravings, and he needed them for the banquet too. He wouldn't cook if he didn't have to. He would sit and wait for food to come to his mouth like an old man. These force chef masters were happy to work in a barren residence too. The nobles were good clients. They weren't as important as other secondary careers like alchemists and blacksmith. Force chef masters didn't have such a high position. Of course, if you reach the grandmaster level, many powerful factions and noble families would be willing to invite you into their residence. The force dishes made by force chef masters were great for martial warriors. If they consumed them every day, they would gain many benefits. The dishes would raise their abilities silently and slowly. To a martial warrior, nothing was better than this. Wang Ting had money, so he didn't mind spending it on himself. With his current status in the secondary career alliance, it wouldn't be hard to hire a few Force Chef Masters. The Force Chef Grandmasters were also willing to give him face and come to serve the Baron residents. Annie got to know some of Wang Ting's network and felt newfound respect and curiosity towards her master. Her new master wasn't a normal frivolous and wealthy noble. In the dining room, the beautiful servants Wang Ting bought served the food. The dishes were amazing in smell, appearance, and taste. A strong fragrance floated in the air. "You know how to enjoy yourself," Anlan walked in and said enviously. He sat down opposite Wang Ting without any qualms and lifted the cutlery to start eating. Wang Ting felt a strong sense of discord whenever he saw the mecha eating. What a waste of food! They could just drink some petrol to replenish their energy. Why did they have to waste such delicious food? Of course, Wang Ting didn't voice out his thoughts. Anlan might argue with him if he did. "If you follow me, you'll be able to enjoy these naturally," Wang Ting suddenly said. This wasn't the first time he had this thought. After working with Anlan for so long, he felt that this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior was very good. He didn't have any arrogance. He was expensive because he was too powerful. "You want to pull me to your side?" Anlan paused momentarily and exclaimed in surprise. "You can look at it that way." Wang Ting didn't deny it. "Let me think about it." Anlan touched his chin. It was Wang Ting's turn to be shocked. Anlan didn't reject him immediately. It meant that he shared the idea. However, it was strange that a powerful Heaven Stage martial warrior like him was willing to follow a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Anlan didn't continue the topic, so Wang Ting didn't probe further. He would give him an answer once he thought about it carefully. After dinner, "I had my fill, as expected of Force Chef Grandmasters. The taste is amazing," Anlan commented. He was about to leave, but he turned when he reached the door and said, "I'll be heading back first. Call me if you need anything. Prepare yourself. After the banquet ends, I'll be returning to my planet," Wang Ting said. He was worried about Earth, but he couldn't leave because he hadn't settled the things here. Fortunately, he would only need 1 to 2 days. It wouldn't take up too much time. "Your planet?" Anlan was stunned for a second. "Oh, yes. I'm worried that Chao Hongtu will attack it." "Okay." Anlan nodded. Wang Ting didn't have any other things to say, so he turned and left. Wang Ting sat on the chair and pondered for some time. Many thoughts went through his mind. Suddenly, he said, "Annie Hardy will be here later. Bring him over." "Okay." Annie turned around and went out. After some time, she brought Hardy back. "I have a mission for you." "What is it?" Hardy asked in a hoarse voice. "Take 50 Celestial Stage martial warriors with you and head to this planet using a universe spacecraft." Wang Ting sent him the location of Earth. He had already prepared wristwatches for several important slaves. Sending a star chart over was simple. "What do I have to do after I reach the planet?" "Your main task is to protect these people." Wang Ting sent the photos of his family members, Lin Chuhan, Dan Taixian, and a few others to Hardy's wristwatch. "Make sure no one harms them. This is the most important task. Next, protect the planet and kill any invaders." "I understand." Hardy nodded. "Don't reveal yourself. Go." Wang Ting waved his hand. "Yes." Hardy bowed and went off. Wang Ting felt that his opening gambit had its effect. One mustn't give in to powerful slaves like Hardy, or they might climb onto his head. He felt a little more at ease after sending Hardy. With Hardy's shadow assassin talent, he would be a top-tier Cosmos Stage martial warrior. It should be enough to deal with the Olent Federation side. Wang Ting would arrive with Anlan soon after, so it shouldn't be a problem. "Master, do you want to have a bath?" Annie asked only after Wang Ting finished giving his orders. A bath! Wang Ting was stunned. Many embarrassing scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. Are you going to help me? Of course, Annie gave a mesmerizing smile. Cough, I don't mind having a soak. I do want to see your scrubbing back technique. Wang Ting coughed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Annie covered her mouth and laughed gently. Her gaze was seductive. Her smile made people's hearts flutter. Oh my God, demon, take a stick from me? Wang Ting cried in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a frivolous lifestyle, so he allowed Annie to do everything. There was a hot spring in the residence. Annie had ordered people to clean it beforehand, so they could use it directly. When Wang Ting came into the hot spring, there was already steam floating. Petals were scattered on the water, giving off a slight fragrance. A few beautiful servants from the Shellman race were wearing thin shawls and waiting inside. Wang Ting wanted to know if they were really that amazing. With Annie's help, he got undressed, revealing his almost perfect golden ratio body. As he stepped into the hot spring, the servants flocked around him. Some were holding spiritual fruits, while others had bathing tools. Some had wine glasses. They were all slaves with no emotions. All they had in mind was their job. Annie left for a moment. When she came back, she had already changed into a pink light dress. Her voluptuous body could be seen faintly. Wang Ting was surprised. This female demon was lethal. There was a slight tinge of redness on Annie's face as she stepped into the hot spring. She came behind Wang Ting and touched his back lightly with her finger. The soft touch made Wang Ting shudder uncontrollably. What a guilty lifestyle! A soft exclamation escaped his mouth. He was lying at the edge of the hot spring. There were slaves from the Shellman race scrubbing his back and feeding him peeled fruit. He was fully enjoying himself. Whether you believed it or not, he just took a peaceful bath. He didn't do anything else. Wang Ting swore to protect his virginity for his future partner. He used his strong willpower to resist Annie's temptation. When she left, her gaze was a little bitter. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1057. Modifying the Space Fragment 1. After taking a bath, Wang Ting felt invigorated. He returned to his room, planning to start modifying his space fragment. He disappeared with a single thought. In the space fragment, Chao Jiaojiao woke up when she saw Wang Ting. She started shouting immediately, "Wang Ting, when are you going to release me?" She was going crazy here. Besides 2 star beasts, there was nothing here, and she was tied up. She couldn't do anything. Huh? You're still here? Wang Ting was shocked. He almost forgot about her. Chao Jiaojiao's face turned black. This bastard had forgotten about her. As the princess of the Chao family, she had never suffered such treatment before. She glared at Wang Ting and gritted her teeth in hatred. Have you forgotten how I treated you in the past? Wang Ting glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said indifferently. Chao Jiaojiao shuddered involuntarily. A chill ran deep inside her heart. As a human, you must understand your situation. If not, you will live a hard life. To hell with knowing her position. What was her position? A prisoner? Bastard. Chao Jiaojiao wanted to slap Wang Ting to death, but she still had lingering fears when she remembered his evil deeds. She had no choice but to admit defeat. She said weakly, "Wang Ting, please let me go. It's useless for you to keep me here. Why don't you let me go? My father will give you enough benefits." Chao Hongtu? He has probably forgotten about you. He hasn't mentioned you ever since he came out of the Flaming River world. Wang Ting snorted when he saw that Chao Jiaojiao still had hope for Chao Hongtu. His words stabbed into her heart like a shaped blade. Impossible! Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed as she screamed. Although the past taught her otherwise, She was still unwilling to believe that Chao Hongtu had given up on her. You can choose not to believe me. I don't need your trust. Wang Ting placed his hands behind his back. His demeanor suggested that he was talking about a casual matter. How's this possible? I'm a Cosmos stage martial warrior of the Chao family. Not many people are better than me, Chao Jiaojiao muttered to herself. She refused to believe Wang Ting. He can't even take care of himself now. How would he have the time to think about you? Wang Ting sneered. What do you mean? Guess. Wang Ting ignored her and walked away. He observed his space fragment. This was his first time studying this place after the expansion. Before this, he only had a brief gauge of its territory. Master! The metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White were here. They welcomed him immediately when they saw him. Cultivate properly. You don't have to care about me. Wang Ting waved his hands. The two spiritual pets carried on with their cultivation and didn't disturb Wang Ting. He flew up and sized up the space fragment from the top. He realized that this place was a little barren. There was nothing. It was just a huge space of nothing. Looks like I need to find some soil and water. Wang Ting touched his chin and muttered to himself. Soil and water were the basic ingredients. Wang Ting was full of motivation. He returned to his room happily and bought some high-quality soil and water from the virtual universe. There were all sorts of shops selling spiritual water and spiritual soil in the virtual universe. The quality was different. The more expensive it was, the better the quality. Wang Ting picked the best spiritual soil and water and bought an ample amount to cover the entire space fragment. The other party was extremely polite and efficient when he saw that this was a big client. He delivered the items in half an hour. I'm looking for Mr. Wang Ting? A fat pig-human race young man delivered the goods to the residence. Master bought them? Annie was surprised. Please wait for a moment. The young man almost salivated when he saw Annie. However, he didn't dare to do anything outrageous. This was the residence of a noble. Hence, this butler figure wasn't someone a merchant like him could provoke. After some time, Annie appeared again. Hand them to me. Master has confirmed the delivery. Okay. The young man checked the virtual network and realized that the customer had indeed confirmed the delivery. Hence, he passed the goods to Annie and said, I'll take my leave now. Annie went to Wang Ting's room and handed the goods to him. Master, these are the things you bought. All right, put them here. Wang Ting was studying some arrays. He replied without looking up. Annie didn't dare to interrupt him. She put down the items and turned to leave the room. She closed the door silently behind her. After some time, Wang Ting picked up the space ring on the table. He scanned the contents of the ring with his spiritual power and nodded in satisfaction. This was how convenient things were in the universe. One only needed to order things through the virtual universe, and he would get what he wanted immediately. Of course, you needed to have money first. Wang Ting had spent 38 billion UC on spiritual water and soil. It was quite expensive. Unfortunately, Wang Ting felt nothing. He believed that any money was worth it if he could start transforming his space fragment. He took the spiritual soil and water and went back into the space fragment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1058. Modifying the Space Fragment 2. With his thoughts, he moved Chao Jiaojiao, Little White, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion, and other items placed in his space fragment into the air. Wang Ting was like a god in his space fragment. Everything could be moved with a single thought. What is he planning to do? Chao Jiaojiao got confused when she saw Wang Ting coming in and out of the space fragment. He even threw them into the air. She didn't understand what he wanted to do. Wang Ting waved his hand. Boom. The ground vibrated, and huge trenches appeared. There were deep rumbles everywhere. Then, spiritual soil and water appeared in mid-air and scattered down onto the ground. Chao Jiaojiao widened her eyes in awe as she stared at the scene. She was flabbergasted. Who was Wang Ting? Why did he have so many unbelievable methods and skills? This was similar to a universe-stage martial warrior creating his small world. However, Wang Ting was only at the planetary stage. How did he do it? Putting her aside, Wang Ting started modifying his space fragment. A large amount of spiritual soil and water sank into the ground, making the soil more fertile and giving it more vitality and energy. But this wasn't enough. Wang Ting took out the flora crystals and started making arrays. Vitality Congregation Array. This array was used to gather vitality. It could release the greatest potential of the flora crystals and was able to recycle the vitality of the plants so that they wouldn't wither too quickly. It was a complicated array that only grandmasters could lay down. Ordinary runemasters wouldn't be able to carve it. Wang Ting buried the flora crystals and used his spiritual power to carve runes on the hard ground. A large array slowly took shape. Boom! Strong vitality exploded. The entire array gave off a glaring emerald glow. It was impossible to open one's eyes. All right, I have earth and water. I need wind and fire. Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered. I need to make a wind array, but it can't be too powerful. My space fragment is a little weak. It can't endure too much destruction. In that case, I'll lay down a few small wind arrays in various zones. I'll let the floral fairies take care of them. I need a small sun too. Wang Ting remembered the fireball he saw in the flaming river world. He could use a fireball as a substitute for the sun. However, this wasn't a simple fireball. It had to be formed based on the structure of a star and must possess the same function as a sun. This wasn't hard for Wang Ting. Among all the arrays he knew, there was a small star array that could mimic the structure of a star and create a small star using it. Wang Ting put his thoughts into action. He carved small wind arrays and a small star array in his space fragment. These two arrays weren't carved on the ground. Instead, they floated in the air. This was an extremely difficult job, but Wang Ting possessed space talent, so he had a strong grasp and understanding of space. This allowed him to carve runes in the air. Nevertheless, it still took him a lot of time to lay down these two arrays. He spent an entire night carving them. Wang Ting let out a long sigh after completing the arrays. He felt relieved when he saw his work as well as a sense of achievement. The space fragment had changed completely. It was full of vigor, and there was even a small fireball in the sky giving off heat. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past. This was like the real world, unlike the barren land some time ago. Let's stop for now, Wang Ting mumbled to himself and landed on the ground. Master, this place feels so comfortable. The metal armor flaming scorpion crawled over in astonishment. Caw, little white cod, agreeing with the metal armor flaming scorpion. Ha ha ha, you feel it too? Looks like my effort didn't go to waste. Wang Ting laughed happily. Some distance away, Chao Jiaojiao looked at him with a complicated expression. She had witnessed the entire process of Wang Ting modifying his space fragment. She felt that her understanding of the world had been overthrown. He succeeded, and the modification looked so good. This place was indeed comfortable. The entire process didn't seem difficult. Wang Ting only carved some runes, but she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could accomplish. Based on the complexity of the runes, she knew that a normal runemaster would only be scratching his head. Was he a rune grandmaster? Impossible. How could he be a rune grandmaster? This wasn't right. Chao Jiaojiao didn't want to accept it. She fervently denied Wang Ting's abilities. The more outstanding he was, the more uneasy and frustrated she felt. Unfortunately, Wang Ting couldn't be bothered about her. She could think about whatever she wanted. He gave some orders to his spiritual pets and left the space fragment. In the real world, the sun had already risen. Wang Ting walked out of his room and stretched his back lazily. The barren residence was getting busy again. The servants were tidying up the place and beautifying it with flowers. Some were preparing breakfast and doing other work. It was a lively sight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1059, Modifying the Space Fragment, 3. Master. Annie was always able to appear in front of Wang Ting at the right time. She came and went silently. He felt a little respect for her. Annie, before you appear next time, give me a warning. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Yes, master, Annie replied with respect. Where did you send the floral fairies to? Wang Ting asked. I asked them to stay in a room near the garden. The vitality there is thicker. They might not be able to withstand the other environments, Annie replied. All right, bring them over, Wang Ting nodded and said. Annie didn't ask him what he wanted to do. She turned and left, bringing the floral fairies back quickly. Master! The 10 young ladies from the floral fairy race stared at Wang Ting in fear like frightened rabbit. They bowed at him. Wang Ting felt like a devil king. He shook his head and said, I'll be bringing you somewhere. Don't be nervous. The floral fairies stared at him fearfully. They didn't relax because of his consolation. Instead, they got more nervous. Was their master planning to bring them somewhere and kill them? After all, he hadn't taken much notice of them after he bought them yesterday. They almost thought that they were abandoned because they were useless. Wang Ting looked at their expressions and knew that he couldn't explain himself clearly. Without speaking a word, he kept the 10 floral fairies in his space fragment. Annie's pupils constricted slightly. She was in awe. The 10 floral fairies had disappeared in the blink of an eye. She couldn't see through her master's skills. You can continue your work, Wang Ting told Annie to leave. Master, the banquet will be held tonight. What do you think? Annie asked. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link tineural.com/39hbcn6j to support us, it's good. You can arrange everything. Wang Ting disappeared. Annie shook her head. Her master didn't like to care about the residents. In the space fragment, the 10 young floral fairies shivered in fear when they first appeared in the space fragment. They were scared. They didn't know how they suddenly came to this place. There was only empty land around them along with 2 giant star beasts staring at them. Was their master going to feed them to the star beasts? No. It was said that floral fairies' meat was delicious, but they didn't want to get eaten. At this moment, Wang Ting reappeared in front of them. He saw the 10 floral fairies shrinking together into a ball, shivering in fear. Wang Ting asked, What are y'all doing? Master, don't feed us to the star beast. We are not nice to eat. My mummy says our meat is not good. Sob. I want to go home. Mummy, I miss my mummy. The floral fairies started wailing with tears in their eyes. The scene turned a little chaotic. Wang Ting. He suddenly felt a little guilty for no reason. When did he ever say that he was going to feed them to the star beasts? Also, what did they mean by their meat was not good? They looked quite delicious, they looked quite cute. However, the floral fairies showed no signs of stopping. Wang Ting felt helpless. Stop, he yelled. The young ladies went silent abruptly. They didn't dare to make any more sounds and stared at Wang Ting. Was he really going to eat them? Were scared. Wang Ting was helpless. Even Chao Hongtu wasn't this hard to deal with. He decided not to explain himself and took out the buds of various spiritual herbs and flowers. He passed them to the floral fairies. You will be in charge of this land from now on. Put yourself to good use and grow these herbs. Also, this is the array core to control the small wind array and the small star array. Control the temperature and wind speed of this place accordingly. That's all for now. I'll come again if I have other orders for you. If you do well, I'll reward you. If not, I'll feed you to the star beast." Then, he disappeared. The 10 young ladies stared at one another and then looked at the seeds and buds. Finally, they glanced at the spot where Wang Ting disappeared. Did they misunderstand him? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1060. The Floral Fairy Race's Self-Motivation. In the space fragment, the 10 young ladies crowded together and discussed their new master. "Sister Catalpa, is Master asking us to plant flowers?" "Flower Angel loves to plant flowers." A floral fairy with 2 ponytails blinked her big and shiny bright eyes and asked another young floral fairy who was taller than the rest. Flower Angel was the youngest floral fairy. She was still pure and naive and a little clueless. As long as she wasn't going to be eaten, she would be happy planting flowers. "Yes, little Flower Angel, you have flowers to plant now." Catalpa gave a bitter smile. She rubbed Flower Angel's head. It was hard to tell the situation they were in. They got caught as slaves and were bought by a master who might have some weird fetish. Although their master didn't do anything to them and just asked them to help him plant spiritual herbs and flowers, Catalpa still remembered the words he said before he left. If they didn't do well, they would be fed to the star beasts. She turned and glanced at the 2 star beasts some distance away. To these 10 small and young floral fairies, Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion were ferocious and hideous. Also, their auras were too powerful. Small floral fairies like them had no chance of resisting. Of course, she couldn't tell Flower Angel her concerns. Since she still had her innocence, there was no need to destroy it. Life was difficult. There was no need to expose some things. "Sister Catalpa, will the 2 star beasts eat us when they're hungry?" another floral fairy asked timidly. "Catalpa, why are you exposing the truth when I just tried to hide it? Are you doing this on purpose?" Catalpa felt speechless. She glanced at the floral fairy and gave a forced smile, consoling her. "Flower Iris, don't worry. Master wants us to help him plant these herbs. If we do well, the 2 star beasts won't dare to eat us." "Really?" Flower Iris' eyes lit up. She seemed to have found hope. "Of course." Catalpa nodded. "Mind you, planting herbs is our greatest skill. It won't be a problem." "Yes, yes." Flower Iris nodded. She suddenly felt confident. "Sister Catalpa, come and take a look. There are many precious herbs." A floral fairy squatted on the ground and looked through the buds and seeds Wang Ting left behind. She suddenly shouted. Catalpa's eyes shimmered. She squatted down and sized up the seed. She recognized them immediately and blurted out their names as if she was counting some treasures. "This is the seed of the lavender fire flower, the condensed dew plant, the bone-restoring flower, the white lily fruit tree. Oh my God, these are all seeds and buds of precious spiritual herbs and flowers," she exclaimed uncontrollably. These spiritual herbs were rare, and they normally wouldn't be able to see them. All of them were high-class spiritual herbs. The other floral fairies gasped in shock too. They were astounded. "Do y'all feel the strong vitality here?" Another floral fairy closed her eyes and sensed her environment carefully. She gave off an extremely comfortable expression as she commented happily. The floral fairy race was very sensitive to vitality. After sensing it carefully, they had a clear grasp of their situation. "Yes, yes." Flower Angel nodded her little head. Her ponytails jumped up and down, and she seemed exceptionally cute. If Wang Ting was here, he might have grabbed Flower Angel's face uncontrollably. The other floral fairies were elated too. They realized that the vitality here was thicker than in their original living location. This was undoubtedly the only piece of good news among all the bad news. The thicker the vitality, the more beneficial it was for them. They might have hope of reaching the planetary stage. Once they reached the planetary stage, their ability would increase tremendously. Their master might view them with more importance. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about getting eaten by star beasts. Everyone. Catalpa stood up and clapped her hands to attract all the fairies' attention. Let's work hard together and groom this place properly like our home. Let's show our master our usefulness. This is the only way to keep ourselves safe. Catalpa was the oldest floral fairy among them, and her status in the group was the highest too. Thus, the other floral fairies treated her with respect and trust. All of them responded in agreement. That's right, let's listen to Sister Catalpa. Let's work hard and show our master what we're capable of. Work hard. The floral fairies' morale went up. They almost started cheering for themselves. Catalpa distributed spiritual herbs with different elements to the floral fairies. They would each groom their herbs in a specific zone. Wang Ting didn't just carve the Vitality Congregation array in his space fragment. He also carved arrays of different elements. Some were suitable for ice element spiritual herbs, some were suitable for fire element herbs, some were suitable for metal element herbs. These arrays were carved in different zones. The floral fairies sensed which spot was suitable for their spiritual herbs and started planting the seeds and buds there. This wasn't enough. They used their special ability to guide the vitality around them so that the spiritual herbs could grow faster. Some herbs with a rapid growth rate were already starting to sprout. The usefulness of the floral fairy race was displayed entirely. They managed to organize the space fragment properly, making it a place full of vigor. Wang Ting didn't know that the floral fairies had finished motivating themselves and were already planting the spiritual herbs, waiting to give him a huge surprise. When he came out from the space fragment, he called Annie. "Master!" Annie greeted him politely. "Send these invitations to the Secondary Career Alliance and pass them to the Grandmasters I listed," Wang Ting ordered as he passed the invitations to Annie. He said that he would invite the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance, but he almost forgot about it. If he didn't tell Annie, she might not know about it. Yes. Annie was shocked as she nodded in response. Her master was close to the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. This was unexpected. She didn't know much about Wang Ting's network, so she thought that she just had to invite the nobles. After Annie left, Wang Ting contacted Hardy to learn about his progress. After receiving Wang Ting's order yesterday night, he set off right away and headed to Earth using the QYE-63 Universe spacecraft. He had left the territory of the Great Qian planet now. Wang Ting gave some orders and hung up. He waited patiently for the banquet tonight. Chapter 1061. Start of the banquet, arrival of the guest. 1. A symphony of lights danced in the night sky. The barren residence. The door was wide open, and guests were warmly welcomed by attendants. Rune energy flying cars landed from the night sky one after another, parking in the open space outside the residence. One by one, elegantly dressed nobles alighted from the cars and headed towards the Baron's residence. Annie led a group of maids and stood beside the door as they welcomed the guests from all walks of life. They were like a beautiful landscape that dazzled the eyes of spectators. These maids that Wang Ting had purchased were all superb beauties with good looks and temperament. They were also of different races and had their own characteristics. For the male compatriots, it was simply a visual feast. These nobles were just like most people. When they saw such beautiful scenery, they couldn't take their eyes away. However, they still had to be dignified and wouldn't keep their eyes on them. They looked away after taking a few glances, for fear of being mocked. Viscount Chun has arrived. The Wang family is here to congratulate you. Baron Li has arrived. Every time a guest arrived, someone would announce their status as a sign of respect. There were many people who heard the news and came to watch the show. When they heard the names, they were appalled and had looks of disbelief. The guests were not ordinary. They were either nobles or members of elite families. They didn't expect them to come and congratulate the new baron. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. After a day of preparation, the entire residence looked luxurious and exquisite. The banquet was arranged in the backyard, which was spacious and had pleasant scenery. The entire layout was gorgeous. The floor was paved with golden carpets and surrounded by flowers. Lights were hung high, and the beautiful maids were weaving between the crowd, adding colors to the festivities. Before the guests were seated, there was singing and dancing. The musician that Annie had specially invited was putting on a show for everyone. There were dancers dancing gracefully on the stage in front. It was beautiful and captivating. When the nobles entered, they couldn't help but feel that Wang Ting was thoughtful. The banquet was grand and luxurious, and must have cost a lot of effort and money. The nobles acknowledged that Wang Ting was better than them. If they were asked to arrange a banquet on such short notice, they wouldn't have been able to do it with such finesse. It was hard to imagine that he was from an underdeveloped planet. He was even more luxurious than them. When the nobles entered, the maids ushered them to their seats. Duke Situ has arrived. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Even the nobles who were seated in the backyard stood up. This was a duke, not just an ordinary noble. He was also a strong and powerful universe-stage martial warrior. They didn't expect him to come personally. This Baron Wang Ting was really a big shot. Wang Ting also showed up to greet him and cupped his hands as the Duke walked over. "I'm greatly honored by your gracious presence, Duke Situ." "Ha ha ha, Baron Wang Ting, you're too polite. I'm just here to have a drink." Situ Nan smiled. "If Duke Situ wants a drink, I will present you with the best wine." Wang Ting smiled and gestured. "Please come in." Duke Situ followed Wang Ting and walked toward the backyard. Behind him, there was a group of young people of different ages who looked at Wang Ting with curious eyes. They wanted to see what was so special about this Baron Wang Ting that he was greatly admired by their patriarch. Did he have 3 heads? Or 6 arms? Baron Wang Ting's deeds were being passed around like legends on the street. It was said that when he was climbing the stairs, 3,000 runes lit up. His talent surpassed that prince. Was it true? A lot of people had come. Fortunately, Wang Ting took that into consideration and arranged the seats accordingly for each family. Every family had sufficient seats, and it was enough to accommodate the young people. Earl Wang has arrived. Duke Stewart has arrived. Just as when Wang Ting had arranged the seats for Duke Situs Group, there was another announcement from outside the door. "Duke Situ, please excuse me." Wang Ting had no choice but to leave. "Go on. You're the protagonist today. I shall not keep you for myself." Duke Situ laughed. Wang Ting expressed his regret and went out to welcome the others. Duke Situ turned and smiled. "How do you feel, Wainer?" Behind him, a girl with a veil and a green dress moved her eyes. "He's better than the descendants of ordinary elite families," Situ Wainer replied with a cold voice. Although she admired Wang Ting, her tone was unwavering and cold as ice. "Don't underestimate him. He's not simple," Situ Nan said meaningfully. "Wainer shall wait and see," Situ Wainer said. "But I'm afraid this guy is also a womanizer." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Situ Nan asked in surprise. Wasn't his daughter focusing on the wrong things? There are beautiful maids all around. He just moved into the residence yesterday. These maids are probably slaves that were bought temporarily. To a baron, maids of this quality are not cheap, but he was willing to spend so much money. How could he not be a womanizer? Situ Wainer replied calmly. "Aha, what you said makes sense." Situ Nan nodded but still defended Wang Ting. "But he's a man. That's understandable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1062. Start of the banquet, arrival of the guest. 2. Situ Wainer glanced at him sternly. Are you serious? Situ Nan gave an embarrassed smile and shut his mouth. It didn't seem good to discuss this topic in front of his daughter. As time went by, more and more nobles arrived. Towards the end, a few dukes and earls came too. Of course, some of them sent their men in their place, not attending personally. These people either looked down on Wang Ting or were his enemies. Wang Ting didn't know how he offended them, but the relations between nobles were complicated. Many nobles brought their younger generation, so the number of guests got more and more. Everyone chatted with one another and talked about the major happenings in the universe or an up-and-coming talent. It was a lively sight. Young friends gathered together and conversed happily. Some were talking about current news while others were exchanging rumors. The Parkers family has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned silent. The Parkers? Didn't they have a grudge with Wang Ting? Why were they here? Wang Ting squinted. A sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. A group of people walked in. The leader was a muscular elder with a fiery red beard. There was a red flame symbol on his forehead. His aura was overwhelming. Voltaire and Sinclamen followed behind the elder obediently. The youngsters also came. Andres was among them. It was easy to tell that they didn't just come to congratulate Wang Ting. Gasp. That's the universe stage martial warrior of the Parkers family, right? Why is he here? Many people exclaimed in low voices when they saw the elder. This is just a baron's banquet. Why is that antique here? It looks like the banquet won't go smoothly. On the other side, Duke Situ frowned slightly. Father, what does the Parkers family want? Situ Wainer asked curiously using voice transmission. Who knows? But I don't think this is a good thing. Why is a Grand Duke targeting a Baron? Don't they find it embarrassing? Do they think they can do anything in this city? Situ Nan snorted. They're used to being above everyone, so it's normal they'll act like this, Situ Wainer said calmly. The elder didn't speak. Instead, Voltaire stepped out and said, Baron Wang Ting, we came to congratulate you. You will welcome us, right? There was contempt in their eyes. They seemed to be mocking this banquet. Of course. The famous Parkers family is willing to give me some face. Please have a seat, Wang Ting replied calmly. However, he didn't welcome them personally. He asked the servants to arrange their seats and treated them like ordinary guests. The faces of the Parkers family members turned black. The younger ones were indignant. Wang Ting was looking down on them. Situ Wainer was stunned. She turned and looked at Situ Nan, asking using voice transmission, Has Baron Wang Ting always been so brave? Ha ha, good lad. He's like me when I was young. Situ Nan laughed loudly. Situ Wainer rolled her eyes cheekily. The other nobles were surprised at this scene too. A strange emotion appeared in their eyes. They were shocked by Wang Ting's boldness. At the same time, they paid him a silent tribute. They felt that he was tempting fate. Wang Ting, how dare you humiliate the Parkers? Andres scolded him angrily. When did I ever do that? Wang Ting asked in confusion. He didn't understand what Andres was saying. Our Parkers family is a ducal family, but you didn't welcome us personally. Isn't this humiliating us? Andres said coldly. That's not right. I'm attending to this Baron. If I have to throw all my guests away because of your arrival, I will be disrespecting them, Wang Ting replied calmly. Baron Whaley's face turned black. He almost fainted. Why did you pull me in? Baron Whaley glanced at Wang Ting bitterly. He wanted to say something, but he realized that no one was looking at him. He was an invisible person. He decided to remain quiet. You're quibbling. How can a baron be compared to the Parkers? Andres asked. Are you saying that if your Parkers family is here, I have to ignore all the other nobles and attend to you only? Wang Ting shot back. You! Andreas' expression changed entirely. Even Voltaire and Sinclair's expressions changed slightly. Their gazes flickered a little. What an evil little brat. He was trying to pull all the nobles to his side. The nobles around them knew that Wang Ting was making use of them, but their expressions still changed slightly. At this moment, someone laughed softly, and an old voice was heard. Baron Wang Ting, I finally have the chance to meet you. You've surprised me. The person who spoke was the universe stage martial warrior of the Parker's family. Thank you for your compliment. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp when he saw the other party opening his mouth. He smiled and asked, How do I address you? Others gave me the title of the Furious Flaming Universe Lord when I traveled the universe in the past. The muscular old man said in a composed manner. It's the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. There was a commotion. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord had been famous for a long time and had gone into seclusion many years ago. He rarely made public appearances. If it wasn't for his name, no one would have recognized him. However, everyone was familiar with his name. Wang Ting glanced at everyone's expression and knew that the Furious Flaming Universe Lord wasn't an easy character. His heart sank, but he remained expressionless. He pretended to be enlightened and said, So you're the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. I've long heard about you. What a huge pleasure to meet you. Everyone. The atmosphere was tense and serious, but for some reason, it started thawing under Wang Ting's exaggerated reaction. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord raised his eyebrows and said in a meaningful tone, Young people should be full of life, but you can't be too active either. If you jump around too much, you might die one day unknowingly. You're right. Wang Ting nodded in a humble manner. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord's expression softened a little. This young lad was still scared of him. Just when everyone thought that Wang Ting was admitting defeat, they heard this voice again. Andres, did y'all hear what he said? Your elder is educating you. Don't forget his words. Pfft. Everyone almost spat out their water. His actions caught them off guard. Where did Wang Ting get the guts to say this? The Furious Flaming Universe Lord was educating him, but he pretended that he was educating the younger generation of the Parkers. Moreover, they couldn't deny it. The youngsters looked exasperated. They felt as if they were strangled by their throat. It was suffocating. Voltaire and Sinclair felt the corners of their lips twitching. They didn't know how to express their confused emotions. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord was stunned for a moment. He cursed multiple times in his heart and finally understood why Voltaire and the others gave that expression when they talked about this brat. This was an irritating brat. Universe Lord, why don't you have a seat first? No one dares to come in if y'all keep blocking the entrance, Wang Ting said. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord had never been this frustrated. Yet Wang Ting did it. He snorted and sat down at an empty table with the rest of the family. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1063 The Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance are here to congratulate Baron Wang Ting. After the Parker's family sat down, the atmosphere of the banquet relaxed a little. However, everyone knew that this was just the start. The Parkers didn't have good intentions. No one knew if they would suddenly target Wang Ting after the banquet started. They knew that they were capable of this. The nobles wouldn't interfere in the business between the Parkers family and Wang Ting. They were already giving him face by attending the banquet. They wouldn't care about the result. Many of the people at the banquet were filled with interest. They wanted to see how Baron Wang Ting would deal with this situation and how this banquet would end. Many people didn't have high hopes for Wang Ting. He might have talked back to the Parkers, But those were just words, it wouldn't affect anything. Besides, he had further angered the furious flaming universe lord from the Parkers. At this moment, the Parkers family was treating this place like their own home. They sat there and ate their food happily. The youngsters even laughed and chatted loudly. They occasionally smirked at Wang Ting. None of them treated him with respect. Everyone felt that the Parkers family had gone overboard. They started to sympathize with Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting didn't reveal any expression. He didn't even look at them and continued to welcome his guests calmly. Time slowly passed in this atmosphere. It was getting closer to the start of the banquet. Everyone felt that no more important characters would come. Baron Wang Ting, the Parkers family is the most important guest today. However, you don't seem to know it. Andres sniggered. That's right, we're giving you face by coming. The other Grand Dukes won't come. Another young man from the Parkers family shouted in agreement. Start the banquet quickly. We're getting hungry. Another person shouted. The Parkers family is getting out of hand, Situ Wainer said. They don't care about their reputation anymore. Situ Nan snorted. He wanted to speak up. Suddenly, shouts were heard. It wasn't just a single shout. It was a whole list of names. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j, to support us. Grandmaster Hua Yuan from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Ting. Grandmaster Harrell from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Ting. Grandmaster Curtin from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Ting. Grandmaster Emoda from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Baron Wang Ting. Grandmaster Alfred from the Secondary Career Alliance has come to congratulate Wang Ting. The arrival of the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance astounded the nobles. They were all in a state of confusion. What was this? Why were there so many Grandmasters here? There were more than 10 of them. This was frightening. No one understood what was happening. They were in awe as they stared absent-mindedly at the entrance. Even the members of the Parkers family were appalled. If only 1 or 2 Grandmasters came, they wouldn't care. However, there were too many of them. When did Wang Ting possess such influence? How did he manage to invite so many Grandmasters? Wang Ting smiled when he saw their expressions. He stood up with a mysterious aura and went to welcome the Grandmasters. When the Grandmasters walked in, Grandmaster Alfred, who was at the front, smiled and said, "Mr. Wang Ting, are we too late?" With so many people present, he didn't call him Grandmaster Wang Ting. The other Grandmasters came to congratulate and greet him too. You came just in time. Wang Ting smiled. However, someone was getting impatient and was urging me to start the banquet. If you had come slightly later, you might have been too late. Everyone's gaze turned weird when they heard this. They turned to look at the Parkers family. The Parkers family. Urging him to start the banquet? He made them sound like hungry ghosts. The Parkers were furious. They felt so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was brutal. He was disgusting. They glared at the young man who had shouted at Wang Ting just now. He was an idiot. If he hadn't run off his mouth, the Parkers wouldn't be so embarrassed. Situ Nan almost wanted to slap his thigh and laugh, but the situation didn't allow him to. What a pity. Even the cold and distant Situ Wainer couldn't control her smile. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil that hid her expression. Only her slightly curled eyes could be seen. Grandmaster Alfred and the others noticed the awkward atmosphere too. Their gazes landed on the limelight in the room. The Parkers. Anyone could tell that Wang Ting was referring to them. However, Wang Ting didn't dwell on the issue. Irritating them once was enough. He welcomed the Grandmasters and led them to their seats. Have a seat, please. What's going on? Why did all these Grandmasters come? The furious flaming universe lord frowned and asked Voltaire and the others using voice transmission. I don't know either. Voltaire was dumbfounded. Did they become friends because Wang Ting sold the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance? Sinclaman pondered. Forming a friendship because he sold them a lightning essence insect? I didn't know that grandmasters were so easy to befriend, the furious flaming universe lord replied angrily. Sinclaman didn't know what to say. They weren't the only ones in confusion. The other nobles were puzzled too. They didn't know when Wang Ting made friends with these grandmasters. They started discussing in low voices, trying to guess their relationship. At the same time, they started to view Wang Ting's network in a new light. After some time, more announcements were heard. All of them were Grand Dukes. The Jiang family has arrived. The Ji family has arrived. The Cavendish family has arrived. Everyone was flabbergasted. Besides the Parkers family, more Grand Dukes were attending the event. There were even 3 of them. There was a good show to watch now. With these 3 dukes, would the Parkers family still make things difficult for Wang Ting? The Parkers family was staggered too. They glanced at one another grimly. They could still accept the arrival of the various grandmasters, but they didn't understand why these 3 Grand Duke families came. Wang Ting's talent was just a little higher. Why did all of them come? Even 3 other Grand Dukes were here. The furious flaming universe lord glared at Wang Ting without any expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. However, when he saw the 3 families walking in, he squinted. He seemed to have seen someone unexpected. The arrival of the 3 Grand Dukes livened up the atmosphere of the banquet. It was finally time for it to start. Chapter 1064. During the banquet. 1. The atmosphere of the banquet was amazing. Everyone felt less stressed in the presence of 3 Grand Dukes. If there was only 1 Grand Duke, they would be worried and fearful. However, the arrival of the 3 Grand Dukes meant that the pressure was shifted to them. Of course, to the Grand Duke families, there wasn't much pressure. The power of their families was all similar. However, this appeared like a scene of bloody slaughter. Everyone could sense the tension between the various Grand Duke families. But when they saw Wang Ting, the host, appearing all calm and composed, they felt respect and admiration towards him. This fellow had a strong mentality. Situ Wainer and Situ Nan looked over. Their gazes were filled with surprise. Why are the 3 Grand Dukes here? Situ Wainer asked using voice transmission. I don't know. Situ Nan shook his head. He replied using voice transmission, I have never heard of any relationship between the 3 Grand Dukes and Baron Wang Ting. However, the 3 Grand Dukes seemed to have high hopes for him. After all, he broke the record of that prince when he climbed the stairs. Many people are still waiting to see his progress. Wang Ting might have broken the record, but not many people think that he can surpass the prince. It will be amazing if he manages to achieve half of the prince's achievements, Situ Wainer replied. Let's wait and see. The 3 Grand Dukes are here. They will definitely do something, Situ Nan said calmly. At the same time, many others were chatting among themselves. They were also talking about the Grand Dukes. Look, a universe stage martial warrior from the Ji family came. Is it that elder? He looks familiar. I wonder who he is? He's probably an ancestor of the Ji family. The people who came from the Jiang family have high statuses too. It's the heaven stage martial warrior, Jiang Hanfeng. Jiang Hanfeng is very powerful. He has a good chance of inheriting the Grand Duke title. He came to congratulate Wang Ting. Oh my God! That seems to be the heaven stage martial warrior, Borla and his son Di Qi. They're the direct descendants of the Cavendish family. Borla has high hopes of inheriting the Cavendish family's Grand Duke title. Di Qi is a great talent of the Cavendish family. Both his talent and ability are powerful. He can be ranked among the top 30 in the Empire's talent ranking. He seems close to Wang Ting. Do they know each other? That will make sense. Have you forgotten about the report sent to the chamber? Baron Wang Ting came back with Di Qi from the number 4 defense planet. Huh? Oh right, there was a line mentioning this in the report. I didn't look at it carefully. I'm afraid the Cavendish family kept it brief on purpose. That's why many of us ignored this important piece of information. On the other side, the furious flaming universe lord frowned. He muttered to himself, why is that old fellow here? Didn't they say that he's seriously injured? He looks fine to me. His gaze landed on the universe stage elder of the G family. He knew this old man. The universe stage elder from the G family sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. He didn't show any intention of greeting him and shifted his eyes away. At this moment, Wang Ting stood up and scanned his surroundings. Everyone became quiet. Thank you for coming to my banquet. I'm extremely honored. Wang Ting smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. Let me offer a toast to everyone. He raised his head and gulped the wine down. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. That's right, why are you so polite? All of us are citizens of the great Qian Empire. Let's take care of each other in the future. Baron Wang Ting must be extraordinary to be able to achieve such merits at a young age. We should be the ones offering a toast. The guest replied enthusiastically. All of them were polite and raised their cups to return the toast. The young people present felt envious. Baron Wang Ting was their peer, but he was already standing in the limelight. All the nobles gave him face and treated him politely. They regarded him as someone at their own level. To these youngsters, Wang Ting was their role model. Annie was ordering the servants around to serve the guests. When she saw this scene, she had a deeper understanding of her master. They had recently been bought by Wang Ting, so they didn't understand what kind of person he was, what background he had, and what status he was at. Hence, the scene now undoubtedly gave them a huge stimulation. Many nobles came just to congratulate their master. There were earls, dukes, and even grand dukes among the guests. In the past, they never thought that they could meet these people, but they were now floating in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for the loud noises around them, they would think that they were dreaming. This terrifying influence proved that their master wasn't an ordinary baron. The thought appeared in the minds of Annie and the other servants in unplanned unison. Bertha led the celestial stage guards and stood outside the baron residence. They also saw the lively image of the banquet and were still in a state of daze. Chapter 1065. During the banquet, too, Bertha had confidence in her own strength initially. She was a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master, so she looked down on planetary stage martial warriors like Wang Ting. Even if she was a slave and had to submit to him, she wasn't convinced. However, when she saw the banquet, she finally understood that a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master was nothing compared to her master. There were too many powerful warriors present today. There were not only Heaven Stage martial warriors but Universe Stage martial warriors as well. A Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master like her wasn't important. She wasn't qualified to look down on Wang Ting. It's almost time. Let's begin. Wang Ting laughed. I have prepared a feast today. I hope it's good enough for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants streamed in and brought in the food and wine that had been prepared beforehand. Wang Ting had also spent a lot of money on these things. They were of the highest quality. The nobles were taken aback when they saw the dishes and started tasting the food. This taste. It's probably from a Force Chef Grandmaster. And this fine wine. It's probably been aged for centuries. How rare. These fruits are also delicacies. Some are even rare. You might not even be able to buy them even if you have the money. Like this fire heart fruit from the lava swamps, it takes 3 years for them to bear fruit and it's extremely rare. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to buy it. And this cleansing spirit fruit, white jade grape. Good things, good things. Baron Wang Ting is so generous. He prepared so many good things. We can enjoy ourselves today. Exclamations came one after another. The nobles had seen their fair share of the world. However, they were still surprised. They could see that Wang Ting had prepared something special. Everyone ate happily. After all, many of the delicacies were things that they wouldn't be able to enjoy daily. Today was indeed a feast for them. The nobles were also astonished by the surrounding servants and guards. Every servant was a charming beauty without any exceptions. And the guards were all at least celestial stage martial warriors. Just standing there gave others a sense of deterrence. For a powerful martial warrior, this was nothing. However, this was just a baron's residence, and Wang Ting had only taken over the residence recently. Where did he get all these from? This was too extravagant. The Parker's family and the others were not pleased. Wang Ting's banquet was lively and everyone was full of praise. They didn't even have the opportunity to mock him. If they were still nitpicking in such a situation, they would be the ones embarrassing themselves. Wang Ting got up to make a toast, especially to the dukes and the elite families. Since they came here personally, he had to show some respect. Otherwise, he would be considered rude. He first came over to the Cavendish family. Sir Borla, Brother Dichi, thank you for attending. There's no need to be polite, Dichi said casually and clinked their glasses. Why are you calling me sir? Since you called Dichi your brother, you can just address me as uncle. Borla waved his hand and smiled. I guess I'll have to listen to you, Wang Ting replied. Uncle Borla? You're really a surprising fellow. You actually drove Chao Hongtu out. Dichi finished his wine and looked at Wang Ting in surprise as if he was meeting him for the first time. I was just lucky. Wang Ting smiled. I don't think it was just luck. I heard about it. You pissed Chao Hongtu and Sinclaman off in the Flaming River world. Even 2 heaven stage martial warriors couldn't handle you. Dichi glanced at the Parkers and said in a low voice. I was lucky to be able to get a heaven stage martial warrior's help. Wang Ting squinted his eyes and gave Enlon the credit. I know that too. Where's that mecha heaven stage martial warrior who helped you? Borla asked. He's not here as he doesn't like crowded places. Wang Ting replied. Introduce me to him when you have the time. I'm very interested in this mecha heaven stage martial warrior, Borla said with great interest. Uncle, you are an elder, but you can't snatch him away from me. Wang Ting cried bitterly. Oh, so you want to recruit him? Borla asked in surprise. I need a powerful person like him to deter others. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Wang Ting snickered. You are amazing. You can even recruit a heaven stage martial warrior. Looks like that mecha also intends to stay by your side. Borla's eyes flashed. It's luck. It's all luck. Wang Ting laughed. Dichi was startled. It hadn't been long since he last met him, but Wang Ting was already able to recruit a heaven stage martial warrior. When he first came to the Great Qian planet, he had no influence or background. He was akin to a small fish that had plunged into the ocean from a small stream. He would have been swallowed up whole by anyone. But now, Wang Ting had not only defeated Chao Hongtu to obtain the Baron's title, but he had also gathered a force around him. It was really unexpected. Wang Ting chatted for a while before heading over to the Ji family. He was astonished that a universe stage martial warrior from the Ji family had come. Although the elder was very restrained, Wang Ting could tell that he was powerful. He was definitely not a heaven stage martial warrior. After he heard what everyone had said, he managed to obtain his identity. As soon as Wang Ting came over, Ji Yuanqing smiled. Mr. Wang Ting, are you surprised? It's a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect you all to come. Wang Ting smiled. This old man came uninvited. I hope you don't mind. An elder by the side chuckled. Don't say that. It's my honor for you to come to my humble abode. Ha ha. The elder laughed. I have to thank you for what happened previously. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't be alive. I owe you one. The last sentence was said through voice transmission. It was clear he didn't want to say it out loud on an occasion like this. He wouldn't want others to know about it. You're too polite. It was nothing much. Wang Ting responded using voice transmission as well. He was elated. Back when Ji Yuanqing bought the 9-essence soul congealing pill, he mentioned that the Ji family owed him a favor. Now, he had a universe stage martial warrior's guarantee. This favor was set in stone. In fact, he wasn't expecting much help from the Ji family. It was already impressive that a universe stage martial warrior owed him a favor. He then went over to where the Jiang family was seated. He gave a toast politely as well and chatted with them. Baron Wang Ting, these are my son and daughter, Jiang Weixing and Jiang Chenxi. You youngsters can mingle with each other when you have the time. Jiang Hanfeng pointed at the two young people behind and said. Wang Ting looked behind Jiang Hanfeng and saw two outstanding youngsters. The man was handsome and charming, and there was a sense of pride in his eyes. He nodded at Wang Ting. It was considered a greeting. The woman was beautiful, had glistening skin, and was elegant. Her long skirt wrapped around her exquisite body, which was particularly eye-catching. No matter where they were, this pair would definitely be the cream of the crop. They would be the focus of everyone's attention. Wang Ting was secretly taken aback. No wonder they were nobles. Their auras were incomparable. Of course there was a difference between Wang Ting and them. His aura was too special, and his experiences could not be compared to theirs. Besides his handsome face, his eyes were as deep as the stars. They pulled people toward him. That was why Jiang Weixing wasn't pleased. He felt that Wang Ting was more prideful than him. Although Jiang Chenxi didn't show it, she was already a little interested in Wang Ting. After all, one's looks helped a lot. Please take care of me in the future, Wang Ting responded with a smile. I'm not worthy. Baron Wang Ting broke the record left by the prince. I'm inferior to you, Jiang Weixing said calmly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1066. Threat. 1. Wang Ting felt the sarcasm in Jiang Weixing's tone. His expression suddenly turned strange. Why did he smell vinegar in the air? Was Jiang Weixing jealous of him? Brother Weixing, you're thinking too highly of me. I was just lucky. I don't know how the stairs managed to break their own record when I was climbing. I feel burdened that everyone knows this too, Wang Ting said sadly. Jiang Weixing's expression froze. Listen, is this what you should be saying? Didn't know how the record was broken? If you climbed an ordinary stone staircase, can you break the record? This fellow was definitely boasting. Jiang Hanfeng and Jiang Chenxi were caught between laughter and tears. They felt that Wang Ting was a little shameless. He didn't even blush when he said this. Baron Wang Ting is a rare talent, Jiang Chenxi said. I'm just joking. Please don't take it for real, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Jiang Hanfeng and the others laughed. Wang Ting didn't stay too long with the Jiang family. He had many other guests to attend to. He went around and interacted with everyone he should. It was a good thing that martial warriors had good alcohol tolerance. If not, he would be drunk after attending to all the guests. Besides the nobles, the grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance were important guests too. They came together to congratulate him. Wang Ting accepted their favor. After offering toasts to everyone, Wang Ting returned to his seat. However, someone was unhappy. The Parkers were indignant. This was too much. Wang Ting didn't bother about them at all. He offered a toast to everyone but them. This was too much. The young people wanted to create a scene, but they were stopped. The furious flaming universe lord glanced at Voltaire, who stood up and said, "Baron Wang Ting." Everyone was stunned. They shifted their gaze over with one thought in their mind. It's here. They didn't know what Voltaire wanted to do, but everyone knew the Parkers didn't have good intentions. If the exchange of words with Wang Ting was an appetizer, the main dish was about to be served. The other three Grand Duke families looked over too. They didn't make any moves. They wanted to see what the Parkers wanted to do first. "May I know what you want?" Wang Ting squinted and asked calmly. "I heard that you gained a divine flame in Flaming River World?" Voltaire said. "Divine flame?" Everyone was flabbergasted. They looked in Wang Ting's direction. Baron Wang Ting had a divine flame? And he got it from Flaming River World. They knew about Flaming River World. Wang Ting had passed the noble family consultation chamber's trial there to get the Baron title. This meant that the Baron title wasn't the only thing Wang Ting won from Flaming River World's trial. A divine flame. This was a rare opportunity. Even the nobles present couldn't help but envy him. The three Grand Duke families also turned and looked at Wang Ting with surprise and astonishment. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance had the same reaction. They were flabbergasted and couldn't hide their amazement. "I remember that Grandmaster Wang Ting already has a divine flame, right?" Grandmaster Harold swallowed her saliva and asked through voice transmission after some hesitation. "He has two now." Grandmaster Alfred rubbed his forehead and said enviously. "He gained another divine flame." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was jealous too. He hit his chest, wishing he could snatch it from Wang Ting. Calm down. We must keep our conscience. We mustn't get blinded by the divine flame," Grandmaster Alfred hurriedly reminded them through voice transmission. "I know. I'm just envious." Grandmaster Hua Yuan gave a bitter smile. The other Grandmasters felt the same way. To them, the attractiveness of a divine flame was the same as a rare and precious treasure. Don't even think about it. Anyone who managed to get a divine flame is someone with great affinity. Think about those people who tried to subdue divine flames in the past. Those without the ability to do so got devoured instead. Not even their bones were left. Grandmaster Mo scoffed. The Grandmasters shuddered in fear. Divine flames were rare and subduing them was even harder. One could forget about it if one didn't have the ability. At this moment, everyone finally understood the Parkers' motive. No one cared about divine flames more than them. With their special physique, they would be able to release greater power if they had a divine flame. Everyone started looking at Wang Ting differently. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy. Instead, they were sympathizing with him. He might not be able to keep his divine flame since the Parkers had laid their eyes on it. Situ Wainer frowned and said using voice transmission, "The divine flame. Looks like Baron Wang Ting is in trouble." "Indeed." Situ Nan nodded in agreement. No one could stop the Parkers from hunting for divine flames. They would go crazy for it. The three Grand Dukes and the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance frowned. They understood how troublesome this issue was. Humph! At this moment, a snort came from Wang Ting's mouth. Everyone was staggered. How could he laugh in this situation? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1067, Threat. 2. Voltaire frowned. He felt that Wang Ting was mocking him. This made him exceptionally angry. "Why are you laughing? How do you know that I gained a divine flame from Flaming River World?" Wang Ting didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked him a question. "I saw it." Sinclamen got up with a cold smile. He felt that Wang Ting's struggle was desperate but useless. "That's what you say. I highly suspect that you're framing me because you don't like me. Actually, I didn't get it. It ran away in the end. Do you believe me? Wang Ting replied innocently. Everyone was speechless. They felt that Wang Ting was humiliating their intelligence. Who would believe this insincere excuse? Situ Wainer and Situ Nan were at a loss for words. They glanced at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Bullshit, you subdued that divine flame. Do you think I'm stupid and can't tell that you've subdued it? Sinclaman raged. He felt that he was being looked down upon. It can't be helped then. I didn't think that the Parkers family is filled with stupid people, Wang Ting said in a helpless tone. Everyone. You! Sinclaman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Flames of anger were shooting out of his eyes. Baron Wang Ting, you don't just have one divine flame. Besides the divine flame you took from Flaming River World, you have another one with you, right? Voltaire stopped Sinclaman and said, What? 2 divine flames? Everyone was flabbergasted. They were filled with disbelief. Baron Wang Ting had 2 divine flames. The crowd found this unreal. Getting 1 divine flame was a miracle. Yet Wang Ting had 2. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link tineural.com/39hpcn6j to support us. How lucky was he? Was he the son of heaven? This is bad. The Parkers have an ulterior motive. They leaked the news that Grandmaster Wang Ting has 2 divine flames. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's expression changed as he spoke to the other Grandmasters through voice transmission. How evil of them! It won't be a problem if he had 1 divine flame, but the temptation of a person with 2 divine flames is too big. They're pushing him to hell, Grandmaster Alfred replied angrily. So this is the Parkers family, one of the right dukes. Grandmaster Emoda was furious. This is bad. The Parkers family is openly targeting Wang Ting. Situ Wainer sighed in her heart. She felt bad for Wang Ting. Sigh. Situ Nan shook his head. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes as a powerful killing intent swarmed into his heart. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and didn't reveal anything on his face. Smiling, he said, Sigh, I was just lucky. Honestly, as one of the 8 dukes, don't tell me that you don't even have 1 divine flame. Your family is quite poor if that's true. Alright, do you want to snatch them? The members of the Parkers family turned green in the face. They didn't know how to reply. Everyone was stunned. This was unbelievable. Wang Ting dared to tease the Parkers family. Was he looking for death? But if the Parkers family admitted it, they would be throwing all their reputation away. What would they choose to do? You're a Grand Duke family. You won't be this shameless, right? Wang Ting continued. You! Voltaire's face turned green and white. He didn't know what to say. The furious Flaming Universe Lord's patience had long run dry. He looked at Wang Ting and said, Baron Wang Ting, you should know how important divine flames are to us. You have 2 divine flames. Why don't you give us 1? The real intention was revealed at the end. The furious Flaming Universe Lord finally revealed his plan. The Parkers family was showing their claws. As for reputation, they didn't care. Only weaklings would care about their reputation. The Parkers were powerful enough to ignore it. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. The less powerful nobles didn't dare to breathe loudly. They felt sad for Wang Ting. Even some nobles with higher status, the Grand Dukes, and the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance turned grim. The situation took a serious turn. Wang Ting looked into the furious Flaming Universe Lord's eyes without back down. His expression remained calm. Many people started to respect him. He remained indifferent even when an avalanche hit him. Not everyone had such a strong mentality. The next instant Wang Ting laughed. His voice was filled with disdain. Why should I give you 1 divine flame? Just because you're the Parkers? The Parkers family will give you a satisfactory price. The furious flaming universe lord raised his eyebrows and replied calmly. A price I'm satisfied with? Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered for some time. Well, that's a good deal. Do you agree? Voltaire was elated. The other members of the Parkers were elated too. At the same time, they sneered in their hearts. Wang Ting was stupid. Did he think that they would really pay him? Give me half of the Parkers family's assets, Wang Ting replied indifferently. Silence. The faces of the Parkers family froze. The other people were flabbergasted too. Baron Wang Ting was indeed daring. He asked for half of the Parkers family's asset. Did he know how much was that? No one knew if he was overestimating himself or if was he too naive. The Parkers would never agree. But soon, they reacted and realized that Wang Ting had no intention of relenting to them. That was why he gave such an impossible request. Baron Wang Ting, this is too much, the furious flaming universe lord said expressionlessly. Really? Didn't you say that you will give me a satisfactory price? You should know how precious the divine flame is. Half of your family's assets isn't too much, right? Wang Ting sneered. You're dreaming, Voltaire replied coldly. You are the ones who are dreaming. Wang Ting mocked them with a smirk. If you can't afford it, just say it. You're the ones begging me, not the other way round. Idiots. Who are you calling an idiot? Voltaire erupted in anger. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Wang Ting was infuriating. He dared to call him an idiot. He was the inheritor of the Parkers family's title. No one had ever disrespected him like this. The one who's asking the question, Wang Ting replied. Voltaire panted heavily like an angered lion. He wanted to pounce on Wang Ting and bite him. Everyone was shocked. He was so fierce. Baron Wang Ting dared to refute the entire Parkers family head-on. They would never dare to do this. Terrifying. Enough! The furious flaming universe lord shouted. He glared at Wang Ting and said, Think about it carefully. You won't be able to protect the divine flame even if you keep it with you. Someone will snatch it from you and you might even lose your life because of it one day. Everyone turned silent. The Parkers family was threatening Wang Ting openly. Some people felt that this was too much, but they didn't dare to speak up because of the power of the Parkers. At this moment, an earl stood up. That's right, Baron Wang Ting. I think you should hand over the divine flame and trade with the Parkers family. It's better than letting someone snatch it from you in the future. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the earl in bewilderment. No one expected him to speak up for the Parkers. Baron Wang Ting, a treasure is good, but an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. The Duke from the Seattle family opened his mouth too. Even a Duke stood up. It didn't stop there. A few more nobles pressured him into giving away the divine flame. They were obviously supporting the Parkers. No one spoke up for Wang Ting because they couldn't afford to offend the Parkers. Wang Ting was discriminated against. Everyone took pity on him. His situation was miserable. Ha ha! Suddenly Wang Ting laughed. Everyone was appalled. Did he go crazy because of anger? The furious flaming universe lord frowned. Why was Wang Ting laughing? Did he think he could still turn the tides in this situation? You think you can force me? Wang Ting turned and said to him calmly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1068. The sword is out of its sheath. Silence. The entire place turned quiet. It was sudden and out of the blue. The Parkers had forced Wang Ting to the cliff, and many other nobles sided with them. One could imagine the pressure on his shoulder. Any other smaller nobles wouldn't be able to handle it. A divine flame wasn't as important as their lives. However, Wang Ting was still able to laugh and refute the Parkers calmly. One sentence: you think you can force me? was enough to block all the threats. He was extremely courageous. Everyone admired his courage and guts. However, they were also curious as to where he got his confidence from. The Parkers looked at Wang Ting mockingly as if he was a clown. No matter how desperately he struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape from their grasp. The furious flaming universe lord remained indifferent. He didn't think that Wang Ting had any chance of escaping from his clutches. This is for your own good. Young man, you must learn to give and take. Bullshit. Wang Ting cursed nonchalantly. The furious flaming universe lord's expression froze. He was a universe stage martial warrior from the Parkers family. With his high status, no one dared to curse him. Yet this young man did it. When Wang Ting cursed Voltaire, he found him bold. From the looks of it now, he wasn't just bold. He was audacious to the extreme. A fit of uncontrollable anger surged from the bottom of his heart. His expression turned icy, and his gaze became sharp. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't appreciate it, so what if I don't appreciate it? Humph, you should know the consequences. The furious flaming universe lord snorted. He glared at Wang Ting as if he was a nobody. I don't know the consequences, but I do know you won't get what you want. Wang Ting's gaze was fearless. His voice remained extremely calm as he turned to look at the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. He emphasized each word. Can I seek the protection of the Secondary Career Alliance as a triple field Grandmaster? An uproar occurred instantly. Triple field Grandmaster? What does that mean? I recognize the words separately, but I don't understand them when they're combined. You're not the only one. I don't understand either. Baron Wang Ting is a triple field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance? Are you kidding? I think I heard something incredible? This is unbelievable. Pinch me and tell me if I'm dreaming. Go away. You can pinch yourself. There was a huge commotion. Wang Ting's words were like throwing a bomb into the sea, setting off towering waves. No one could maintain their composure. What kind of concept was this? Most of the people here weren't in this field, but they understood what a triple field Grandmaster represented. But Wang Ting was so young. How could he make such an achievement? Disbelief was the first reaction everyone had when they heard this piece of news. No way. Situ Wainer widened her eyes in shock. Her distant and cold aura was gone. She felt a little queasy. Even Duke Situ was thunderstruck. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The Jiang family members glanced at one another, not knowing how to express their current emotions. They found it hard to believe too. Especially Jiang Chenxi and Jiang Weisheng. They just spoke to Wang Ting at a close distance some time ago, but they couldn't tell that he was someone with such great achievements. This piece of news was entirely unexpected. The Ji family knew Wang Ting's identity beforehand, so they just wore ambiguous smiles on their faces. Then, they shook their heads and smiled. If the Parkers family hadn't forced Wang Ting into such a tight corner, he might have continued to conceal his identity. Well, this was good too. An outstanding person would shine one day. If one wanted to have a position in the universe, he mustn't hide his glamour. It wasn't a good thing. Letting the sword out of the sheath was better than hiding the sharp blade. The nobles who stood up for the Parkers family felt awkward. They had an absurd feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control. A small baron had the ability to resist a powerful faction like the Parkers family. It was unimaginable. They supported the Parkers because they were ordered by them or they wanted to do them a favor. But if Wang Ting was a triple field Grandmaster, they were making more losses than gains. This identity meant that Wang Ting had the support of the Secondary Career Alliance. The Parkers family wouldn't be able to touch him. Not only did they not help the Parkers, but they also provoked a triple field Grandmaster with high potential. Go out for wool and come home shorn. This was a good description of their situation. The most embarrassed people were the Parkers. They stood frozen on the ground in a daze. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they were dumbstruck. How is this possible? Voltaire and Sinclair's expressions had turned hideous. They were unwilling to accept the truth. The furious flaming universe lord had a similar reaction. He never expected this to happen. He thought that Wang Ting's confidence came from his shallow relationship with the grandmasters or the high hopes the other three Grand Dukes had for him. This confidence wasn't enough to affect them. Unexpectedly, Wang Ting's confidence came from himself, and this confidence wasn't small. The influence of a tripe-field grandmaster could not be underestimated. The grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance couldn't bear to watch anymore. If Wang Ting didn't say it, they might have blurted out his identity. The Parker's family had crossed a line. If they were the ones who possessed the divine flame, were the Parkers going to snatch it from them too? They sympathized with Wang Ting's situation. That was why they were all the more incensed. In the past, people with secondary careers were normally at a disadvantage. They got threatened numerous times, resulting in the birth of the Secondary Career Alliance. They worked together so that they wouldn't get bullied. Now, the Parker's family was bullying Wang Ting, a triple-field grandmaster. This was a huge provocation to the Secondary Career Alliance. Boom! Grandmaster Alfred stood up furiously. Grandmaster Hua Yuan did the same. Grandmaster Harrell, Grandmaster Curtin, Grandmaster Emoda. All the grandmasters stood behind Wang Ting, forming a powerful and terrifying aura. Yes! A firm voice came out of their mouths. Boom! It was only a single word, but it created a sonic boom. The explosion was deafening, and it spread throughout the venue with a powerful impact. Everyone turned silent. All noises seemed to have disappeared. The crowd stared at this scene in amazement. They could feel the anger of these grandmasters as well as their protectiveness over Wang Ting. Voltaire and Sinclair's faces turned green. Their pupils constricted violently. They had to admit that the turn of events astounded them. The youngsters behind them were in a worse state. Their faces turned pale, and they lay weakly on their seats. No words came out of their mouths. The furious flaming universe lord was panting. He jumped up from his seat and gritted his teeth as he said, "Baron Wang Ting, you're good. Triple-field grandmaster." Anyone could hear his anger. Even as a universe stage martial warrior, he lost his composure. One could see how furious he was. The anger raged in his heart like a ball of roaring flame wanting to devour Wang Ting. The atmosphere reached the tipping point. One side was the Parker's family and the other side was the Secondary Career Alliance. Both sides were powerful factions. Everyone looked back and forth between them. Who would be the one laughing at the end? "Now, do you still think you can take my divine flame?" Wang Ting asked calmly. "Tripe-field grandmaster? What can you do if I want to take it?" The furious flaming universe lord said expressionlessly. "Furious flaming universe lord, be wary of your words." The grandmaster's expressions changed. "Is the Secondary Career Alliance going to be my Parker's family's enemy?" The furious flaming universe lord's gaze turned cold as he questioned them. "Is the Parker's family going to trample the rules of our Secondary Career Alliance?" Grandmaster Emoda was a short-tempered fellow. He shouted back at the universe lord without any fear. The other grandmasters didn't back down either. They stepped forward and glared at the furious flaming universe lord. Chapter 1069 The Madness of the Furious Flaming Universe Lord, Initiating a Nobility War. War was imminent. The Secondary Career Alliance and the Parker's family were at a stalemate. No one was willing to take a step back. The furious flaming universe lord was a little afraid of the Secondary Career Alliance. Even if the grandmasters present only represented the Great Qian planet branch, he didn't dare to underestimate them. If he ignited the public's anger and the entire Secondary Career Alliance stood up to condemn him, the Parker's family would be in deep trouble. The Secondary Career Alliance was one of the biggest factions in the universe. Their influence was widespread. But he was unwilling to let go. As a universe-stage martial warrior, he was unable to get the divine flame from a small baron even when he acted personally. What a joke it would be if the news spread. Furthermore, Wang Ting refuted him again and again. He felt humiliated and couldn't forgive him. If things ended like this, he wouldn't be able to stand his ground in the universe. Secondary Career Alliance. The furious flaming universe lord was fuming in anger. The aura around his body exploded and started circling above Wang Ting and the others. The Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance weren't at the universe stage, so they couldn't resist the pressure. Their faces turned pale. They were indignant. Was the furious flaming universe lord really going to attack them? Furious flaming universe lord, your family is not welcomed in my barren residence. Please leave, Wang Ting shouted coldly as he pointed at the door. He couldn't allow the Grandmasters to be humiliated. Bang! Wang Ting probably never expected his words to be the last straw for the furious flaming universe lord. It added a whole bottle of fuel to the universe lord's anger. He was used to oppressing others, so he couldn't accept this change of position. He couldn't care anymore and just wanted to take Wang Ting down. The aura circling above his head suddenly bore down on Wang Ting and the others. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and clawed at Wang Ting. No one expected the furious flaming universe lord to have the guts to attack Wang Ting even after he brought out the Secondary Career Alliance. They were dumbfounded. The Grandmasters were shocked too. Crazy. The furious flaming universe lord was crazy. How could he make such a decision? Wasn't he afraid of the Secondary Career Alliance's wrath? Wang Ting didn't expect things to reach this stage either. When he saw the furious flaming universe lord attacking, he squinted and wanted to retreat immediately. However, the space around him was locked by a powerful force. He was unable to move a single inch. The furious flaming universe lord was still more than 10 meters away, but the palm he created using flames traveled through space, heading straight for Wang Ting's throat. Wang Ting felt goosebumps all over his body. The threat of death gushed into his heart. He released his forces and activated his space power to the maximum to break the seal around him. Crack! A clear sonic boom was heard in the air. Bang! Then, a dull thud rang and Wang Ting managed to break free. He shot back instantly. Huh! The furious flaming universe lord's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed. The flaming palm shot toward Wang Ting's neck at the speed of lightning. A universe-stage martial warrior was extremely powerful. There was a chasm between them that Wang Ting couldn't cross. The furious flaming universe lord didn't use his full power. Only a tinge of his space power was enough to put Wang Ting in dire straits. Wang Ting might have freed himself from his space lock, but he couldn't dodge the furious flaming universe lord's flaming palm. Within a few breaths, the flaming palm was inches away from Wang Ting's throat. It was as easy as catching a duck. A tinge of contempt appeared at the edge of the furious flaming universe lord's lips. He seemed to be mocking Wang Ting for his futile struggle. Wang Ting remained expressionless though. He stared intently at the other party some distance away and placed his fingers together. An undetectable dangerous aura circled his fingers. He was using his fingers as his sword. The Godslayer sword scripture he received recently could be put to use now. The furious flaming universe lord was unprepared, so the Godslayer sword scripture would definitely be able to make him suffer a little. Wang Ting wasn't a weakling who couldn't resist. Suddenly, he froze. He detected something and stopped the attack he was preparing. Bang! At this moment, a fist mark shot out in front of Wang Ting, heading straight for the flaming palm. A huge explosion occurred. However, there was no residual impact. All the forces seemed restrained. The impact was constrained in a small space. It didn't spread out. The palm made of flames dissipated instantly. Tap tap tap, The furious flaming universe lord took 3 steps back involuntarily before he managed to stabilize himself. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone regained their senses, the exchange of blows had ended. The crowd widened their eyes in bewilderment. Their minds couldn't process the scene fast enough. What happened? Which universe stage martial warrior acted? Everyone stared around them in confusion, looking for the person who acted. Furious Flaming, don't you feel embarrassed attacking a junior at this old age? A snort was heard from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and realized that it was the elder from the Ji family. Ji Xia, are you going to interfere in my business? The furious flaming universe lord's face turned red in anger as he glared at the elder from the Ji family. Just a little more and he would have succeeded. At that time, Wang Ting would be in his control. However, the other party spoiled his plans. So what if I interfere? Ji Xia replied arrogantly. He wasn't afraid of the furious flaming universe lord. I don't like your style of doing things. You don't act like a Grand Duke family at all. You! The furious flaming universe lord's face turned black. Alright, since Baron Wang Ting doesn't welcome you, you should leave. Are you going to stay here shamelessly? Ji Xia placed his hands behind his back and sneered. No way. I must get the divine flame today. If your Ji family interferes, I will initiate a nobility war. Don't blame me if that happens. The furious flaming universe lord shouted indignantly. A nobility war. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard this. Was the furious flaming universe lord had a nut loose in his head? How could he initiate a nobility war? What was a nobility war? As its name suggested, when there was a conflict between nobles, the nobles might initiate a large-scale star war. Normally, this would result in the rise or fall of a noble family. The impact was huge. Hence, no one dared to start a nobility war casually, not even Grand Dukes. At this moment, even Voltaire and Sinclamen from the Parkers family were appalled. Their expressions changed entirely. Was their ancestor serious? He wanted to launch a nobility war? This wasn't a joke. Ji Xia didn't expect the furious flaming universe lord to be this crazy. He squinted. Chapter 1070. Do you think I can stop you now? A nobility war. Wang Ting immediately felt the change in the atmosphere. The nobility war seemed to be taboo. Round ball, what's a nobility war? Wang Ting frowned and quickly asked in his mind. He's crazy. The Parkers family is crazy. Round ball was staggered too. It shouted in Wang Ting's mind. This is the nobility war. A war that can harm the foundation of 2 noble families. There were 2 nobles that started a nobility war. It ended with both sides suffering great losses. They're the last 2 members of the Grand Dukes. They are finally starting to recover after many years of recuperating. However, they're not present at the banquet today. Wang Ting gasped uncontrollably in his heart when he heard the explanation. Although Round Ball didn't say much, he could imagine how terrifying the war was in the past. The war between 2 nobles must be frightening. It probably implicated numerous galaxies. This was a war strong enough to harm their foundation. War was the right word to describe it. Has the Parkers family always been so reckless? This was getting troublesome. If the Parkers family really initiated a nobility war for his divine flame, he knew that no one would stand up for him. The Ji family wouldn't start a nobility war because they owed him a favor. Even the secondary career alliance might have to take a step back. This was a question of interest. The impact of the nobility war was too huge. No, you don't understand what the divine flame means for them. I made a mistake too. I underestimated their greed and desire for divine flames, Round Ball said seriously. It felt helpless and regretful. It didn't expect the Parkers family to go this far for a divine flame. The Ji family turned silent. Wang Ting's heart sank to the bottom. Ji Yuanqing and the others were extremely nervous. All their expressions turned somber. However, the next second, Universe Lord Ji Xia smiled. There was disdain in his gaze as his calm voice echoed through the residence. If you want a war, we will go to war. 10 words. It was a simple reply. If you want a war, we will go to war. An unparalleled dominance and majestic fighting spirit erupted from his ancient and old body. Everyone's expression changed. They stared at him in fright. Ji Yuanqing and the others were appalled too. They lost control of their expressions. Wang Ting turned his head. He was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe that the Ji family would go this far to repay him. The furious flaming universe lord felt the muscles on his face twitching. His pupils constricted, and he stared intently at Ji Xia. The atmosphere was frightening. A storm seemed to be blowing in the air. Who would expect a baron's banquet to ignite a nobility war? Ji Xia Yu. The furious flaming universe lord was shocked and furious. He couldn't find his words. He had no intention of starting a nobility war. He just wanted to force the Ji family to step back. He didn't expect that old fellow to ignore his threat and fight with him until the end. Are you afraid? Universe Lord Ji Xia said slowly. Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you? The furious flaming universe lord roared. Come on then. The furious flaming universe lord didn't know what to say anymore. He started cursing sigh. At this moment, a soft sigh resounded in the courtyard. Wang Ting's expression changed. He looked in the air. The space in that area turned distorted, and an old figure appeared gradually. Wang Ting squinted. There was a flame on this newcomer's forehead, and he was bald. The flame was like a small phoenix. It looked divine. These two traits revealed the man's identity, another member of the Parker's family. From the force glow in his body, this person was a universe stage martial warrior, and he was at the peak too. Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Universe Lord Ji Xia recognized the other party. He turned grim. Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Someone immediately repeated the name. It's him. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord from the Parker's family. Oh my God, even he's here. I heard that the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord has been meditating for many years and hasn't interfered in his family matters all this while. Yet, he came for the divine flame. The Parkers seem firm in snatching the divine flame today. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. After hearing their exclamations, he knew the extraordinary background of the other party. It was another ancient presence from the Parkers. Even he felt a little helpless now. He took much effort and made use of many chances and opportunities to get himself here. Yet, he was still in muddy waters. Both he and Round Ball had underestimated the Parkers' family's greed and their shamelessness. Who would have expected them to send 2 universe stage martial warriors to deal with him? What Wang Ting didn't know was, his exceptional performance in the past was the real reason why the Parkers' family sent 2 universe stage martial warriors. The furious flaming universe lord was the front line. If he succeeded, that would be the best. There was no need to activate the other universe stage martial warrior. After all, it was a little embarrassing to send 2 universe stage martial warriors to deal with a planetary stage martial warrior. Of course, if things reached that stage, the appearance of the second universe stage martial warrior would ensure their success. It was obvious that the second case came true. Wang Ting's triple field grandmaster title and the interference of the Ji family were both outside the Parkers family's prediction. From the start, both parties were fighting with their trump cards. Wang Ting revealed his trump card and astounded the Parkers family. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord appeared and scanned his surroundings. He looked at Universe Lord Ji Xia and said, Ji Xia, you can't stop us. The renowned Parkers family has activated 2 universe stage martial warriors to take care of a baron. You've surprised me today. Universe Lord Ji Xia sneered. He felt a little helpless. No matter what you say, the result tonight won't change, the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord replied calmly. Humph! Universe Lord Jia snorted. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the ability to. He wouldn't be able to stop 2 Universe Stage martial warriors on his own. Baron Wangting, I think you should pass the Divine Flame to me. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's gaze finally landed on Wangting. His tone was monotonous. He sounded like a bandit who had barged into other people's homes and asked the owner to give him their money. He made it sound right and proper. He sounded calm yet domineering. Silence. Everyone looked at Wangting in pity and shook their heads with a sigh. Sigh, what can he do now? Wangting's expression didn't change, but he felt a hint of humiliation in his heart. Seeking fortune in danger. He had obtained the Baron title and gained a footing in the Great Qian Empire. Even Chao Hongtu couldn't touch him. Yet the result was still the same? He still felt helpless in front of a powerful faction like the Parker's family. This wasn't his issue. His opponent was too strong and despicable. He also overestimated the influence of the Empire's law and order. A powerful presence like the Parker's family was able to overlook the laws and get anything they wanted as long as they didn't go too overboard. If they didn't kill Wangting openly, everything was fine. This was why they dared to come directly to his residence to snatch the Divine Flame not long after his ceremony. They had no qualms about it. Wangting, hand it over. You have no choice. The furious Flaming Universe Lord smirked. I'm sorry, that's impossible. Don't even think about it. Wangting suddenly relaxed. He sat down casually in his chair and glanced at the Parker's family. He was well prepared. He was ready for a life-or-death struggle. Hence, he had no fear in his heart. With his current space power, there was a chance that he could escape. Revenge was a dish best served cold. He couldn't beat them now, so he had to wait. As long as he was alive, he would take revenge for everything he suffered today. Huh! The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord sighed. I don't want to fight with a junior like you, but you're really insensitive. Humph, old man, come and attack me. Let's see if I'm a weakling you can control easily. Wangting snorted. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord turned green in anger when Wangting called him an old man. He finally understood why the furious Flaming Universe Lord was so enraged and wanted to initiate a nobility war. This young brat was infuriating. I guess I have to act personally. This time, no one can help you. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord was about to act. Wangting's gaze turned sharp. The space power in his body churned violently. Ha ha ha, I don't think so. What if I come in? Peals of laughter were heard at this moment. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord frowned and looked in the direction of the Cavendish family. The person who spoke was Borla. Wangting looked over too. Besides astonishment, one could also see gratitude in his eyes. The Cavendish family didn't owe him any favors, but Borla still stepped out to help him. This was a huge favor from them. The young fellow from the Cavendish family. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said, You're only at the heaven stage. You can't stop me. Humph! Borla snorted when the elder called him a young fellow. A powerful aura suddenly exploded from his body. Bang! The force fluctuations around Borla's body rose tremendously. He stepped over the gates of Heaven Stage and entered the Universe Stage. There, his aura continued climbing until he reached the 3rd-level Universe Stage. Sigh, it's uncomfortable to suppress my ability all the time. Borla let out a long sigh and stretched his back. Everyone was flabbergasted. They were in a daze. Borla was suppressing his ability? He had reached the Universe Stage. The stimulation was a little too great. The people present needed some time to react. Even Dichi widened his eyes in shock. He was filled with disbelief. He didn't know that Borla was concealing his cultivation. This fellow. Universe Lord Jia laughed heartily. To him, Borla was a junior too. Hence, he found it interesting when Borla released his true power and caused frustration and exasperation to the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord and the others. Do you think I can stop you now? Borla looked at the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord and asked. Chapter 10 71 Universe Stage Battle. As Borla's voice resounded in the residence, the Parkers felt bitter and embarrassed. The muscles on the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's face started to tremble. His appearance had stabilized the situation for the Parkers, but Borla's sudden interference caused him to be at a disadvantage. The Parkers' plan was jumbled up. This was infuriating. The furious Flaming Universe Lord felt extremely frustrated. His emotions were like a roller coaster. They had used all their trump cards, but in the end they still couldn't touch that little brat. There was always someone standing up for him. He didn't understand why these Grand Duke families were willing to help a small planetary stage martial warrior who just came to the Great Qian Empire and had no foundation. This didn't make sense. Volteru, Sinclamen, and the others felt the same way. They were waiting for their elders to take Wang Ting down so that they could vent their anger. Yet, even after 2 universe stage marital warriors appeared, they couldn't touch him. No one spoke out loud, but everyone was conversing through voice transmission. They were astounded. Some were gloating. They were laughing at the Parkers for biting a hard and smelly piece of rock. Their teeth probably got cracked from biting too hard. The Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "This matter has nothing to do with the Cavendish family. Are you sure you want to interfere?" "That's right, Borla. You really want to go against us for his small baron? The Parkers will not take things lying down if someone ruins our plan. You better be prepared to withstand the Parkers' wrath," the furious Flaming Universe Lord said with a stern expression. Boom! Boom! After he spoke, the 2 universe stage martial warriors looked at each other and released their universe stage aura. They were using their force of presence to pressure Borla. They wanted him to beat a retreat before the impossible. This was a fight to see whose aura was stronger. The weaker one would be at a disadvantage. Borla's expression changed. With his ability, it was still hard for him to withstand the powerful aura of 2 universe stage martial warriors. Their combined strength was terrifying, especially when one of them was at the peak of the universe stage. The pressure they gave was immense. A normal universe stage martial warrior might shrink back in the face of such difficulties. After all, they didn't have any background to rely on. However, Borla was different. He had the Cavendish family supporting him. Their foundation was no weaker than the Parkers' family. Hence, he wasn't afraid. He couldn't win against them, but he didn't back down either. Damn it, these 2 ancient relics are shameless. Borla cursed in his heart. Wang Ting was in the center of these 2 forces and was withstanding massive pressure. With his ability, staying in the center was akin to a small boat floating on the surface of the ocean. He would capsize at any moment. Wang Ting frowned. The spiritual constellation in his consciousness spun furiously, giving off a shimmering glow that stabilized his body like a pillar holding up the sky so that he wouldn't get crushed by the pressure. The nobles around him also felt the pressure. Many of them turned pale and were unable to withstand it. This was like hell. Duke Situ was a universe stage martial warrior and the pressure wasn't targeted at him, so he didn't get affected. However, Situ Wainer and the other young members of the Situ family were all pale in the face. Large drops of sweat poured down their foreheads, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Duke Situ turned serious. A powerful force of presence swarmed out of his body and surrounded his family members like a shield. Situ Wainer and the others could finally breathe properly. Most of the youngsters were in the same state. However, the elders in their families were busy looking after themselves. They didn't have the time and effort to care about them. As a result, the youngsters could only shiver in fear under the overwhelming pressure. Some of them almost cried. Situ Wainer, Jiang Chensi, and Jiang Weishan glanced at Wang Ting involuntarily. He was in the middle of this battle of aura, but he could withstand their pressures with his own ability. They were amazed. This guy. They felt a little dejected. They had no choice but to admit that Wang Ting was indeed extraordinary. Boom. At this moment, Universe Lord Ji Xia released his powerful aura too. Old brats, are you trying to win in numbers and force him back using your auras? Universe Lord Ji Xia said with disdain. Borla laughed and released his aura too. The pressure around him climbed higher. He called me uncle. How can I let him be bullied by others? Wang Ting glanced at him gratefully. Borla helped him because he called him uncle. This was even more precious than the Ji family helping him because of his favor. Also, there must be a reason why Borla hid his real strength. Yet, he revealed it because of him. Mind you, Wang Ting's only interaction with the Cavendish family was through Di Qi. Yet, they supported him greatly. This wasn't something a normal person could do. The combined aura of Universe Lord Ji Xia and Borla wasn't any weaker than the two flaming Universe Lords. They started a fight of strength. Both sides were at a standstill for some time. No one managed to gain any advantage. Alright, since you want to interfere in this matter, we'll have to fight. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord bellowed as his face turned red. He was infuriated. As his anger boiled, force surged out of his body like gigantic waves. Bang! 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 The flower vases and the decorations in the room shattered from the impact of the force. Flowers and plants were damaged, and broken shards of glass flew everywhere. Great, let a junior like me experience the power of the seniors from the Parkers family. Borla wasn't frightened. He rolled up his sleeves and got ready for a fight. His rough behavior was a huge contrast to his handsome appearance. The force in his body erupted and crashed towards the force of the flaming Phoenix Universe Lord. Bang! The two forces collided in mid-air and set off a terrifying explosion. Boom! The furious flaming Universe Lord took a step out when he saw this. Force swept through the residence like a tsunami. Ha ha ha, count me in. Universe Lord Ji Xia laughed and joined in. Immense force flowed out from that ancient body. Boom! 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 Explosions were heard all around them. The force collision of 4 universe stage martial warriors was exceptionally terrifying. The space around them started to collapse from the pressure, and pitch-black dimensional rifts appeared. Retreat! The martial warriors around them were appalled. They quickly fell back as far away as they could from the center of the collision. Even a heaven stage martial warrior would be heavily injured if they got sucked into the dimensional rifts. Boom! In the next second, the 4 martial warriors shot into the sky. An intense battle erupted in the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 1072. They look like a bunch of dogs. Boom! 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 In the dark night, frightening explosions broke the tranquility. The entire Great Qian City was in shock. Several powerful martial warriors rushed out of their residences to check out the situation. They saw 4 extremely dense balls of force in the night sky. They were like 4 huge stars that were constantly colliding against each other, shaking the surrounding space. The power of origin faintly emanated from them. 4 universe stage martial warriors are fighting, someone exclaimed with a tone full of disbelief. What is going on? Why are they suddenly fighting? This is Great Qian City. Who dares to cause trouble here? Oh my God, they are actually using the power of origin. This is insane. Countless astonished voices were heard all around. Exclamations came one after another. In the Baron's residence, everyone was stunned. The 4 universe stage martial warriors started fighting just like that. No one even had the time to react, and they were already up in the sky. Why are they so reckless? Can't everyone just sit down and have a good chat? Most people wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in Great Qian City. No one would have thought that the furious flaming Universe Lord and the others would actually do it. Wang Ting was also astounded. He knew very well that universe stage martial warriors wouldn't fight unless they had no other choice. At the very most, they would only use their word. However, Borla and the others actually fought. Wang Ting's eyes were solemn as he looked up into the sky. A fight between universe stage martial warriors had too many implications. It might lead to unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Wang Ting suddenly felt the warning signs as his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The hairs on his back stood up and his scalp went numb. Danger! Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Ting used the power of space and punched forward. The imprisoned space suddenly made a screeching sound and loosened. Wang Ting's figure blurred for a while before disappearing from his spot. Swoosh! A figure appeared in the spot where he was previously. It was a grim-looking Voltaire. Wang Ting retreated and was full of shock and rage. He didn't expect Voltaire and the others to attack him after the 4 universe stage martial warriors had left. However, he didn't have time to think about it as the space around him was imprisoned again. Another figure emerged from behind and tried to grab him. "Little bitch, die." Sinclaman's malevolent voice sounded beside his ear. "Go away." Wang Ting suddenly turned as though he had eyes on his back. Leaving behind an afterimage, he swung his hand, and a peculiar sword glow slashed out. Plop! Sinclaman's face was full of disdain as he sneered and grabbed the sword glow with his hand. Boom! However, in the next moment, Sinclaman's face went stiff in disbelief. He caught the sword glow, but he wasn't able to crush it. Instead, extremely strange energy burst out from the sword glow and slashed against his body. Sinclaman retreated a dozen meters back with a frown. The hand that had caught the sword glow was lowered, and it seemed like it was trembling slightly. Suddenly, a drop of dark red blood fell from his arm. Plop! A long and narrow sword mark appeared on Sinclaman's sturdy arm, and blood spurted out. This all happened in a flash. Not even a minute had passed from the moment Voltaire and Sinclaman attacked Wang Ting till the moment Sinclaman was repelled. Everyone regained their senses. They were astounded and stared at Voltaire and Sinclaman. 2 heaven stage martial warriors were attacking a planetary stage martial warrior, and they even ambushed him. This was really shameless. And the problem was that they failed. Sinclaman was even injured a little. Everyone stared at Wang Ting in astonishment and was unable to think straight. Was he really just a planetary stage martial warrior? Shameless! Despicable! The expressions of the Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance changed, and they shouted in rage. Duke Situ and some other nobles stood up abruptly. They were shocked by the behavior of the Parkers family. They felt that the Parkers were embarrassing the nobles. "Voltaire, this is too much." Duke Situ lambasted. Voltaire and Sinclaman didn't utter a word, and their faces turned gloomy. Exchanging glances with each other, they threw themselves at Wang Ting again despite the crowd's disapproval. "You dare to ruin my business!" A loud roar came from the skies. Anlan finally rushed over. His 1,000 armaments vessel turned into a streak of icy cold light and rushed toward Sinclaman while he personally clashed with Voltaire. Boom! 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 "Move!" Voltaire roared and terrifying flames condensed in his fists. He then threw out punches in a bid to repel Anlan. There was not much time. He only wanted to catch Wang Ting and not get stuck with someone else. However, Anlan wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted and bogged him down. He was at the peak of his strength as he faced 2 heaven stage martial warriors all by himself. Voltaire was very powerful, and his body was wrapped in flames. The surroundings turned into a domain of flames, pulling Anlan in. It was chaotic. There were 4 universe stage martial warriors fighting in the sky, while 3 heaven stage martial warriors were fighting to the death here. The surroundings had turned into a pandemonium. Wang Ting was expressionless, but he was just suppressing the endless rage in his heart. He was staring intently with a chill in his eyes. The Parker's family. One day, I, Wang Ting, will make you pay for what happened today. He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles were turning white. Enough! Suddenly, a calm voice resounded. At the same time, Wang Ting realized that the surrounding space seemed to slow down and freeze gradually, as if there was a force trying to lock the world. The fight between the three Heaven Stage martial warriors was stopped, not because they didn't want to fight but because the domain was destroyed out of the blue and they were thrown out of it. Their faces were full of astonishment. Even the battle between the four Universe Stage martial warriors couldn't continue. Their force attacks vanished into space, as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand and squashed. There was no sign of any damage. The faces of the four Universe Stage martial warriors twitched as they bowed in the direction of the Great Qian Palace. Gathering a crowd and fighting, disregarding the laws of the Empire, you guys are very capable. The voice came from space. I wouldn't dare! The furious flaming Universe Lord replied frantically. Go back to sleep if that's the case. The Parker's family will be fined 30% of the resources, and the Cavendish and G families will be fined 10% each. Are you dissatisfied? No, the four said quickly. All right, if that's the case, disperse. The voice then paused for a while. By the way, the matters of the young ones will be settled by them. You old people shouldn't be shameless and interfere. If word gets out, you will be a laughingstock. Yes. The furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's mouths twitched. They were aggrieved, but they could only nod helplessly. There was dead silence. The voice didn't sound again, as if it had never appeared to begin with. Furious Flame, Flaming Phoenix, you tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice. Ji Xiao laughed heartily. Borla was also gloating as he looked at them. Humph! Furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord both looked gloomy and snorted before leaving. Voltaire and Sinclemens had dark and gloomy expressions. They looked like bruised fruit. Wang Ting, you're lucky today, Voltaire said with a cold voice. The two divine flames shall be yours for the time being. We will get them sooner or later, Sinclamen declared. Scram! Wang Ting shouted coldly. Humph, let's go. Voltaire and Sinclamen were furious and full of hate. But when they thought of the voice just now, they couldn't say anything else. They then brought the other members of the Parker's family and left the barren residence. Everyone looked at them leaving with complicated expressions. The strong and domineering Parker's family had suffered such a big loss in the hands of a baron today. It was truly unexpected. They look like a bunch of dogs, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed. Everyone! Chapter 1073 Do or Die. Voltaire and the others hadn't gone far. They turned around abruptly when they heard Wang Ting's words. Wang Ting! Voltaire glared at him. The other members of the Parker's family eyed him furiously too. They looked as if they wanted to skin him alive. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of offending the Parker's family, especially after the imperial family had interfered. He continued cursing, What are you looking at? Dogs like you will bite any bones you see. Will you eat shit if you see it? A Grand Duke family? You're just shameless scumbugs. Do you really think you're something? Come on. I'm not moving. Attack me if you have the guts to do so. There was dead silence. Everyone stared at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. They were filled with astonishment and confusion. At the same time, they admired him. Impressive. Amazing. He dared to call the Parker's family dogs and curse them. Wang Ting was definitely one of kind. Bite any bones they saw? Would they eat shit if they saw it? Look at what he said. No one found his vulgarities crude and coarse. Instead, they felt a little refreshed. The Parker's family always used their Grand Duke status to abuse their power. They never looked the small nobles straight in the eye. Many noble families were their victims. Today, Wang Ting vented their frustrations. Especially after seeing the Parkers family's furious but helpless expression, they felt invigorated like downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke in summer. The youngsters were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Wang Ting dared to curse the Parkers family. Even the always composed Situ Wainer widened her beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha! Borla floated down from the sky and burst out laughing. He didn't care about the Parkers family's feelings at all. Universe Lord Ji Xia didn't mock the Parkers family openly, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face either. He gave Wang Ting a look of approval, as if telling him that his curses were amazing. Many people felt the same way. Although they didn't laugh, they were all gloating in their hearts. Little brat, you're looking for death. Voltaire and Sinclamen almost went crazy. They started screaming in anger. If the imperial family member hadn't opened his mouth, they might have killed Wang Ting without caring about the consequences. But they didn't dare to. The imperial family had spoken. Who dared to resist? Even the Grand Duke families would be exterminated if they provoked the imperial family. That would be the end of them. This was the first time the Parkers family felt helpless and frustrated ever since their rise to fame. They didn't understand why the high and mighty imperial family member would speak up for Wang Ting. Their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot as these questions spun in their minds. Flames of anger were shooting out of their eyes. If looks could kill, Wang Ting would have died multiple times. You're right. I'm looking for death. From now on, either I die or your family dies. Do or die. Wang Ting's gaze was cold and sharp. His voice gave off a bone-penetrating chill. Everyone's expression changed. Even Borla and Universe Lord Ji Xia were appalled. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come right from hell. It was like the whisper of an evil spirit seeking revenge from the living. Everyone could hear Wang Ting's determination. Besides resolve, they also detected a hint of madness. Do or die. He was sending a life-or-death challenge letter to the Parkers family. He was challenging the entire Parkers family alone. How crazy was he? An ant trying to destroy a big tree. Everyone was dumbfounded. No words could describe their emotions now. The Parkers family members were shocked too. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. This bastard! This bastard! How dare he! They didn't think that Wang Ting had the ability to topple their powerful family, but when they heard his eerie voice, they felt a chill running up their spine. No one knew what to say. Wang Ting smiled. So, try your best to kill me. If you don't, I'll wipe all traces of the Parkers family in the universe. His smile was calm but hideous. Since there was no room for discussion, he didn't mind going to the extreme. Many younger generations of the Parkers family took a step back. They were frightened by Wang Ting. Andres was standing among the Parkers group too. He trembled unconsciously when he saw Wang Ting's expression. The hair stood up on his back. He felt as if he was targeted by a dangerous predator. Although Wang Ting wasn't eyeing him, he still felt this way for some reason. A nobody like you won't be able to do anything. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's contemptuous snort broke the atmosphere. Wang Ting didn't say much. All the coldness on his face disappeared, and he resumed his composure. He said indifferently, "Get out of my residence. In the future, dogs and the Parkers family will not be allowed to enter here. Annie, remember to put a sign on the entrance." The Parkers family members' expressions turned distorted. They were greatly humiliated, but they couldn't kill the other party. It was infuriating. Oh, Annie couldn't retain her composure and stood there in a daze. The series of events that occurred frightened her until she lost her word. She shrunk in a corner with the rest of the servants. After hearing Wang Ting's command, she nodded hurriedly before she managed to regain her senses. Remember your words. The Parkers family will let you know what regret is. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord floated over again. His voice echoed in the air along with his roaring anger. Wang Ting ignored him and just stood there calmly. He shifted his gaze away from the Parker's family, afraid of dirtying his eyes. Voltaire and the others glared at Wang Ting one more time before leaving for Real. This place gave them a taste of humiliation and frustration. They didn't want to stay any longer. After the Parker's family left, the atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, I'm really sorry that you had to experience all that today. Wang Ting glanced around him and said apologetically. You're too polite. You didn't wish for this to happen either. That's right, please don't take it to heart. Baron Wang Ting, you need to tidy up your residence. We won't stay here and disturb you. Well, make a move first. That's right, well, leave first. Let's gather again another day. Everyone got up and left. They felt complicated. Some sympathized with him, others felt pity for him, some respected him, some kept their distance, and some treated him with disdain. Baron Wang Ting will be leaving too. Jiang Hanfeng and the other members of the Jiang family walked over and bid farewell to Wang Ting. They seemed a little distant. Jiang Chenxi and Jiang Weisheng stared at Wang Ting from the back with complex expressions. But they didn't say anything. Wang Ting knew what they were thinking. The Jiang family didn't want to be part of his conflict with the Parker's family. They came to the banquet today because they saw Wang Ting's high potential and wanted to pull him to their side. But he offended the Parker's family and even sent them a letter of challenge. He was overestimating himself and tempting fate. They gave up the thought of recruiting him after knowing that he was someone who didn't know his limit. Wang Ting didn't mind. He didn't think that the Jiang family would help him to resist the Parker's family. Since he had no hope, he didn't feel any disappointment or resentment. He kept quiet and sent the Jiang family personally to the entrance. Baron Wang Ting, you surprised me with your courage. Duke Situ walked over with Situ Weiner. He laughed as he spoke. Duke Situ, you're overpraising me. I was just forced to do that, Wang Ting replied with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if you were forced or not. You're the only person who has ever done such a thing. Duke Situ chuckled. Wang Ting shook his head. All right, you have many things to settle, so I won't disturb you. You youngsters can interact more in the future, Duke Situ continued. Situ Weiner looked at Wang Ting with her beautiful eyes and nodded at him. Honestly, what happened today gave this arrogant young lady a huge boost. Wang Ting left a deep impression on her mind. Whether it was his own ability or his triple-field Grandmaster identity, he showed how extraordinary he was. Hence, she didn't mind befriending him. Wang Ting sent them off. He was a little surprised by Duke Situs' attitude. He didn't think that they would still be willing to make friends with him after everything that had happened. Grandmaster Wang Ting, Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters walked over. Thank you for helping today, Wang Ting said gratefully. You're the triple-field Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance. We won't allow others to bully you. However, we do apologize that we couldn't offer much help. Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters felt a little apologetic as they spoke. Please don't say that. What y'all did is enough. The Parker's family is just too crazy. It's not your fault. Wang Ting shook his head. I didn't know that you were a triple-field Grandmaster. Borla walked over with Dichi. He sounded quite surprised. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Wang Ting saved my life with his 9-essence soul-congealing pill. Universe Lord Ji Xia smiled. Oh, so this is how y'all met. No wonder you're willing to help him. Borla was enlightened. No matter what the reason is, I'm extremely grateful for your help. Wang Ting cupped his fists and thanked the two martial warriors sincerely. No problem. You're Di Chi's friend and you called me uncle. If I let others bully you, I won't be able to hold my head up anymore. Borla waved his hands and replied nonchalantly. You saved my life. All I did was help you. It's nothing. Universe Lord Ji Xia waved his hands too. If you ever need me in the future, please find me. I will do my best to repay your kindness, Wang Ting said. Chapter 1074 The Good News Among the Bad News. 1. Wang Ting casually chatted with them. Borla put on a mysterious expression and asked, Wang Ting, do you know who stopped us just now? I think it's Grand Duke Chongshan, right? Wang Ting replied. Huh? You could tell? Borla was surprised. The other party's voice traveled through space, and he spoke in a stern and domineering tone. It was different from the Grand Duke's voice he heard that day. It's just my guess. Wang Ting recalled the day he met Grand Duke Chongshan. Anyway, I'm surprised that he's willing to stand up for you. Universe Lord Ji Xia stroked his beard and said. Isn't it because the commotion was too huge? Wang Ting was puzzled. He detected the meaning behind their words. No matter how big a commotion, the imperial family will not interfere in such small matters, Universe Lord Ji Xia replied. Small matters? Wang Ting was shocked. Do you think you can gain the Empire's protection after becoming a baron? Borla asked with a smile. I used to think so. Wang Ting shook his head. But now, to other small factions or low-tier civilizations, a baron of the Empire is a powerful character and the Parkers family is a formidable faction. But to the Imperial family, you're nothing. They won't bother about you, Borla explained. You're just like two children fighting. Universe Lord Ji Xia added. Of course, the killing of nobles isn't allowed in the Empire. The Parkers family will have to pay a huge price if they break this rule. So this is the Empire? Wang Ting muttered to himself. Wang Ting, you need to understand that the universe is huge and it's ruthless. Only your own power can protect you. You will only be able to roam around freely and do whatever you want if you're strong enough, Universe Lord Ji Xia said in an earnest tone. Wang Ting nodded. His thoughts started to float away. He understood the principle, but he had just come to this empire, so there were many things he couldn't do. Even if he was a bug, he couldn't jump levels and catch up with a formidable faction like the Parkers in a few days. Truthfully, if it wasn't for Earth, he wouldn't have rushed to the Great Qian Empire. That way, he wouldn't harm the interest of the Parkers and their representatives. Chao Hongtu was just a piece of chess under them, but since he touched the chess piece, he would have to face the Parkers. This was something he never expected when he came. That's why we're surprised that Grand Duke Chongshan appeared, Universe Lord Ji Xia said. I don't know either, Wang Ting shook his head and replied. Universe Lord Ji Xia and Borla exchanged glances with each other. They stopped probing since Wang Ting honestly didn't know the reason. The imperial family has spoken, so those old fellows from the Parkers family won't find you again as long as you're in the Empire. You don't have to worry too much, Borla patted his shoulder and consoled him. They might try to harm you in secret though. The imperial family won't be able to say anything if they're not discovered, Universe Lord Ji Xia said. Then, Borla, Universe Lord Ji Xia, and the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance left. The barren residence finally resumed its peace and quiet. However, the courtyard was a mess. Everything was badly damaged. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. No emotions could be seen on his face. Annie and the other servants walked over and stood quietly behind him. They didn't dare to disturb him. They felt that their master was extremely scary. Violent undercurrents seemed to be surging under that calm face. The Divine Spirit Master, Bertha, led the guards over and stood some distance away from Wang Ting. She looked at his back with mixed emotions. She couldn't calm down even after a long time. What happened today gave them a huge stimulation. The threat of the Parkers family, the help from the other Grand Dukes, the triple-field Grandmaster title, the appearance of the Imperial family. They couldn't believe that all these things had happened to one guy. Hence they finally knew that their master was an extraordinary presence. Tidy the place, Wang Ting said calmly. Yes. Annie bowed. Wang Ting didn't speak again. He turned and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes. Round Ball appeared and said, "Wang Ting, why don't we run away? You can run away if you want. I still have to fight against them." Wang Ting replied without opening his eyes. "But that's a Grand Duke family. You offended them and said that you will exterminate them. They definitely hate you to the core. How can you beat them? Why don't we run away?" Round Ball said agitatedly. "I'm not afraid of death," Wang Ting replied. "You sigh. I shouldn't have persuaded you to come to the great Qian Empire." Round Ball was filled with regret. Wang Ting ignored it. He was focusing on his attributes panel. Many attribute bubbles had dropped during the battle between the Universe Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Ting picked them up silently after his guests left. These were attribute bubbles dropped by powerful figures. Wang Ting was filled with anticipation. Constellation Force, Fire, *5000 Constellation Force, Fire, *6000 Origin of Flame *200 Furious Scorching Beast *100 Constellation Force, Fire, *8000 Constellation Force, Fire, *7000 Origin of Flame *300 Star Phoenix Flame *150 Dragon Blood Battle Physique *200 Constellation Force, Lightning, *13500 Origin of Metal *250 Constellation Force, Wind, *11800 Origin of Wind *200 If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075 The Good News Among the Bad News 2. Constellation Force, Fire, *3000 Constellation Force, Fire, *2000 Ocean Whale Flame *300 Ocean Whale Flame *400 Blazing Domain *200 Blazing Domain *150 Constellation Force, Metal, *4000 Metal Domain *250 Celestial Realm Spirit *800 1 by 1. The attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Ting. His body kept shaking. His mind cleared up and he was ecstatic. Good Lord! There was a lot of good stuff. There were a total of 31,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, 17,500 points of Constellation Metal Force, and 11,800 points of Constellation Wind Force. With the influx of Constellation Force, his fire, metal, and wind elements advanced greatly. Wang Ting's body suddenly shook. His Constellation Metal Force had already reached its peak, and it was about to advance to the next stage now. Massive amounts of Constellation Metal Force circulated in his body, spreading and flowing through his limbs and bones. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately followed the steps that he took when he was advancing his Constellation Fire Force. He perfected the Celestial Stage Celestial Metal Scripture first. Just like that, he consumed 20,000 blank attribute. However, he didn't feel sorry at all. He continued to focus on controlling the circulation of metal force in his body before sending it into his sea of nihility. Amid a tremor, a golden bridge condensed by Constellation Metal Force slowly emerged. Boom! All the metal force surged above the sea of nihility and merged into the constellation. Hum! The Constellation Metal Force began to shake violently. It then rushed out toward the center. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a terrifying wave of force swept out. The collision of the constellations formed a golden vortex. Countless golden crystals decorated it, presenting a dazzling scene. It was like one was looking at the countless stars in the universe. This scene was similar to when he was advancing his Constellation Fire Force. Wang Ting was familiar with what was happening. He then focused on the vortex, only to see it collapsing inwards and slowly converging at one point. Another transformation had started. Time passed. No one knew how long it took. The golden vortex had disappeared, turning into a golden sphere. It was several times larger than the 9 constellations. It seemed like it was entirely made of golden crystals. Celestial stage. Wang Ting's metal force had reached the celestial stage. There was a strong force of life that gushed out from the constellation force. It then merged into Wang Ting's limbs and bones. His body was once again subjected to a transformation from a planetary stage body to a celestial stage body. Be it bones, blood, muscles, or his cells, they were all undergoing a transformation. However, he had already transformed once. This was just a process of strengthening his body. With this, his body would be twice as strong as an ordinary celestial stage martial warrior, or maybe even stronger. This was because his force was obtained from the system and was extremely pure. It was way above what ordinary martial warriors could obtain. The process of advancement seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. It was done in just a short while. Huff! Wang Ting exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. A dazzling golden light flashed in his pupils. You advanced. Round Ball was startled. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. Were you angered by the Parker's family to the point that you advanced? Round Ball said with a weird expression. Go away. Wang Ting grunted angrily and closed his eyes once again. He then looked at the attributes panel. Constellation Metal Force. 8500/10,000 Celestial Stage First Level, Constellation Fire Force. 39500/70,000 Celestial Stage 7th Level, Constellation Wind Force. 38400/70,000 Celestial Stage 7th Level. His Constellation Fire Force and Constellation Wind Fire Force didn't advance, but they improved greatly. As he continued looking down, he was surprised. 500 points of origin of flame. 250 points of origin of metal. 200 points of origin of wind. 3 powers of origin. He actually managed to obtain 3 powers of origin. It was unbelievable. Only universe stage martial warriors could master powers of origin. But now Wang Ting obtained 3 of them. He tried to understand the powers of origin and felt like he was in a world of fire, metal, and wind. There was nothing around, only these 3 pure sources of power. They weren't flames, metal, or wind. They were just the most basic source of power, the very beginning of these powers. 3 balls of powers of origin finally became still and stopped. Wang Ting felt that he could use them in his attacks. The resulting power would be extraordinary. He took a deep breath and continued looking. Furious Scorching Beast. Star Phoenix Flame. Ocean Whale Flame. 3 strange flames. After getting these 3 flames, he knew that they were beast flames. They had peculiar powers and were different from ordinary flames. These 3 flames were from the Parker's family. The Ocean Whale Flame was from Volteru and Synclamen, which Wang Ting had already obtained. The Star Phoenix Flame came from the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord, while the Scorching Beast Flame was from the Furious Flaming Universe Lord. Although the 3 flames were not as powerful as divine flames, Wang Ting still welcomed them. It was funny how the Parkers wanted to snatch his divine flames, but didn't know that their flames were all obtained by him. He even had their special physique. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. As the Dragon Blood Battle Physique attribute bubbles merged into his body, a surge of heat spread in his limbs, causing his body to undergo interesting changes. Wang Ting felt that he was about to become a giant fire behemoth, possessing the ability to control all kinds of flames. It was a blazing giant dragon. The ability was different from his usual use of flames. It was able to integrate the power of flames into his body and strengthen it. The stronger the flames, the stronger the Dragon Blood Battle Physique. No wonder the Parkers wanted his divine flames so badly. If beast flames could bring out multiple times the power of Dragon Blood Battle Physique, then a divine flame would be able to bring out at least a dozen times more power. They couldn't be compared. At the same time, this dragon blood battle physique could control different flames concurrently. The more flames, the stronger it was as well. This was a great thing for Wang Ting. He had many flames, a total of 7 different flames, 4 divine flames, and 3 beast flames that he had just obtained. If he used them all at the same time, how powerful would this dragon blood battle physique be? The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to try and test it. It was a pity. Dragon blood battle physique, 200/10,000, first rank. He had just obtained dragon blood battle physique, and there were very few attributes. The physique was not extremely weak, but he wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. As for the Parker's family, there were very few people who could control more than 2 different flames. They had a special method of absorbing flames, but it was only limited to 1 flame. The difficulty would be multiplied when it came to the second flame, and it was almost impossible for them to succeed. If they were not careful, they would be consumed instead. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. If the Parker's family knew that he had acquired the dragon blood battle physique that they were so proud of, they would vomit liters of blood on the spot. Besides that, Wang Ting also obtained 2 domains. Blazing domain, metal domain. Wang Ting had previously acquired the Tempest domain. Now, he obtained the Blazing domain and Metal domain. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior, yet he possessed 3 domains. No one would believe it if word got out. The Blazing domain was Volteru and Sinclaman's ability. They dropped 350 attribute points. Metal domain was Enlan's. There were 250 points of that. Blazing domain, 350 for 1000 first rank, 35 meters. Metal domain, 250 for 1000 first rank, 25 meters. Wang Ting nodded and looked at the celestial realm stat. Enlan was after all a cosmos stage divine spirit master. He dropped a total of 800 points of celestial realm spirit, which greatly improved Wang Ting's spirit. After taking a look at his loot, Wang Ting realized that he had gained a lot. This was good news amongst the other bad ones. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1076 The Decision of the Olent Federation 1. The feud between Wang Ting and the Parker's family spread throughout the city like wildfire even before the day ended. Many people couldn't understand his actions. They felt fearful. Discussions were abundant in all corners of the city. Is Baron Wang Ting crazy? What a joke! How dare a baron challenge the Parkers? I must ask my descendants to stay away from Baron Wang Ting in case they offend the Parkers. Wang Ting is tempting fate. The Parkers family is not a faction he can deal with. I don't think he can live for long. The Parkers will not allow someone who dares to challenge them to live. He's dead. But I have to admit that Baron Wang Ting has got some balls. If he can overcome this ordeal, his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. Everyone had their own view, but overall, most people thought that Wang Ting would win and mocked him secretly. Only a small portion found him extraordinary. If he could rise even in this dangerous situation, he would become a greater and more powerful presence than the Parkers family in the future. This was exceptionally high praise, but there weren't many people who thought this way. Over the next few days, many people came to check the situation in the Baron residence, only to realize that there were only unimportant servants left there. Their master had disappeared without a trace. Many people wondered if Wang Ting had secretly run away due to fright. A pitch-black universe spacecraft was traveling at high speed. Everywhere was dark. They had entered the boundless space. This was the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord. Wang Ting gave the QYE-63 spacecraft to Hardy so that he could fly to Earth first. Thus, Wang Ting could only use the universe-level spacecraft left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord now. Also, the speed of this universe-level spacecraft was much higher than the QYE-63 spacecraft. Wang Ting was in a hurry to get back to Earth, so this spacecraft was the best choice. He didn't care if he would catch the attention of other formidable warriors. He was already facing many troubles. He didn't mind adding one more. Round Ball, where are we? Wang Ting opened his eyes and asked. Round Ball waved its hand, and the outdoor simulation mode of the spacecraft was activated immediately. We are 30,000 light-years away from the Great Chien planet. Round Ball looked at the star chart and replied. What about Bertha? Wang Ting nodded. He had brought half the guards with him for this trip, only leaving 20 in the residence. The barren residence was located on the Great Chien planet. The Parkers family wouldn't dare to cause trouble there since the imperial family had spoken. Hence, Wang Ting wasn't worried. There in the training room, Round Ball smiled and changed the image displayed to the scene inside the training room. Bertha was training the other celestial stage martial warriors. The team had only been formed a few days ago, but they were already well disciplined and had great teamwork. Bertha did well. Wang Ting was surprised. I think she has relevant experience in the past. This fairy divine spirit master isn't an ordinary cosmos stage martial warrior. Round Ball touched its chin and guessed. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. You're really lucky, Round Ball said. That Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior is willing to continue helping you. I mean, you've offended the Parkers. Do you think everyone is as timid as you? Wang Ting glanced at it in contempt. Me? Timid? Round Ball pointed at itself. Its eyes widened in anger. How am I timid? Explain yourself. Wang Ting sniggered. This is infuriating. You don't seem to understand the severity of the issue. Am I timid? I'm just worried about your life. You don't understand my concerns. Round Ball was furious. All right, I'm not going to argue with you. Things have already happened, so it's useless to say anything now. Wang Ting waved his hand. Sigh. Round Ball was stunned for a moment. Then, it lowered its head like a deflated balloon and sighed dejectedly. Instead of complaining, why don't we think about how to deal with the Parkers' revenge? Wang Ting said. What plans can there be? Hide while you can. Find a good spot after you settle the matters on Earth, and cultivate properly. Work hard to gain the strength to challenge them. The universe is huge. The Parkers family's influence might not be able to reach every part of it, Round Ball said. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. However, he had to admit that this was the best plan. What could you do if you couldn't win? Stay low. Wang Ting shook his head and closed his eyes. Round Ball continued to pilot the spacecraft. The spacecraft rushed forward at high speed, flying towards Earth without stopping. Olent Federation. The Olent planet. As the capital, the Olent planet was the most prosperous place in the Olent Federation. Its economy, technology, and culture had reached an astonishing level. It had a huge population, and there were many powerful martial warriors here. The majority of the powerful martial warriors and factions were gathered on this planet. Based on the development of this planet, the Olent Federation did have the right to be called a universe civilization. Even though it was only a low-tier civilization, it was still a universe civilization. It held some sway in the universe. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1077, The Decision of the Olent Federation. 2. In comparison, Earth was an inconspicuous piece of gravel in the ocean. At this moment, there was a meeting going on in the middle of a big city in Olent Federation. The city was called Saint Star City, which was where Saint Star Pagoda, the largest academy in Olent Federation, was located. It could be said that the entire city was owned by St. Star Pagoda. That was why it was named after it. St. Star Pagoda had an extraordinary status in the Olent Federation. It had groomed numerous formidable warriors of various fields for the Federation. There was no force that could threaten the St. Star Pagoda in the Olent Federation. Even the higher authorities were cautious of them. In the meeting room, the virtual network was connected. Powerful figures appeared on both sides of a long table. These figures represented various races. Some had fine scales on their faces while some looked like ordinary humans. There were people from the fairy race, orc race, etc. The atmosphere was tense. No one was speaking as if they were afraid of something. But it didn't take long before someone shouted, "How will this matter be resolved? Come up with a solution. No one even knows if Kathu of the Blood Moon race is dead or alive. Are you all just going to let me wait like this?" This was a ferocious-looking sturdy middle-aged man with a blood-red mutated beast totem on his upper body. If Wang Ting were here, he would be able to tell that this person was from the same race as the alien candidate who came to Earth for the trial. They were from the elite Blood Moon race from Olent Federation's Crimson Moon Galaxy. Manka, it's not just the Blood Moon race that is in this predicament. The other races do not know the status of our talents either, another man with short stature and fine scales on his face said. That's why we shouldn't hesitate anymore. We should just head to Earth and demand an explanation, Manka suggested. It's easy for you to say. Clote said that the martial warrior from Earth has gone to the Great Qian Empire and might have even obtained their protection. Do you dare to demand for someone from the Great Qian Empire? A golden-haired man said. This, sigh. Manka was speechless and aggrieved. He could only sigh helplessly. Clote, the majestic old man with grey robes, was at the meeting as well. He opened his eyes and looked in a direction. Lady Qingluan, during the previous trial, only Biluo from the Emerald Abyss Galaxy returned, and she even brought someone from Earth with her. You have to give us an explanation. Everyone's gaze landed on the same seat. There were two people sitting over there, a green-haired lady in her 30s and a young woman with long green curly hair. Clote's gaze stayed on the young woman for a while, which seemed particularly meaningful. This young woman was Biluo, who had survived Earth. Qingluan frowned and said, I have already given an explanation. Biluo only cooperated with that Earthling once and didn't become an enemy of his. This was why he allowed Biluo to leave. It's reasonable to cooperate with the natives during the trials. If you want to find faults, then the Emerald Abyss Galaxy won't be easily bullied. Everyone frowned. Their descendants were now in the hands of that Earthling, and only Biluo came back without a scratch. They found it unfair. But Qingluan made sense. They couldn't possibly blame Biluo. Moreover, the Emerald Abyss Galaxy was as powerful as them, and it wasn't that easy to deal with them. If they didn't let go of this matter, it won't do anyone good. We can take Biluo's matter as it is, but you have to hand over the Earthling that she brought back. Clote had no intentions to deal with Biluo and put up his next demand. Impossible. That child possesses the rare light physique and has been taken in by me. I can't hand her over to you. Qingluan refused without hesitation. Lady Qingluan, you have to think carefully. We require an explanation, Clote said coldly with a grim expression. That's right, Qingluan, hand her over. The scaled man echoed. The others spoke in succession and agreed with the decision. They weren't fond of Earthlings. Now that they had no leads, they could only go for the person that Biluo brought back. It was Ale. Biluo sat beside Qingluan and was clenching her fists and teeth tightly. She brought Ale back. If anything happened to her, she would feel guilty. Moreover, Ale and Wang Ting had a close relationship. If he came back and saw that something had happened to her, what would he think? She wanted to say something, but it wasn't her place to speak. She was filled with helplessness. This matter is not negotiable. I'll not hand her over to you. If you have the guts, you might as well send an army to Earth, Qing Luan said solemnly. Biluo heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she heard what followed next, she was startled and went pale. Send an army to Earth. This was not a small matter. She didn't think that her mother would suggest something like this. If they really sent an army to Earth, things would get out of hand. Earth would definitely not be able to defend against the Olent Federation. By then, it would become hell for humans, and they would not be spared. If this had happened in the past, she wouldn't have bothered about an underdeveloped planet. She wouldn't even care. However, Earth was Wang Ting's home. If they touched Earth, they would have a deadly feud with him. With her understanding of him, he wouldn't just let it go like this. And Wang Ting, who had inherited the title of a baron, had the ability to do so. Although he was just a baron, he was a baron from a high-tier civilization. He should not be underestimated. If he returned, he might have the ability to overturn the Olent Federation. Biluo didn't want anything like that to happen. Chloet's face darkened slightly. He wanted to send an army to Earth as well, but he was afraid and didn't want to go that far. Qing Lun's words forced him into a corner, making him embarrassed. The meeting fell into an eerie silence. No one could make a choice when it came to sending an army. With their strength, dealing with a planet without planetary stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. The problem lay with Wang Ting, who had gone to the Great Qian Empire. They didn't dare to act rashly without any definite news. Let's send an army! Just at this moment, an old man spoke. He was the president of St. Star Pagoda, one of the 3 heaven-stage martial warriors of the Olent Federation. President Xing Luo. Everyone turned pale in shock when they heard the words. They looked at the old man in astonishment. Even Qing Luan, who gave the suggestion, was speechless. Her mouth was wide open, and her heart was in shock. The dignity of the Saint Star Pagoda shall not be violated. If the one who killed our instructors is not removed, no one would be convinced by Saint Star Pagoda, President Xing Luo said calmly. But, no buts. This decision was jointly made by the 3 of us. The Federation's dignity shall be protected, President Xing Luo said. Everyone stopped talking. The prestige of the Federation had to be protected. No one could refute that. Not to mention, the decision was jointly made by the 3 heaven-stage martial warriors. They couldn't possibly reject them. In the Olent Federation, the 3 heaven-stage martial warriors were like their guardians. Without them, there would be no Olent Federation. No one could deny their decision. If there are no questions, go back and prepare. We will take down Earth. President Xing Luo's voice was extremely calm. He slowly disappeared after speaking. Everyone was silent for a moment before leaving, each with their own thoughts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1078 The Dawn of Danger. Many days later, in the training room of the Universe-level spacecraft, 2 figures flashed around the room quickly, colliding occasionally and giving off a loud explosion. Force waves swept through the place. Powerful attacks landed on the walls and ground, igniting sparks that ricocheted off. No marks were left behind. A universe-level spacecraft could resist the attack of a universe-stage martial warrior, so its defense ability was definitely strong. The training room had other special defense measures too. The attacks of these 2 people couldn't even damage the shield, let alone hurt the body of the spacecraft. Actually, even if marks were left behind, the metal would mend the wounds quickly based on its memory as long as it wasn't a destructive attack. Boom. The 2 parties finally retreated and stopped more than 10 meters away from each other after a collision. Again. Wang Ting panted slightly and shouted. He charged forward again. While he was still halfway through, emerald-glazed flame surged out of his body and engulfed him. Is he planning to use his divine flame? This isn't right. Anlan, who was fighting with him, pondered to himself. Wang Ting didn't use the flame as an attacking move. Instead, he sucked it back into his body using an unknown method. Boxen Oval. C0M well, he didn't exactly suck it back. The divine flame merged with his body. Flame patterns appeared on his skin like runes, making him look mysterious and uniquely beautiful. What's this? Anlan frowned. He was surprised. Be careful, Wang Ting warned in a soft voice. Boom. In the next instant, powerful energy shot out from his body while his aura climbed continuously. He seemed to have turned into a frightening giant flame beast as he hurled himself forward. Interesting. Anlan smiled. He was extremely interested. Wang Ting wouldn't be able to beat him. However, the young man's current state made him extremely interested in him. Boom. Wang Ting appeared in front of Anlan in an instant. There were flames burning around his fists as he smashed them out. In the blink of an eye, both of them clashed again. This time, the collision was more violent than before. Both parties went back and forth countless times, flashing through the training room until only lingering shadows could be seen. Scorching heat erupted from the center of their collision, raising the temperature numerous times. Bertha and the other celestial stage martial warriors were dumbfounded. Wang Ting's ability was only at the celestial stage. Bertha had learned this recently. She always thought that he was at the planetary stage. Despite the difference in their ability, Wang Ting could still have an intense battle with the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. It was unbelievable. Although the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior didn't use all his power, Wang Ting's ability couldn't be compared with a normal celestial stage martial warrior. His strength was enough to threaten a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Bertha turned serious. She felt that she might not be able to defeat Wang Ting easily if she fought with him. She might even lose to him if she made a mistake. After some time, they separated, and Wang Ting suddenly pointed in front. A beam of golden light appeared, cutting through the air and causing a sonic boom. Anlan's gaze turned sharp. A beam of black light shot out from his hand and turned into a flying dagger. It crashed into the beam of golden light. Clang! A clear metallic tremor was heard. The black and golden beams of light separated and clashed in the air. Divine Spirit Master! Bertha took a deep breath. Her mouth parted slightly, and she was shocked. Master is a Divine Spirit Master too. Suddenly, she felt that her chances of success were getting lower. What kind of pervert was he? One shouldn't compare sometimes. She was already quite powerful. She could beat all other martial warriors at her level, but upon seeing Wang Ting, she started doubting her strength. I'm not fighting anymore. Half an hour later, Wang Ting stopped. He kept his golden crescent blade and waved his hands at Anlan. Anlan kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. He stared at Wang Ting strangely and said, I only realized your strength after fighting with you. You have gotten stronger since Flaming River World. I did make some improvements. Wang Ting nodded, not denying it. However, he felt a little regretful. But I'm still too weak. Everyone was speechless, especially Bertha. She felt that she was being humiliated. If he was weak, what was she? She felt sad for some reason. You must be stimulated. Anlan chuckled and nudged him. Wang Ting, you just stabbed my heart. Do you know that you don't have to expose some things? Don't give up. Your enemy is the Parker's family. You can boast for 10 days and nights about this in the universe, Anlan consoled him. Wang Ting waved his hand. He lost interest in speaking after absorbing the attribute bubbles of a few Heaven Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors. He felt that his ability had increased. Hence, he came to find Anlan for a duel. He wanted to test his power. In the end, he realized that with his current ability, He had no problem dealing with martial warriors at the third-level Cosmos stage and below with his dragon blood battle physique. If combined with his spiritual power and domain, he could handle martial warriors at the 4th to the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. As for the power of origin and the Godslayer sword scripture, they could be used to kill martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. He might even be able to harm Heaven stage martial warriors if he caught them off guard. That was how he managed to wound Sinclaman's arm. Wang Ting, did you use? Round Ball suddenly asked him in his mind. What did I use? Wang Ting asked even though he knew the answer. The skill you used seems similar to the Parker's family's physique, Round Ball asked angrily. It's just similar. I came up with it myself to provoke them in the future. Wang Ting came up with an excuse. Do you think I'd believe you? Round Ball said speechlessly. Where are we now? We've left the great Qian Empire. Wang Ting nodded and went back to his cultivation. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Oh right, Anlan, how many Cosmos stage martial warriors do you have? 13. Anlan replied after a moment of surprise. They should be enough. Why don't I see them? Wang Ting asked curiously. They're hibernating in the universe spacecraft, Anlan explained. Are you worried that something will happen to your mother planet? Just to be safe. Wang Ting nodded. Don't worry. 13 Cosmos stage martial warriors and the 2 martial warriors beside you are enough for us to rule a low-tier civilization, Anlan said. Wang Ting calmed down a little and returned to his room for cultivation. At the same time, in the Olent Federation, numerous battlecraft had just left the Olent planet and were rushing towards the Milky Way. There were many martial warriors in the battlecraft, including planetary stage, celestial stage, and cosmos stage martial warriors. This frightening army was enough to destroy any planet in the Olent Federation. Now, they were heading for a faraway planet in the Milky Way. More than 10 days later, the fleet arrived outside the Milky Way. A spacecraft flew out from the Milky Way and landed on a large battlecraft that looked like a battle fortress. Clote walked out and entered the huge battlecraft. He met up with a bunch of Cosmos stage martial warriors. Clote, we were waiting for you, but you didn't want to come. If the higher authorities didn't give an order, would you have run away? The rough voice of Manka, the martial warrior from the Crimson Moon Galaxy, echoed in the room. I had matters to attend to. Since the superiors gave me an order, I'll cooperate, Clote replied calmly without any changes to his expression. That's good. It's just a remote planet. I heard that there isn't even a planetary stage martial warrior on it. What's there to be afraid of? A middle-aged man with long golden hair said. Clote ignored him, sighing helplessly in his heart. He didn't want to participate in this mission because he had a bad feeling. However, his superiors asked him to join in, so he couldn't reject it. He had no choice. He remembered the earthling that escaped the other day and felt the corners of his eyes twitching. Hatred raged in his heart, but he felt a little fearful too. On the other side of the Milky Way, the QYE-63 spacecraft was traveling in a wormhole. Its destination was also Earth. The QYE-63 spacecraft got chased by Clote when Wang Ting was heading to the Great Qian Empire, so he had to overload the spacecraft and increase its speed. It inflicted great damage to the spacecraft. Fortunately, after arriving at the Great Qian Empire, Wang Ting didn't need to use it, giving Round Ball plenty of time to repair it. Then, he earned a huge sum of money from rock gambling and started buying various different parts for his spacecraft. This allowed the QYE-63 to be restored to its original state. Now, Hardy was piloting this spacecraft and heading for Earth. In the control room, the exterior simulation had been enabled. Hardy stood in front of the control panel and asked in his hoarse voice, "How long more?" The celestial stage martial warriors were the ones piloting the spacecraft. When Wang Ting bought these slaves, he had taken this into consideration. There were a few martial warriors that could pilot spacecraft. One of the pilots looked at the star chart and said, "We have entered the Milky Way and will reach Earth's vicinity in 5 days." Okay, proceed at maximum speed. Ensure that we arrive as soon as possible and not delay what Master's orders, Hardy said emotionlessly. Yes. Everyone turned serious. No one dared to waste any time and quickly raised the speed of the spacecraft based on Hardy's order. Outside, in the pitch-black space, the spacecraft suddenly increased its speed and disappeared on the spot. It stretched forward like a blurred black line until it disappeared at the other end of the darkness. Thank you for reading on MyBox Novel. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.